If you liked this clip, thank you for visiting the Light Novel Podcast channel. Remember to click like, subscribe, and the notification bell, in order to avoid missing the time when the Light Novel Podcast channel will upload the upcoming clip. If you find this story amusing, leave a comment under the video saying so and help each other like it to get to 1,000 likes for me. Let's listen to the rest of this sentence. The ad channel has extremely few likes and followers. Chapter 1402 Sunny waited for a moment. Chapter 1402 Sunny waited for a moment. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. It had shattered the side of a black cliff and was now leaning on it, preventing the ship from turning over. They had gotten lucky despite the blind landing. The fog was still there, obscuring the world, but it had become less thick. Sunny could make out the figure of Saint standing still on the bow of the grounded vessel, as well as more cliffs rising high above them. It seemed that Nephice had guided the chainbreaker to a small sand beach at the very edge of the island. Neph herself was leaning heavily on the steering oars, drained of essence. Sunny grimaced. It was inevitable, but we should be careful not to receive any serious wounds. She won't be able to heal us anytime soon. Nephice, meanwhile, had already regained her composure. I'm fine. I can still put up a fight. Well, of course you can. I have no doubt about that. After exchanging a few words with them, Cassie used the guiding light to make it point in the direction where Effie supposedly was. Or her lifeless body, or something else entirely. Sunny couldn't suppress his anxiety anymore. He scowled and took a step forward, ready to leap down to the beach. That gluttonous woman, she'd better be alive. Or else I'll be very cross with her. Jumping over the railing, he plummeted down and landed on the sand. A moment later, Nephice was by his side. Saint and Fiend landed with a bit more noise than the two of them, and lastly, Nightmare leaped from the deck of the ship, carrying Cassie on his back. The six of them remained motionless for a few moments, listening to the silence of Windflower. There were no sounds around them, no movement. Only the soft white sand and the black cliffs faintly visible in the fog. A piece of rock fell from the shattered crag and rolled down, the noise both dampened and made louder by the mist. It echoed, making them tense. Feeling very uncomfortable because of how suppressed both his vision and shadow sense were, Sunny took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. He flinched and tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin, the Sin of Solace looked at him contemptuously and spat. Gods! This again! I'm so sick of it! Sunny gritted his teeth and walked past the damned sword wraith. But then he lingered for a moment. Suddenly, a strange sense of vu overcame him. Why did he feel as if the Sin of Solace was supposed to say something else? Shaking his head, Sunny ignored the loathsome apparition and headed straight for the cliffs. Less than an hour later, he was writhing on the ground, overwhelmed by unbearable agony. His lightless soul was mutilated and slowly falling apart. As Sunny arduously rose to one knee, a cold gaze pierced him from above. No. Then, a ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sunny died. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephice was leaning heavily on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. We should be careful not to get wounded until she recovers some essence. She straightened slowly and said in a tired voice. I'm fine. I can still put up a fight. Well, of course you can. You're changing star of the immortal Flame Clan. They exchanged a few words with Cassie, who then used the guiding light to point them in the direction where Effie was supposed to be. Soon, Sunny jumped down to the beach, followed by the rest of his companions. That gluttonous woman, she'd better be alive. Or else I'll be very cross with her. Feeling vulnerable in the swirling mist, he scowled and took a step forward. As he did, a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the murky veil of the fog. Sunny flinched and tensed, ready to attack, but then froze. Black eyes, porcelain skin, the Sin of Solace was glaring at him without even trying to conceal his hatred. You are such a pathetic, odious, revolting coward. Just die already, die ye gods, this is unbearable. Sunny gritted his teeth and walked past the damned sword wraith, heading for the cliffs. He was suddenly overcome by a strange sense of deja vu. Weird, what did that bastard say? Banishing the thought of the damnable sword wraith from his head, he continued forward. Soon after, a ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sunny died in agony. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephice was leaning on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. A minute or two later, he jumped down to the beach and headed to the cliffs. As he did, a pale apparition suddenly appeared from the mist, scaring him. The Sin of Solace laughed. Damn, it was fun at the start, but now I've already lost count. Ignoring the odious wraith, Sunny continued walking. He was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange sense of deja vu but dismissed it. Not long after that, his soul was destroyed by the ruthless blade of undying slaughter. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. He died in agony. He died in agony. He died in agony. He died. The chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Nephice was leaning on the steering oars, utterly drained of essence. After Cassie used the guiding light to point them in the direction where Effie was supposed to be, Sunny jumped down to the beach and headed toward the cliffs. As he did, a pale apparition appeared from the mist and scared him. The Sin of Solace glared at him silently, not saying anything. What is up with that bastard? Ignoring the loathsome wraith, Sunny walked past and advanced cautiously through the fog. A strange sense of deja vu suddenly overwhelmed him, but he dismissed it. Slow and steady, slow and steady. However, something was still gnawing on his mind. Scowling, Sunny stopped, lingered for a few moments, and turned around. Hey, you! Weren't you going to say something? Nephice looked at him with a hint of surprise. Are you talking to your sword? Sunny nodded and continued staring at the Sin of Solace, who silently glared at him back. Why do I feel so strange? He remained motionless for a while, his expression growing darker. Eventually, Sunny uttered a curse and shook his head. Hold on. I think something is not right. Erdél's note, Seuss chapter 1403 Deja Vu. Chapter 1403 Deja Vu. Because of Sunny, they spent more time near the chainbreaker than they had planned. However, he simply couldn't tell what it was that had made him feel so uncomfortable. After a while, there was no choice but to head for the cliffs. Cassie rode Nightmare at the front of the group, Sunny and Nephice followed, while Saint and Fiend were defending the rear. As they walked, Sunny remained silent, a deep frown on his face. I feel strange. It was as if he had taken these steps before. The white sand, the swirling mist, the black edifices of the tall cliffs, it all felt eerily familiar. What is going on? Eventually, they discovered a line of footprints in the sand. Sunny should have felt surprised and curious, but he barely paid the mysterious discovery any attention. As if it was only natural for the footprints to be there. Those were left by a human. He shivered slightly and looked at Nephice. How had he known that she would say these exact words? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then said quietly, "Wait here." Why did he feel almost obligated to respond that way? Deeply disturbed, Sunny left one of his shadows behind and followed the line of footprints to the edge of the island. There were so many questions he should have been asking himself, like who had left these traces? Had that person really jumped into the abyssal chasm? Or had they survived and escaped the suffocating mist? But instead, Sunny was mostly thinking about why it felt as if he had already visited the edge of the island before. The Sin of Solace was there, as well, glaring at him silently. Why is he not saying anything? I feel like he should have said something already. Like encourage me to jump, too. Scowling, Sunny returned to Nephice and Cassie. The footprints lead to the edge of the island. I didn't find anything else, so let's trace them in the other direction. When they nodded and prepared to set out, he suddenly added. Wait, don't you feel that something is strange? Nephice looked at him with her usual impassive expression. Everything here is strange. Sunny had no choice but to agree. It was a stupid question. To begin with, of course, everything felt strange on a mystical island hidden behind a barrier of a colossal whirlpool. They continued forward and eventually reached stone steps leading up the hills. Fiend took the lead, and the group cautiously started the ascent. As they walked, Sunny couldn't shake off the feeling that these steps looked eerily familiar. Just what the hell is going on with me? Am I under some kind of mind hex again? By now, Sunny's resistance to mental attack was rather high. Even the Sin of Solace, a transcendent memory of the fifth tier, was having trouble driving him truly and utterly insane. He did not doubt that there were beings in the tomb of Ariel that could shatter his defenses. But he did doubt that there was something here that could do so without him noticing. Then what is it? Looking up, he noticed that Nephice was staring intently at the stone steps. She must have noticed that they are not weathered at all, as if the seeker who had lived on the island created them just yesterday. Wait, when had he come to these conclusions himself? It just seems so obvious. As Sunny froze, feeling very confused, one of the scouting shadows suddenly heard the sound of steel clashing against steel, followed by a pained scream. He didn't feel surprised at all, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. The black crow that had been sitting on his shoulder suddenly dashed into the fog. Was that Jet's voice? Why did thinking about Jet fill him with a cold sense of dread? Sunny? Cassie and Nephice had noticed his dazed state. He lingered for a moment. Someone is fighting in the forest, about 4 kilometers from the top of the stairs. It should be Jet. I'm going. The words left his mouth as if he had rehearsed them. Nephice nodded. We'll be right. Without listening to her response, Sunny dove into the shadows. Something is wrong, something is wrong. He knew that he was taking a dire risk by rushing blindly into the forest. Windflower was too dangerous of a place to behave rashly. Sunny had no idea what enemy he was going to face, was diving into battle without having made any preparations, and did not hold any initiative at all. But Jet was going to die if he delayed even for a moment. Somehow, he was sure of it. Stepping out of the shadow deep within the forest, Sunny gritted his teeth and dashed forward. It's just one of those situations where I only have bad choices. It's going to be alright, though. I've survived all the previous gambles, so I'll pull through this time, as well. But then, he felt a chilling terror grasp his heart. Would he really pull through? Or would he die miserable after finally losing a gamble? Bursting onto a wide clearing, Sunny slid on the moss and came to halt close to its middle. The smell of blood permeated the air here, both frightening and familiar. Where is she? Where is she? Looking around, he noticed someone laying on the ground, their motionless figure buried in the mist. Dashing there, Sunny fell to his knees and stared down with wide eyes. Jet, it was Jet. Her black leather armor seemed unbroken, but her beautiful face was contorted in a grimace of terrible agony. The moss was greedily drinking blood that flowed from the terrible wound where her arm had been viciously severed. Curse it all! Sensing his presence, Jet slowly opened her eyes. Her lips moved weakly. Sunny, B. Behind me, in the fog. Before Jet finished her warning, he was already jumping to his feet and spinning around. There was a vague shape moving in the mist. Because of how quickly Sunny had reacted, he had no trouble dodging its strike. The Sin of Solace hissed, slicing the figure apart. That won't do anything. Why did he think that? Right, seemingly woven out of mist, ethereal, elusive. It had to be a wraith of some kind, meaning that physical attacks would be ineffective against it. It seemed that Sunny's subconscious had discerned the insidious nature of the enemy faster than his conscious mind did. For this battle, he had to discard the Jade Jian and summon the Cruel Sight instead. A split second later, the mist wraith seemed to dissipate into the swirling fog. Sunny could not sense its presence at all, which meant that the abomination could attack at any moment, from any direction. Letting go of the Sin of Solace, he called upon the Somber Spear. Now, he just had to survive until it was summoned. No. I'm missing something. Sunny froze in place, torn between the dire need to be absolutely focused and the gnawing feeling that he was forgetting something terribly, terribly important. What is it? He couldn't allow himself to get distracted. A moment of inattention could mean death. Focus. His other two scouting shadows, Gloomy and Happy, were going to reach the clearing in a few seconds. Only when his body was augmented by all 5 shadows would he have the luxury of sparing some thought to the gnawing feeling. Jet's hoarse voice resounded from below, faltering and weak. Sunny, careful, she's... He looked down, and then... Sunny was suddenly inexplicably calm. His lips moved. She's you. The Cruel Sight finally manifested itself into existence. A happy shadow flew into the clearing. The Mist Wraith. Undying slaughter was already there, waiting for it. A terrible agony tore Sunny's soul apart. Falling to his knees, he heard the spell whispers and thought. Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed. Your shadow core has been destroyed. Now, Gloomy. Another flash of indescribable torment pierced his existence, throwing Sunny to the ground. Writhing in pain, he struggled to stand up. I knew this would happen. How did I know? Finally, he managed to rise to one knee. The mist was suddenly unbearably cold, casing his body to shiver. Sunny raised his head and saw 2 icy blue eyes looking down at him. I am going to die now. The ghostly blade pierced his chest. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The Chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. The forest clearing was gone. The bleeding, broken figure of Jet was gone. The corpses of his shadows were gone, too. But he remembered it all clearly. The misty shore, the black cliffs, the cold twilight of the pine forest, the dread of dying on his knees. I died. But he had not. Otherwise, how would he be standing here, on the deck of the Chainbreaker? Neff and Cassie must have saved me, somehow, and retreated back to the ship. It was at that moment that he heard Neff's voice. I'm fine. I can still put up a fight. Sunny flinched and stared at her with a deadpan expression. What did you just say? She raised an eyebrow. I said I can still fight. Sunny continued to stare at her silently. His mind was utterly empty. These are the exact words she said when we first landed on the island. No, not just her words. Everything is exactly the same. He looked around again, noting every small detail of their surroundings. He was right, it was as if the last hour had never happened. As if Sunny had returned to the past. He slowly raised a hand and ran it across his face. What the hell is going on? Chapter 1404 Another Round. Chapter 1404 Another Round. It's exactly the same. The Chainbreaker was leaning on a broken cliff, the mist swirling around it. Saint was standing motionlessly at the bow of the ship. Nephice had just stated that she would still be able to fight despite exhausting all her essence. Sunny looked at her, then shifted slightly and threw a glance at Cassie. The last time, I noticed her troubled expression and asked if there was something wrong. She explained how her instincts were screaming of danger. He hesitated for a few moments and kept silent. Nephice, however, did not. Noting that Cassie seemed concerned about something, she asked evenly. Have you sensed something? The blind girl shook her head with a frown. Nothing specific. I just have a very ominous feeling. This place, Windflower, every part of me is screaming that we are in danger." Sunny's eyes widened slightly. The wording had changed a little, but it was almost exactly the same response. "How?" While Nephice and Cassie went about locating the direction where Effie supposedly was with the help of the guiding light, he observed them without saying anything. His mind was strangely split between two extremes. One part of it had turned cold and analytical, driven into a heightened state of utmost vigilance. The other was shaken and distraught, still reeling from the agony of dying to the ghostly blade. The shock of remembering his harrowing demise was so visceral that Sunny wanted nothing more than to topple to the deck and curl into a shivering ball. Perhaps he had only managed to remain standing because he was frozen stiff. "Sunny? Let's go, if you don't mind." He flinched and glanced at Nephice. She was already leaping over the railing. Still slow to react, Sunny watched as Cassie awkwardly climbed on top of Nightmare and settled in the saddle. With her small stature, it was not that easy to accomplish. "I should adjust the stirrups." That ordinary thought finally broke his dazed state. Commanding his shadows to disembark, he walked over to the edge of the deck and jumped down. He was the last one to set foot on the white sand of the misty beach. I really seem to have traveled to the past. Or is it an illusion? Then again, that vision of death might have been an illusion instead. A vision? Did I receive a prophetic vision meant for Cassie, somehow? His mind was in turmoil. Which was why Sunny flinched and took a step back when a human figure suddenly revealed itself from the fog. He had completely forgotten about the sin of Solace. Right, that bastard scared me the last time, too. Now he's going to glare at me silently. The sin of Solace did, indeed, glared at him silently for a moment. But then, the apparition smirked and said in a contemptuous tone, "You know, I am actually starting to enjoy this. Let's go for another round, shall we?" Sunny looked at him in surprise. Apart from minute changes that had happened because of his inaction, this was the first thing that went differently than how it had in the previous round. A slight frown appeared on Sunny's face. Why is the bastard the only exception to the rule? Walking past the apparition, he said quietly, "Sure. Let's go for another round." The wraith stared at him in surprise. As they advanced through the mist, discovered the line of footsteps in the sand, and continued toward the cliffs, Sunny was thinking feverishly. Is it an illusion, or have I really traveled in time? If it's the latter, then why? And what do I do now that I have? There was too much to think about, and not enough time. His mental state was in shambles, as well. Sunny vaguely realized that he was still in shock, but didn't know what to do about it. He was probably missing a lot of vital things in this rattled condition. For example, suddenly, Sunny felt incredibly cold. How have I not thought about that? They were already ascending the stone steps, which meant that Jet was going to be attacked by undying slaughter in a matter of minutes. Seconds? Curse it! His mind ignited. Thinking as fast and best as he could, Sunny cursed himself for being such a fool. He wasted almost an entire hour trying to understand why he had been sent into the past instead of considering how to deal with the future. Even if he was in shock after having his soul torn apart and dying in agony, there was no excuse. What do I do now? He remembered his naive thoughts bitterly. He would pull through again, somehow. It was just another gamble? It seems I have finally become arrogant. And paid a heavy price for it. The heaviest price there could be. Doesn't matter. There's no time to feel regret, I need to decide what to do now. A small, cowardly part of him instantly had an answer. The safest thing to do was to abandon Jet and save himself from having to face undying slaughter. He knew that he would die in that clearing, so why go there at all? But even knowing the danger, he couldn't let Jet die. Go there and fight, then? It was not such a foolish thought. The reason why Sunny had lost the last time around was because he had dove into the battle blind and without making any preparations. Now, however, he knew exactly what enemy he would be facing, and although there was very little time left before the clash, he could at least prepare a few things. I still don't know enough about Undying Slaughter. Fighting her now would be unwise. But he did not really need to, all he had to do was grab Jet and run. At that point, the shadow he had sent to scout ahead finally heard it. The sound of clashing steel, followed by Soul Reaper's pained scream. Sunny gritted his teeth. Let's do this. Chapter 1405 Undone. Chapter 1405 Undone. Dismissing the sin of Solace, Sunny called upon the cruel sight and looked at Nephice. There was no time to explain everything, but he still had to warn them in advance. What to say? How would he even explain a situation like that? Not finding any good words, Sunny just said what came to mind. I found Jet. She is being attacked by a powerful enemy, a wraith-like creature capable of dealing damage directly to our souls. I'll try to get Jet and retreat, prepare for battle. Before she had time to respond, Sunny already dove into the shadows. The reason I died was because I lost the initiative by not knowing the nature of the enemy and not having the correct weapon to deal with a wraith immediately at hand. Most importantly, I failed to realize that my shadows would be vulnerable to Undying Slaughter's attacks, as well. He had dodged the first attack of the Defiled without too much trouble. It was unknown which one of them would have lost in the end after the cruel sight had manifested itself, in a normal fight. However, Undying Slaughter had moved to destroy his shadows first. It was no surprise that she had known just how to kill him in one fell swoop. After all, the Mist Wraith was most likely a defiled version of Soul Reaper Jet using her future transformation ability. Jet knew a lot about his aspect, and the future Jet would have known even more. That had been Sunny's undoing. After a vast part of his soul had been destroyed, he was in no condition to put up any further resistance. So, he died miserably on his knees. This time was going to be different. First, he had already summoned the cruel sight. Second, he would protect his shadows. And lastly, he knew a lot about Jet's aspect, as well. Stepping out of the shadow, he wrapped it around his body and dashed toward the clearing. The dormant ability allows her to absorb the essence of living beings she kills. The awakened ability allows her to strike directly at the souls of her enemies, bypassing all forms of physical defense. The ascended ability allows her to increase the size and capacity of her shattered soul core, as well as removing the limit on how much essence she can use to enhance her body. Sunny did not know how ancient Undying Slaughter really was, how distant was the future she had come from. However, her Frankenstein's monster of a soul core would have already reached an enormous size, considering how many people the 6 plagues had slaughtered. She was powerful. He also did not know much about her transcendent ability. It was most likely how Undying Slaughter had attacked him in the form of a wraith, but the details of her transformation were unclear. I should be able to get through this, as long as I'm careful. Or not. Bursting from the line of trees, Sunny ignited the silver blade of the cruel sight with divine flames and dashed toward where Jet was laying on the ground, her blood pouring into the moss. As he kneeled in front of her, tense and ready to fight, she opened her icy blue eyes and looked at him weakly. Her lips moved. Don't speak. I know. Now. Sunny did not have to kneel and show his back to the enemy. However, if he had the opportunity to fool Undying Slaughter into thinking that she had the upper hand, it would be criminal not to use it. Sensing an almost imperceptible disturbance in the mist, he shot to his feet and lashed out with the radiant blade of the cruel sight. There was a vague figure hidden in the fog, already moving to attack him. Caught by surprise, it had no chance to avoid the sudden strike. And yet, it did. Fast. Sunny pulled back his spear and froze, tensely observing the mist. Despite the fact that their roles had reversed, and he was the one to deliver an unexpected attack, the end result was the same. Undying Slaughter had dissipated into the fog, and he was left not knowing where the next blow would come from. Or he would have, if not for the fact that he knew the future. Wrong. Sunny knew what would have happened, not what would happen. Him changing the opening exchange of the battle could have changed what Undying Slaughter would do, as well. He still had to be careful. However, the next few seconds went just as they had before. The Mist Wraith did not attack him again, hiding and waiting, until the happy shadow flew from behind the trees and rushed toward its master. Sunny remembered the harrowing agony of having his soul torn apart and felt his hair stand on end. The mist swirled, and the wraith hiding within it moved to intercept the swift shadow. Damn it! Even knowing what was about to come, he couldn't suppress his fear. Undying Slaughter brought its ghostly blade down, but before it could plunge into the shadow, it was met by another blade. This one made of pure darkness. As two ruby flames ignited in the depths of his shadow, Saint deflected the wraith's blow and stepped into the clearing. Blade of Darkness ability description: the true darkness dwelling in this shadow's heart can be summoned in the form of a fearsome weapon, as long as the shadow has mastered the use of that weapon. The Blade of Darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit, it never dulls, never falters, and never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment a mundane weapon. Saint's dark sword could cut both tangible and intangible enemies, just like the cruel sight could. More than that, she was immune to soul damage, which made his taciturn shadow an almost perfect adversary for the hateful Mist Wraith. Even if Undying Slaughter was a defiled transcendent like the Mad Prince was, Saint was a transcendent devil. Their power, at least theoretically, was on par. Or so Sunny hoped. Faced with the dark blade, the Mist Wraith glided back. The next moment, a second shadow appeared in the clearing. Fiend jumped out of it, infernal flames burning in his eyes. The happy shadow wrapped itself around the graceful Stone Knight, while the gloomy one wrapped itself around the Steel Ogre. Sunny himself was augmented by the other three. Undying Slaughter was caught in the middle of a triangle formed by Saint, Fiend, and Sunny. Let's see who will die now. Forcing himself to grin, Sunny gripped the cruel sight tighter and dashed forward. Chapter 1406 Undying. Chapter 1406 Undying. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The Chainbreaker was laying on white sand, tilted awkwardly. Damnation! His trembling fist collided with the railing and splintered the enchanted wood. He didn't feel the pain. Curse it! Curse it all! Sunny? Are you all right? Sunny lingered for a moment, took a labored breath, then looked himself over and slowly turned to Nephice. His voice sounded hoarse. Yes. It seems that I am. In the end, he still lost to Undying Slaughter. The odds seemed to be in his favor. He successfully avoided having his shadows destroyed, summoned Saint and Fiend, and managed to wrestle the initiative from the ghostly claws of the Mist Wraith. However, the battle did not go how he had hoped it would. It ended in disaster, just like the previous time. Sunny had been almost certain that Saint would be immune to Undying Slaughter's soul attacks. And it turned out to be true, somewhat. It seemed that she could withstand much more damage than the rest of them, but even then, the ghostly blade was just as lethal to the taciturn knight as it was to Sunny and Fiend. The reason, as he belatedly realized, was the unique nature of Jet's aspect. Her attacks bypassed physical defenses and struck the soul, and yet, they were not true soul attacks. Instead, they were physical attacks that inexplicably dealt damage to the soul. How was one supposed to defend against that? The mightier one's soul was, the more it took to destroy it. Other than enduring the damage or avoiding being hit entirely, there was no other way, at least none that he knew of. Sadly, it was easier said than done. Saint's sword and the cruel sight were capable of blocking the ghostly blade of Undying Slaughter, but actually withstanding her dreadful assault was almost impossible. The Mist Wraith was astonishingly swift, devastatingly strong, and insidiously cunning on top of that. She was a truly abominable creature, and an inexplicable one, too. Sunny had just enough time to catch a glimpse of what hid in the darkness of her defiled soul, and what he saw left him reeling. Undying Slaughter could be called a corrupted beast, since there was only one node of vile darkness infesting her soul. But that node was truly colossal in size, dwarfing any other corruption core he had even seen before. So, her actual power could very well be equal to a terror or a titan. Still, faced with Saint's resilient soul and two weapons that could both block and damage intangible beings, Undying Slaughter was at least forced to change tactics. After clashing with them a few times, the Mist Wraith silently discarded her ghostly form, turning back into a corporeal creature. If Sunny had ever had any doubt that the six plagues were the future version of the members of the cohort, they were instantly dispelled at that moment. Undying Slaughter looked more like a revenant, both dreadful and dreadfully beautiful, than a human being. But there was no way he could fail to recognize those icy blue eyes, that chilling presence, and the ruthless way in which she fought. She was truly Soul Reaper Jet, or rather, had been once. Undying Slaughter might have been Jet once, but there was nothing human left in her merciless, mad eyes anymore. Once she assumed a corporeal form, Sunny was thrown into despair. His plan to stall the abomination while Fiend retreated with the real Jet was shattered almost instantly. Undying Slaughter read his intentions like an open book, and not only made following the plan impossible, but also cruelly turned it against Sunny. The initiative he had so arduously won was immediately lost when the Revenant aimed all her attacks at Jet instead of him, Saint, or Fiend. Forced to protect the gravely wounded companion, they had no choice but to follow her cadence and fall under her control. It was a simple, but viciously effective strategy. Considering how skilled, explosively fast, and terrifyingly strong Undying Slaughter was, the rest of the battle did not take long. Fiend's carapace of black silver, which Sunny considered nearly indestructible, was eventually pierced and violently split open, the infernal flames spilling out of horrid wounds like blood. The ravenous ogre collapsed with a frightened, confused howl and grew still. Saint's stone armor was shattered, her limbs were broken. Ruby dust flowed like a river, and although the taciturn knight tried to stand her ground, the ghostly blade eventually found its way into the narrow crack of her visor. The crimson glow of her ruby eyes was extinguished, and Saint crumbled to the ground, lifeless. The spell announced her death mournfully. Sunny thought that he would be next, but Undying Slaughter was not that kind. She made him watch Jet die before delivering the fatal blow. Back on the deck of the Chainbreaker, he closed his eyes. How can anyone fight that thing? I'm fine. I can still put up a fight. Sunny flinched and looked up. Nephice must have mistaken the reason for his grim expression and repeated her usual words, "It was just a coincidence." Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of incongruity. Mere seconds ago, Sunny had been fighting for his life, watching his shadows die in fear and sorrow. He had watched Jet die, as well. He had even died himself, again. And yet, Nephice and Cassie were behaving as if nothing had happened. Well, it had not, for them. Sunny understood that, but he still couldn't help but feel ashamed, angry, and resentful. He lingered for a few moments, and then forced out a smile. Yeah. I can still put up a fight, too. He smiled wide and slightly, growing both darker and more sincere. It was true. Sunny might have lost to Undying Slaughter again, but he acquired something extremely valuable from that loss. Looking around, he took in the sight of the swirling mist, white sand, and the black cliffs. So I'm back again. What he received was truly precious. It was the knowledge that his strange return to the past was not a one-time thing. Which meant that he was not done fighting. Chapter 1407 Moving in a Circle. Chapter 1407 Moving in a Circle. Giving him a nod, Nephice went about asking Cassie to use the guiding light to locate Effie. Sunny, meanwhile, remained motionless. He was somewhat lost in thought. First of all, stay calm. His behavior up until now had been nothing short of embarrassing. Of course, there were extenuating circumstances. During his first round, Sunny had been barely conscious of the fact that time was repeating itself. During the second try, he was still reeling and in shock from dying gruesomely at the hands of Undying Slaughter. But this was his third attempt. This time, he had to maintain his composure and not lose control. No, not quite right. Who was to say that this attempt was his third? It was only the third attempt since he had become aware of the fact that everything was repeating itself. There was no telling how many times he had died before that. Still deep in thought, Sunny glanced at Nephice and Cassie. He remained motionless for a few moments, then silently walked over to Nightmare and adjusted the stirrups of the overpriced saddle to make it easier for the blind girl to mount. Soon, they abandoned the ship and stepped on the white sand of the misty beach. Sunny walked in the back, looking down with a somber expression on his face. He did not react in any way when the Sin of Solace suddenly appeared from the fog. The sword wraith stared at him mockingly. Calling the shadows? Shame, the only thing you achieved was getting them killed, like you get everyone else who follows you killed. Hey, here's an idea. How about you ask Nephice and Cassia for help next? Sunny spared him a grim look, causing the Sin of Solace to cover his mouth with a hand theatrically. Ah. I've said a bit too much, haven't I? Sunny looked away. It is as I thought. It seemed that the sword wraith had become aware of the fact that time was repeating itself long before Sunny. What was it that the Sin of Solace had said the last time? I am actually starting to enjoy this. Let's go for another round, shall we? Back then, Sunny had only paid attention to the fact that the wraith was behaving differently from the past, unlike everyone else. But now, it was clear that the apparition had already known about the twisted nature of time on Windflower. Come to think of it, had it not been the inconsistency of how the Sin of Solace behaved that first alerted Sunny to the anomaly? The wraith had stared at Sunny silently, and he turned to ask if the bastard was not going to say anything. The odd feeling that eventually allowed him to realize the truth started gnawing at him after that. The time is repeating itself. Sunny looked into the fog. A few moments later, he sighed deeply. I'm such a fool. The great river was a river of time. Windflower was surrounded by a mystical whirlpool, and what did whirlpools do? They spun. The water caught in them revolved in a circle. So, the time here must have revolved in a circle, too, forming a loop. It was an outlandish theory, but not an entirely baseless one. In fact, it could explain a few things. Why the ancient stone steps did not look weathered at all, for example. How Effie and Jet could have survived an entire year on this island despite their flaws. Wait. If Effie and Jet were caught in a loop of repeating time here on Windflower, then was Undying Slaughter caught in it, too? She had not shown any signs of knowing what Sunny would do in advance. Which meant that she did not know about the loop and therefore, had no means of escaping it. How had one of the dreaded 6 plagues ended up being trapped here? More importantly, why was Sunny the only one who seemed to be aware of the loop? His frowned. After a few moments, his eyes widened slightly. It's not me. It's the Sin of Solace. The sword wraith seemed to have been aware of the loop from the very beginning. He was somehow immune to forgetting the events of every previous revolution. Was it because the cursed sword was innately tied to truth and revelations, which it was supposed to grant its mad wielder? Sunny was not particularly mad, but the Sin of Solace was a part of his mind, a splintered and twisted one, but a part nevertheless. Was it possible that he had slowly become contaminated by the knowledge the sword wraith possessed, somehow? Or that the awareness of the loop was one of the revelations of madness granted to him by the cursed sword? Sunny did not know the exact reason, but he was certain that it was because of the Sin of Solace that he had become aware of the circular nature of time on Windflower. His thoughts turned somber. The how and why are clear. Now what? Undying Slaughter was far more fearsome than Sunny had expected. He had lost to her bitterly. Which was not to say that he could not win. If Sunny entered the battle with Nephice, Nightmare, Cassie, and her echoes, if he prepared better, he would still probably lose and watch everyone die. For the first few times, at least, few dozen times? Few hundred times? If the loop was infinite, it did not matter. Sooner or later, he would learn enough and find a way to kill Undying Slaughter. But was the loop really infinite? And even if it was, what would killing Undying Slaughter even achieve? She would come back to life as soon as the next revolution started, just like Sunny had been coming back to life. His face suddenly paled. Is it all meaningless? Fighting Undying Slaughter, saving Jet, searching for Effie, it was indeed meaningless if he did not know a way to escape the loop. But was it even possible to escape it? It has to be. The Serpent King had come to Windflower and returned, after all. There was a way, so Sunny just had to find it. First and foremost, he needed information. How did the loop function? What were its boundaries? When did time terminate and turn back? And much, much more. I need to learn all kinds of stuff. The future promised to be rather interesting. And incredibly tiring. Sunny shuddered, imagining how many more times he was going to die. Chapter 1408 Closest Path. Chapter 1408 Closest Path. By the time the three of them reached the line of footsteps in the sand, Sunny had formulated a rough plan of what he had to do during this particular revolution. Well, it wasn't much of a plan. There were too many paths he could take, so he simply chose one that was the closest. Jet was not that far, and had to know more about what was happening on the island than he did. So, Sunny was determined to find her before Undying Slaughter did. He was not enthused about the idea of fighting the dreadful Wraith again so soon. Luckily, there was a high possibility that he could snatch Jet and escape without exchanging a single blow with the Defiled. What I need right now is not strength, but speed. Sunny glanced at Nephice and Cassie. He would have to share his knowledge with his companions sooner or later, without a doubt. Just imagining that conversation made him uncomfortable, though. It was a rather bizarre thing to say to someone, that they had been living the same hour over and over again without ever realizing it. I'll tell them the next time, hopefully, there will be a next time. Sunny suspected that the loop was endless. It should have existed for as long as the colossal whirlpool existed, which had already been hundreds of years, but he couldn't be sure. So, for now, he had to treat each revolution as if it was the last one. I'll tell them after I'm back, then. Sadly, he had already wasted a lot of time coming to this realization, so there was none of it left for lengthy explanations. Noticing his intense gaze, Nephice looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, considering his words carefully, then opened his mouth and said just three of them. Aster, Song, Vale. Her expression changed slightly, becoming darker and more intense. It was not exactly the same murderous reaction as she had showed on the Ashen Barrow, but Sunny still felt a little uncomfortable. Nephice frowned. Why? She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath. Are we under a mind hex again? Sunny shook his head. No. But, something similar. Right now, I need you two to not ask questions and do what I tell you. Can you do that? Cassie had turned around in the saddle, a troubled expression appearing on her face. She remained silent, though, waiting for Nephice to speak. Neff stared at him for a few long moments, then nodded slowly. All right. Sunny sighed with relief. He knew that she trusted him, but blindly trusting someone was not easy. It was even harder to suppress one's curiosity. Personally, he would have had a lot of trouble both with the former and the latter. He forced out a smile. Good. Then return to the ship and hide. Stay safe until I return. Sunny had no idea if returning to the Chainbreaker was indeed safe, but it was the best temporary solution he could come up with. Turning to Cassie, he added, I'll need Nightmare. The blind girl swiftly dismounted, allowing him to hop into the saddle. Looking down, Sunny lingered for a moment, then commanded Saint and Fiend to protect his companions. A moment later, he was galloping through the fog. He wanted to avoid fighting Undying Slaughter, which meant that he would not need his combat shadows. If he still ended up facing the Mist Wraith, summoning them to him would take only a couple of moments. Faster. Nightmare, however, was the fastest of his followers. His speed was far superior to even Sunny's own, as well as that of his shadows. To find Jet and bring her away from the misty forest unscathed, Sunny would need his steed the most. He sent all 5 shadows to augment the Dark Destrier. The 2 of them flew along the line of lonesome footprints, swiftly approaching the wall of black cliffs. The black stallion scaled the stone steps without ever slowing down, his adamantine hooves sending sparks flying from the black rock, the melodious staccato traveling through the mist like the rumble of war drums. Soon, they entered the forest. Sunny was way ahead of the previous revolution. Jet should not have entered the clearing yet, so she could be anywhere. That was a problem, considering that he did not dare send his shadows to scout anymore. Quite a predicament. He could use the silver bell to point Jet in his direction. The problem was that Undying Slaughter would recognize its ringing as well. Not to mention that there were most likely other deadly creatures on the island. It was a shame that the guiding light pointed to Effie, but not Jet. Otherwise, Sunny would have taken it with him. Nightmare reached the clearing where Sunny had died the last 2 times, or however many times it really was, and crossed it in the blink of an eye. She shouldn't have come from the direction of the beach, so the most logical choice is to continue toward the tower. The fog veiled everything, making the world appear only a couple dozen meters wide. Damn it! He could stumble on Jet at any moment, however, he could also stumble on Undying Slaughter at any moment. Sunny was hesitating to send his shadow in all directions, after all, when he suddenly smelled it. The stench of blood. Following his mental command, Nightmare slowed down, and then came to a halt. Sunny looked around, inhaling the wisps of mist, then sent his steed toward a particular tree. The ancient pine reached further than he could see, but there, on its bark, was a spot much darker than the rest of it. A bloody handprint, as if someone wounded had leaned on the tree trunk. He spun in the saddle and finally noticed another bloody print. That gave him a direction to follow. Coincidentally, that direction led back toward the now distant clearing. Sending Nightmare into a gallop, Sunny feverishly took in his surroundings. Despite the fact that the trunks of the tall pines were flying past him with terrible speed, he still managed to notice the marks. Sometimes, there were bloody handprints on the trees. Sometimes, there were drops of blood on the ground. Sunny guided his steed to follow the bloody trail. And then, finally, a human figure appeared from the fog, leaning heavily on a tree. She was hunched and pale as a ghost, but her glaive was raised, ready to attack. He heard a hoarse whisper. "Come get me, wench." It was Jet. A moment later, the image of an infernal black stallion appearing from the mist reflected in the icy depths of her piercing blue eyes, with a rider in a flying black mantle leaning low in the saddle. Her pupils widened in astonishment. Sunny?" Extending a hand in Jet's direction, he shouted. No time to explain. Her hesitation lasted only for a split second. Dropping the glaive to the ground, Jet reached out with her own bloodied hand. Grabbing it, Sunny pulled. A moment later, Soul Reaper was sitting right behind him, clutching onto the folds of an Anki's mantle. The glaive disappeared into a rain of sparks. Sunny commanded Nightmare to get the hell out of the misty forest as soon as possible. As the shadow carried the 2 masters away, Jet leaned forward and asked in a pained voice. "I'm not complaining, but how the hell are you here?" He grinned. What a complicated question. How else? I came on a ship. Chapter 1409 Covering the Tracks. Chapter 1409 Covering the Tracks. Sunny did not guide Nightmare directly back to the Chainbreaker. He had managed to follow Jet's bloody trail, after all, so Undying Slaughter would most likely be able to, as well. Since Sunny did not want to lead her to Nephice and Cassie, he had to cover their tracks first. The problem was, he didn't really know how to do it. Tracking was one of the basic skills taught during the Wilderness Survival course, which obviously covered covering the tracks as well. But, he needed to know the capabilities of the enemy to know how to hide from them, and Undying Slaughter was still largely a mystery. Remembering the line of footprints leading to the edge of the island, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then turned his steed to the left. They were still moving in the general direction of the cliffs, but to a point far removed from the stone steps. With winds whistling in his ears, Sunny raised his voice slightly. "Where's Effie?" There was a lot he had to ask and tell Jet, but this question was the most important. He both dreaded and couldn't wait to hear the answer. She remained silent for a moment, probably wondering how he knew that the 2 of them had been together, then said in a stifled tone. "I'm not sure. We were separated in the vortex." Sunny's expression fell. He gritted his teeth, then forced himself to calm down. "It's all right." It was better than all right, really. Judging from Jet's words, Effie was most likely still alive. The loop had even conveniently solved the dire problem of her flaw. Here on Windflower, he would never starve to death. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Can this be why Undying Slaughter is here, too? The Mist Wraith possessed the same flaw as Jet, which meant that she had to kill in order to survive. That might have been fine back when the forces of the Defilement were besieging the cities of the Sibyls. But now that these cities were gone, what was there for Undying Slaughter to slaughter? Sunny, I need to warn you. I'm being pursued by... Jet's voice was pained and hoarse. The corner of his mouth twitched. I know. Let's talk later, for now, hold on tight. Just then, Nightmare reached the border of the forest. Escaping the line of tall trees, the black stallion rushed across the narrow strip of empty land between the forest and the edge of the cliffs. His hooves left a line of prints in the soft moss. Reaching the very edge, the dark destrier did not slow down at all. Instead, he accelerated even more, and leapt forward, soaring high into the air above the hidden chasm of the dark abyss. Jet let out a stunned yelp. Dismissing the shadow, Sunny spun, grabbed onto her, and summoned the dark wing. Before the momentum of Nightmare's leap fully dissipated, the translucent cloak manifested on his back and turned into a blur. The two of them glided down slowly, moving along the surface of the weathered black rock. Sunny felt his arm, which supported Jet's back, become soaked in blood. His expression darkened. He had not noticed before, but there were more wounds on her body than he thought. Soul Reaper grimaced, enduring the pain, and then said with a bit of dark amusement. You really know how to make a girl squeal, don't you, Sunny? He froze for a moment, mortified. A terrible despair grasped his heart with icy claws. No, no. It can't be. He knew this feeling. Had Jet spent too much time with Effie? Had she been corrupted by that vulgar, foul-mouthed lecher? Damn it all. Uttering a quiet curse, he adjusted the direction of their flight and answered through gritted teeth. I guess. Despite her pained expression, Soul Reaper let out a laugh. They were rather far away from the misty beach, so it took a while to glide back to it. Sunny had to approach the cliffs and push them up a few times, afraid that they'll fall beneath the island. However, the wall of black rock gave away eventually, and they entered the familiar bay. Landing on the white sand, Sunny put Jet down and supported her. His gaze was a bit worried. Can you walk? She nodded. It's all right. That thing didn't get me too bad. So, I'll live. Jet grinned. She was not going to bleed to death anyway. In the worst case, she would just revert to a more corpse-like state. Sunny studied her for a few moments, then nodded. Let's go, then. Our ship is not far from here. They walked into the fog. Soon after, they were in the main cargo hold of the Chainbreaker. The air here smelled of blood, but Jet looked much better even though Nephice had not recovered enough essence to use her healing powers yet. Both she and Cassie possessed memories capable of treating small wounds. It was one of the benefits of belonging to a great clan. Jet had dismissed the upper part of her armor and was sitting on a crate, her torso wrapped in bandages. There was a generous amount of food on another crate in front of her, as well as fruit juice and freshly brewed tea. She was devouring the improvised meal voraciously. Crow Crow was sitting on her shoulder, seemingly enraptured and glued to his master. From time to time, Jet absent-mindedly fed it a piece of fruit. Nothing had found and attacked the beached ship yet, but Sunny was still tense. At the same time, he felt incredibly relieved. It was so reassuring to have Jet here with him, alive and relatively unscathed. Nephice and Cassie seemed elated, too, even if they weren't as close with the infamous government master. Their group of 3 had become a group of 4. Good. Another great thing about bringing Jet back was that Sunny was going to have an easier time explaining things to everyone. When she seemed to have satiated her hunger somewhat, he leaned forward and said, All right. Now, I'll try to explain a few things. Chapter 14:10 River Nomads. Chapter 14:10 River Nomads. The 3 women looked at him expectantly. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. You know where we are, right, Jet? In general, I mean. Taking the cup of tea and cradling it in her hands, she nodded. Yeah, we are inside that weird pyramid. Somehow. This place is the Great River, which is supposed to flow endlessly from the future into the past. He sighed in relief. It seemed that Effie and Jet had learned a few things about the nature of the third nightmare, as well. Indeed. Because of the nature of the Great River, there are all kinds of strange things happening to time in this nightmare. For example, Nephi's and I have been here for about 4 months now. But Cassie has been here for more than a year. Nephi and Cassie nodded calmly, since they had already known that fact. Jet, however, seemed perplexed. What? Sunny looked at her, lingered for a moment, and said, Yeah. What about you? Soul Reaper suddenly seemed uncertain. He touched her hair briefly, then blinked a couple times. About 2 months? Effie and I were sent to the same place 2 months ago. This time, it was Neff's and Cassie's turn to look stunned. How can that be? Sunny smiled faintly. I'll explain in a bit. But first, Jet, can you tell us what has happened to you two? She took a sip of tea, then smiled back at him. Sure. Why not? Jet's icy blue eye grew a little distant. The three of you must know more about this place than we do. Look, you even have a ship. Effie and I, we weren't that lucky. The people whose roles we've taken belonged to a tribe of river nomads. Their ancestors were the survivors of one of the destroyed cities, I think, but these guys, they had already regressed into abject savagery. Which is not that surprising, really, considering how they lived. She sighed. The river nomads did not have a place to live, constantly migrating instead. They rode sea creatures as steeds and hunted weaker abominations for sustenance. When defiled or powerful nightmare creatures appeared, they ran. Actually, their way of life was really ingenious and tenacious. I have never even thought that it was possible for humans to live entirely in the water without ever stepping foot on land. Cassie tilted her head a little, confused. These nomads, they were riverborn? Sunny was confused, too. How could riverborn lead nomadic lives? Weren't they bound to a span of the great river they were born on? Jet nodded somberly. Yeah. That was why they regressed that much, that quickly. The nomads lived very short lives, you see. No generation lasted more than a couple of decades. They rarely remained as children for more than a year or two, and were expected to join the hunts immediately after. If there was danger, the older generation was sacrificed to let the younger one escape. Even if there was no danger, they had to follow the abominations they could hunt. So? She shook her head. They might have looked like adults, but in reality, it was a tribe where no one ever reached adulthood. They were all ignorant, savage kids. Soul Reaper leaned back, fed her crow Echo a grape, and grimaced. Well, by the time Effie and I came around, it could barely be called a tribe. There were maybe a dozen people left. All the other nomad tribes seemed to have gone extinct already, as well. We were most likely the last. Her expression darkened slightly. So, we tried to keep them alive and find out where we were, what was happening, and how to conquer the nightmare. It took us some time to learn how to live the lives of the great river nomads. In the process, we also learned from the surviving tribesmen about the tomb of Ariel, the great river, the defilement, and the fall of the river cities. Oh, and we fought plenty of nightmare creatures. Well, I did, at least. Jet stretched and then winced, briefly touching one of her bandages. Everything went if not well, then at least all right until we stumbled on an especially powerful swarm of the drowned. Our tribe, at that point, there were no children among the nomads anymore, so there was not even a point in trying to run. In the battle, everyone was killed. Only Effie and I managed to escape. Sunny noted that Jet and Effie remained outsiders despite having taken the roles of two riverborn people. It was an interesting fact. Meanwhile, she shrugged and continued. Usually, our mounts would have been fast enough to give a slip to most enemies, but the drowned pursued us relentlessly, as if it was their life's mission to obliterate all nomads. The sea creatures we rode had also been wounded in the battle, so they were gradually slowing down. After about a week of running away and fighting pitched battles with those bastards, we got lost in the mist, and then sucked into this whirlpool. I only managed to send my echo out, hoping against all hope that Crow would manage to find one of you." Soul Reaper looked at the black bird and smiled. Then, her smile faded slowly. "Effie and I were separated while trying to reach the island. And here we are, I guess." Nephi glanced at Cassie, then frowned a little. "What do you mean? How long have you been here?" Jet looked at her with surprise. There, the moment of truth. She scratched her head. "A couple hours? I landed, tried to search for Effie, and got lost in the mist. Then, that thing attacked me. I managed to flee, but she would have probably finished me off soon if not for Sunny. Talk about a prince on a white horse, who needs one when there's a pauper on a black horse, right?" Soul Reaper grinned and downed the rest of her tea in one gulp. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. Nephi and Cassie, meanwhile, seemed troubled. The blind girl frowned. "But how is it possible? Your echo arrived at Fallen Grace many months ago." Jet stared at her, bewildered. "What? Wait. I thought that you guys were already on the island. Wasn't that why Crow was able to find Sunny so fast?" Cassie shook her head. "No, we only ventured to find Windflower after learning that the two of you were here." Soul Reaper leaned back. "That doesn't make any sense." Everyone grew quiet, failing to understand the strange discrepancy. In that silence, Sunny finally spoke. "It's because time moves in a circle on this island." Chapter 14:11 Monster Preserve. Chapter 14:11 Monster Preserve. Nephi, Cassie, and Jet stared at him incredulously. Pierced by three intense gazes, each belonging to a beautiful woman, Sunny shifted uncomfortably and pulled on the collar of the Shroud of Dusk. I think I really need to start socializing with guys more. Why am I always surrounded by lethal beauties?" Eventually, Nephi repeated his words evenly, "Moves in a circle?" Sunny nodded. "Yes. I only became aware of it a few hours ago, or a few revolutions ago, to be precise. Think about it, the waters of the great river represent time, and we are surrounded by an enormous whirlpool. So," he pointed to Jet, "you only remember being on Windflower for a couple of hours, but in fact, you've been here for almost a year. The time you spent in the nightmare is the same as Cassie." Looking at their tense expressions, Sunny sighed. "Well, in fact, what I said earlier is not entirely accurate. It seems that Nephi and I entered the nightmare 4 months ago, while you and Cassie entered it more than a year ago. But there is no telling how many times the time repeated itself before I became aware of the loop, so although I don't think that it's the case, we might very well have been stuck on this island for 100 years. There's no way to tell unless we leave." Everyone remained silent for a while. When the pause grew too long, Cassie finally asked in a hesitant tone. "These previous revolutions, do you mean that we have already explored the island several times, but you are the only one who remembers it?" Sunny's face grew dark. He looked away, grimaced, and then said somberly, "Explored the island? Not really. We barely left the beach when Undying Slaughter attacked Jet in the forest. Each time, I went ahead to try and stop her, and each time, I died miserably. Jet, too." Soul Reaper threw a sharp glance at him and paled a little. "It was not a pleasant thing to hear that you had been killed." The corners of her mouth twisted into a dark smile. "How regrettable." He sighed. "This is the first time I managed to live past an hour. So, I don't really know much about the loop yet. I'm sure it doesn't terminate each time I die, which means that Nephi and Cassie must have lived longer. You might have even survived long enough to reach the termination point, but since your memories are erased between revolutions, it's impossible to tell." Nephi raised an eyebrow. "Why are you the only one who remembers?" Sunny pointed to the Sin of Solace, the sword, not the wraith, which lay on a crate nearby. "I suspect it has something to do with this cursed sword of mine. Its spirit was actually the first one to show signs of knowing about the loop." She seemed to accept the explanation after thinking about it for a few moments. Jet sighed and leaned forward to pour herself more tea. Cassie gripped the guiding light tighter, lost in thought. After a minute passed in silence, Nephice looked at Sunny and asked, "What is undying slaughter like?" His expression froze. Struggling to suppress an involuntary shiver, Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then said evenly, "She's a horror." He grimaced, and then described his encounters with the defiled monstrosity in as much detail as he could. As he did, the faces of his companions grew more and more somber. Eventually, Nephice briefly glanced at Jet, and then looked away. "Formidable. If we attack together, what do you think our chances will be?" Sunny slowly shook his head. "At least some of us will die, all of us, most likely. Especially with how low on essence you are." She sighed. "Then we avoid battle, for now." He blinked. "For now?" Nephice looked at him and shrugged calmly. "We'll have to face the 6 plagues eventually. Now, however, is not the right time." Sunny was a little bit aggrieved. Did she not hear how absolutely terrifying that thing is? But then again, it was Nephice he was talking about. Actually, it was already incredible that she had not suggested attacking Undying Slaughter right away, saying something like it's just a defiled version of one of the most deadly masters in the world, but long past reaching sainthood. That was personal growth right there. Cassie slowly shook her head. "We might avoid fighting Undying Slaughter, but I don't think we can avoid battle." Jet looked at her curiously. "What do you mean?" The blind girl hesitated for a moment. "If it's like Sunny said, then I finally understand why this place feels so dangerous. Think about it, previously, we only knew that no one returns from Windflower. Human ships, the defiled, nightmare creatures, very few things that enter the whirlpool can ever escape. I assumed that all these beings had perished here, somehow. But if some of them are trapped in this time loop just like us..." Her face paled a little. "Then this island is teeming with all kinds of abominations that have been caught, but managed to reach the island instead of being swallowed by the vortex. How many of them must have accumulated here over the centuries? How many horrors are hiding in the mist?" Cassie shook her head. "If the time loop really exists, then Windflower, it's like a monster preserve." An uneasy silence settled in the cargo bay. Everyone's expressions grew ugly. A monster preserve. Sunny looked resentfully into the distance. She was right, considering the pulling force of the vortex, all kinds of abominable creatures must have been caught by the whirlpool over the centuries. Most of them had perished in its depths, but plenty would have managed to reach the island. And since time here was stagnant, moving in a circle, all of them were still here, good as new. A chill crept up his spine. This place, just what kind of hell was it? Nephice, meanwhile, rose and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. Her usually impassive face was somber, but determined. "Be that as it may, our goal still remains the same." The rest of them looked at her silently. She frowned. "Our goal was to find Effie and Soul Reaper Jet, then return to Fallen Grace. We are still missing Effie, so, no matter if there is a time anomaly or not, nothing really changed. We have no choice but to venture out, find her, and escape." Sunny gave her a grim look. "There is one problem, though. Who is going to fuel the chainbreaker with essence? Yours is already consumed, and it won't be sufficiently replenished anytime soon." Nephice shrugged. "You can do it, as long as we time our escape and leave at dusk. Or dawn." He sighed, then stood up and nodded. "All right, then. I agree, the longer we wait, the higher the chances are that Effie will meet fatal danger. Let's make a detour to avoid Undying Slaughter and follow the guiding light deeper inland." Jet winced, but stood up, too. Her bandages were painted red by blood. "Count me in." Finally, only Cassie was left sitting. She glanced at the sacred staff in her hand, then rose and took a deep breath. No time to waste, then. After spending a little time to discuss their strategy and prepare, the group left the chainbreaker and stepped on the white sand once again. Chapter 14:12 Misty Forest. Chapter 14:12 Misty Forest. Sunny had managed to survive longer than an hour. He had avoided clashing with Undying Slaughter, and even rescued Jet. And yet, he was not very reassured. As the cohort left the chainbreaker behind and ventured into the swirling mist once again, he was not confident that they would survive at all. In fact, he dreaded Windflower even more. How many times do you think you can die before sanity abandons you completely? The Sin of Solace, who was walking alongside him, was not helping at all. The Sword Wraith laughed. Considering how thick your skull is, I'd wager a few dozen times more. Yes, after that, you'll probably turn into a drooling fool. Gods! I wonder if I'll still be stuck with you after you've become a vegetable. Trying to ignore the infuriating apparition, Sunny kept his eyes on the fog. In your dreams. He only had to take one look at Nightmare to know that a few dozen deaths would not break him. The Sin of Solace was simply gloating. A few years of torturous deaths, though. We need to escape this horrible place as soon as possible. The cohort was advancing up the beach in a similar formation to the previous revolutions, but now, Jet was walking behind Sunny and Nephice. Cassie had summoned her echoes, as well, who were now moving in front of Nightmare. Together, they represented a formidable battle force, and yet, Sunny did not know if their power was enough to survive the suffocating fog of Windflower. I'm starting to understand why there are so few saints around. This time, they chose a direction opposite of where the stone steps and Undying Slaughter were. Instead of moving directly toward the cliffs, they followed along the edge of the island, eventually reaching the border of the bay. There, they ascended the wall of black rock and reached the plateau above. Sunny used Shadow Step to arrive there first and guarded the landing until the other members of the cohort climbed up. By the time everyone did, the second hour since their arrival on Windflower should have been well over. Above the cliffs, it was the same landscape. A forest of tall pine trees stretched in front of them, white fog swirling between the ancient trunks. Being in the mist had felt suffocating from the very start, but now that Sunny knew that a dreadful wraith could be hiding in it, the feeling grew 10 times worse. The echo of the Sibyl glided forward, the hem of her red dress hovering just above the moss. The rest of them followed. They followed the soft radiance of the guiding light into the murky depths of the forest. The fog swallowed everything behind, muffling the sounds and flowing slowly between the ancient trees. A few minutes passed in tense silence, then a few more. It was hard to keep track of time in this misty limbo, but eventually, Sunny judged that another hour had passed. At that time, Nephice raised a hand and said, "Stop." She seemed to have recovered from essence exhaustion enough so, at least, to regain access to her dormant ability. Now that she had, Jet could finally be healed. Sunny and Cassie watched the fog as Nephice placed her hands on Soul Reaper's back. They shone with soft white light, and soon, Jet's face cleared. She took a deep breath and smiled in satisfaction. At the same time, Neph's eyes grew a little cloudy. She sighed softly and took a step back. If Sunny did not know better, he would not have suspected that she was enduring harrowing pain. Let's continue. They were about to move again when Cassie suddenly turned her head. The blind girl remained motionless for a moment, then jumped down from Nightmare's back. Something is approaching. Get ready. Curses. Sunny snarled, holding the Sin of Solace in one hand and the Cruel Sight in its short sword form in another. Nephice swiftly drew her long sword and dismissed its scabbard. Jet raised her glaive into a high stance. Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, and the two echoes moved to surround the humans in a protective circle. The quiet dancer floated up and hovered above Cassie's shoulder, its tip pointing into the depths of the forest. Everything grew still for a moment. Sunny stared into the swirling mist, not knowing where the attack would come from. He couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything. Even his shadow sense was suppressed. Above us. Damna! Before he could finish the thought, something massive fell on them from above. Tie-in. It was a huge, grotesque nightmare creature that resembled a carcass of an enormous black leopard, its bones protruding from the rotting flesh. Its tail was abnormally long, segmented, and ended in a revolting circular maw that brimmed with needle-like teeth. The creature's own yellow canines, though, were much more terrifying. Each was as long as a greatsword and covered in dried blood. The abomination was so large that its shadow covered the entire cohort. Much worse, the moment Sunny saw it, he felt an invisible pressure wash over him, filling his heart with a sense of dread. It was a great beast. Before the monstrosity could plummet on the cohort, two towering shadow tentacles rose from the ground and entangled its front limbs, slowing the creature down. The beast's skeletal jaws snapped viciously, obliterating the manifested shadows in an instant, but it gave the members of the cohort enough time, at least, to dash in different directions. The abomination landed on the spot where they had been a split second ago. The ghastly tail of the creature was already shooting back with terrifying speed, its circular maw open to bite into Cassie's flesh. The blind girl sidestepped, barely avoiding being torn apart by it, and brought her staff down on the segmented tail. A moment later, she was flung aside like an ant. On the other side, the beast swiped its rotting paw in the direction Sunny and Nephice. Augmented by the shadows and soul flame, both managed to dodge the lethal blow, even if it was just by a hair's breadth. But as soon as they did, the creature's jaws were already in front of them, ready to snap shut and turn the two humans into chunks of torn meat. Neither Sunny nor Nephice had regained their balance yet. There was no for them to evade. Luckily, at that moment, Saint crashed into the side of the abomination's head, using her shield as a siege ram. The power of the blow was terrible enough to bring a fortress wall down, but the skull of the great beast only swung to the side a little. It did not seem as if the creature had sustained any damage at all. And all of that, from the moment the creature landed to now, only took a split second to happen. Not good. The Azure Serpent had been a king among beasts, while this one was merely a beast, and yet, it was a great nightmare creature. It was too powerful, too fast, and too resilient. Can we defeat it? Sunny knew that they could. With his shadows, Cassie's echoes, and especially the Crown of Dawn, they had a non-negligible chance of defeating this monstrosity. However, they could also all die here. I don't want to die. Even knowing that he would most likely return to the starting point of the loop, Sunny still shuddered at the thought of having his flesh torn apart and his bones ground to dust. He was even more reluctant to watch his companions be killed by the ghastly abomination. It's simple, don't die, then. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forwards. Chapter 14:13 Falling Trees. Chapter 14:13 Falling Trees. 1413 falling trees. The quiet dancer zipped through the air and hit the base of the great beast's revolting tail. However, the sharp tip of the temperamental echo bounced off the tough hide of the creature without leaving even a scratch on it. At the same time, Fiend growled and put himself in the path of the creature's crushing paw. The towering ogre was barely able to grasp it. The decaying claws of the abomination struck him on the chest, leaving deep grooves in the black silver. The ground under the gluttonous shadow caved in, but he remained standing. For a moment. Then, the horrid beast pushed Fiend down and covered him with its massive paw. At the same time, Saint dodged the snapping jaws and lashed out with her sword, leaving a thin crack on the creature's skeletal snout. The dead Sibyl and the clockwork swordsman attacked the enemy from behind. Nightmare rammed into it, lowering his head to gore the abominations with his horns. Then, all of them were flung aside. The steel mannequin dissolved into a rain of sparks, destroyed. The Sibyl collided with the trunk of an ancient pine, shattered it into splinters, and fell to the ground, unmoving. Nightmare barely managed to dissolve into the shadows in time, but still lost a large chunk of flesh. Saint blocked the blow with her shield and slid a dozen meters back. The shadows and the echoes only lasted a second against the great beast's fury. But that second gave Sunny time to call upon the shadows and manifest them into the Shadowspawn shell. He wished he could assume the form of the Onyx Serpent, but it was poorly suited for battles on land. A tide of darkness flowed from the open gate of the Shadow Lantern, rising to form into countless chains. They bound the ghastly creature like ropes, but were torn apart a moment later. Sunny, Nephice, and Jet launched their attack. Neph's silvery longsword ignited with blinding radiance as she dove under the abomination's jaws and thrust her weapon into its neck. Sunny delivered a devastating blow to the monstrous leopard's snout. Empowered by the Crown of Dawn, the Sin of Solace sent a few small fragments of bone flying. Jet lunged at the great beast from the side, aiming to plunge her glaive into its very soul. But before she could, the long, flexible tail of the horrid creature whipped around. Jet barely managed to avoid it by dashing back, while Sunny was not so lucky. His movements were suppressed by the need to keep himself away from the harrowing jaws, and so, the circular maw at the end of the segmented tail greedily closed on the side of the shadow spawn. The right shoulder and side of his shell were entirely destroyed. Sunny instantly lost 2 of his 4 arms, one simply disappeared, the other fell apart, revealing shredded human flesh beneath. Neff's sword pierced the great beast's neck, but before she could deal significant damage, a lightning-fast strike of a mighty paw destroyed the radiant blade and sent her rolling away. Sunny stumbled back, desperately trying to prevent his shell from crumbling and using the shadows of the misty forest to try and hastily repair the damage. They had managed to make the great beast bleed, or rather, delivered it a wound. The decaying creature did not seem like something that had blood running through its veins. However, does it even mean anything? Just in a few seconds, one of Cassie's echoes had been destroyed, while the other one was heavily damaged. Nightmare was already wounded. Fiend had escaped from beneath the creature's paw, and Saint seemed unharmed as well, but Sunny himself was already injured. His arm was a mess of torn flesh, and although he would not suffer from blood loss, it was in a bad state. Would they be able to kill the ghastly abomination? For a split second, the violence subsided. Nephice had nimbly jumped to her feet and was already summoning a different weapon. Jet had regained her balance. Sunny switched to a one-hand grip and prepared both of his swords for an attack. Saint was already closing distance. Cassie was moving forward, the guiding light shimmering in the fog. The decaying leopard opened its skeletal maw and let out a chilling, gurgling growl. When Sunny heard it, his vision blurred slightly. A mental attack? His resistance to mind attacks was high enough to shrug it off, but he felt cold dread nevertheless. Handling the overwhelming physical might of the enormous great beast was already close to impossible. If the abominations possessed more means of subjugating its enemies, this battle would swiftly turn from ugly to hopeless. It was then that another sound reached their ears. Echoing eerily in the fog, a loud crack resounded, as if a tree had snapped and was falling somewhere in the forest. The horrid leopard suddenly froze. Its skeletal snout turned, and it lowered its body low to the ground. The segmented tail rose like that of a scorpion, protecting the creature's back. What is this? Why did it look as if the great beast was afraid? Before Sunny could really react, the abomination suddenly moved, and rushed away, disappearing into the mist. The wind risen by its departure threw Neff's hair into disarray. The members of the cohort remained motionless, confused and unnerved by what had just happened. Keeping their weapons in defensive stances, they covered each other's backs and stared tensely into the fog. What is going on? Jet's voice sounded grim and hoarse. The thick fog veiled everything around. All they could see were the nearest trees and the cold ground under their feet. The ghastly leopard had disappeared like a ghost, there was nothing left but silence. Then, another loud crack resounded somewhere in the forest, followed by a muffled rustling. Sunny spun, trying to pinpoint where the noise was coming from. There was another echoing crack, and then another, louder one. Because of the mist, it was hard to tell where the trees were falling, and why. However, the cracks were growing closer. Damn it! Slowly, the disparate cracks grew into a cacophony of noise, and Sunny felt the ground quaking beneath his feet. Then, everything suddenly grew silent once again. Standing back to back with Nephice, Cassie, and Jet, he stared into the fog, feeling cold sweat rolling down his face. The blind girl suddenly shifted, sharply turning around. Following her motion, Sunny saw something dark flying at them from the mist. Cursing, he dodged and felt a large object hitting the ground behind him. Spinning around, Sunny raised the Sin of Solace and froze. His eyes widened. Out there in front of him, laying on the ground, was the ghastly leopard. Or rather, its head. The skeletal snout was shattered, and the gaping hollows where the abomination's eyes should have been were dark and empty. There was nothing below the creature's mangled neck, but it did not seem as if it had been severed. Instead, it seemed as if someone or something had violently ripped the abomination's head off with nothing but brutal strength. The great beast was dead. Sonny couldn't help but tremble. What the hell? What could have ripped a great beast apart? Flinching, he forced himself to look away from the revolting head and peered into the fog. Where is it? Where? He couldn't see anything. He couldn't hear anything. He couldn't sense anything. Sonny gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Cassie. Even if he didn't know from which direction the attack would come from, Cassie would. She could see a few seconds into the future. After all, it was all but impossible to get her by surprise. Turning slightly, Sonny tensely studied the blind girl. She was holding the guiding light in front of her, ready to deflect a sudden attack. It seemed that she had not felt anything dangerous, yet. Maybe it's go. But then, Cassie's shoulders trembled slightly. Her aspect ability had shown her the future. She did not turn to face the unseen enemy, though. Instead, her hands dropped, and she lowered her head. Which meant that in the future Cassie saw, there was no escape. Sonny stared at her in disbelief. No. A moment later, he was swallowed by a heavy shadow. Looking up, Sonny saw a hand stretching toward them from the fog above. It seemed like a human hand, except that it was almost the same size as the great beast had been. He could see the lines on the giant palm, and the blackened, broken, bloodied nails at the ends of the long, bruised fingers. The giant hand moved deceptively slow, but before Sonny could even blink, it was already upon them. Without ever slowing down, it smashed into the members of the cohort, squashing them like bugs. Sonny died. This time, his death was mercifully swift. Sonny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened. The deck of the chainbreaker felt solid under his feet. This time, he simply peered into the fog instead of looking around, not that he could see anything. His gaze was dark and hollow. I failed again. His face was pale and unmoving. In front of him, the mists of windflower flowed slowly, swirling in indifference as they devoured the world. Everything was as it had been before. Chapter 14:14 Bone Garden. Chapter 14:14 Bone Garden. 1414 Bone Garden. Nephi and Cassie were talking about the guiding light. With no one noticing his hollow eyes, Sonny lingered for a while, then walked over to Nightmare. He reached to adjust the stirrups and froze. After a moment of hesitation, Sonny climbed into the saddle instead. His companions looked at him in confusion. Sonny? He stared into the mist. Stay here for a while. Please. I'll be back soon. With that, Nightmare leaped off the deck of the chainbreaker and carried him into the fog. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The ghastly leopard had already been bad enough, and yet. Sonny felt that the cohort would have been able to slay the dreadful creature, if at a steep cost. But that bloodied hand. They had not even caught a glimpse of the nebulous being that wandered the mist, snapping the towering pine trees like matchsticks. It had torn a great beast apart and obliterated them so casually. How was Sonny supposed to contend with something that oppressive and ineffable? It felt as though something was pressing down heavily on his heart. Was it fear? Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Sonny guided Nightmare into the misty forest. He spent some time searching for Jet, found her, and brought her back to the chainbreaker. He waited for her to explain how she had ended up on Windflower, then told everyone about the time loop. There were some deviations from the previous conversations, but mostly, it went almost exactly the same. In the end, Nephi suggested going after Effie once again. Sonny stared at her in silence, remembering the brief, but gruesome moment of all of them being crushed under the giant, bloodied palm. Then, he shook his head somberly. We tried already. As I said, it didn't end well. Nephi met his gaze, a subtle frown twisting the beautiful lines of her face. We can do better this time. What's the alternative? Give up and run? She shook her head. No, we can't even run away until nightfall. Before then, you won't have enough essence to empower the chainbreaker and carry us across the vortex. Sunny sighed and rose to his feet. Glancing at his companions, he said, I agree, we must continue trying. But we don't need to keep trying the same thing. Our combined strength is not enough to brave the mist, at least not when we don't know anything about the dangers it hides. Jet leaned back, then winced when her wounded back touched the bulkhead and returned to her previous position. So, what do you suggest? Sunny shrugged. Use speed instead of strength. The group of us was intercepted and killed, but a single swift scout can make it through. Basically, I'll go retrieve Effie the same way I retrieved Jet. You three stay here, recover, and treat her wounds. Nephice lingered for a while. It was hard to read her expression, but she seemed reluctant to let Sunny take all the risk. I don't like it. He shrugged. What does that have to do with anything? Like it or not, that seems to be the best option right now. They discussed the situation some more, but in the end, Sunny managed to convince the other members of the cohort to stay hidden aboard the chainbreaker. It wasn't that unreasonable, anyway. Nephice was suffering from essence exhaustion, Jet was heavily injured, and Cassie did not possess a lot of physical prowess. Despite her insidious aspect, she was at her weakest in battles against overwhelmingly powerful adversaries. Considering her lacking physicality, an enemy who was fast, strong, and inevitable enough would leave no opportunity for the blind girl to exploit. Sensing a few seconds into the future was useless if those seconds did not allow her to change anything. I'm going. Saying those words, Sunny once again rode Nightmare and Dove into the mist. I can do it. Can I do it? This time, he was holding the guiding light in his hand. The softly shining crystal at the tip of the sacred staff was pointing deeper inland. However, Sunny couldn't follow its guidance directly. Somewhere out there in front of him, undying slaughter was hiding in the mist. To his left was the territory of the great beast, the decaying leopard. That was also where they had met the harrowing giant the last time. So, this time, Sunny turned right. Reaching the end of the beach, he and Nightmare turned into shadows and scaled the black cliffs. Sunny had passed this way once already, the first time he had carried Jet back. However, that time, they had been moving along the outer border of the island, so he did not know what was waiting for him on the surface. There was only the same forest, and the same fog. Leaving the shadows, he sent Nightmare running across the narrow strip of land between the edge of the cliffs and trees. It was some time before the trees receded, and the forest suddenly came to an end. Sunny stopped his steed, looking forward tensely. In front of him, the pine trees gave way to an open field. Most of it was obscured by mist, but he could see vague shapes rising from it like tall pillars. They emanated a chilling, dire, and vaguely familiar feeling. Sunny hesitated for a while, then turned into a shadow and cautiously slithered forward. Soon, the tall shapes revealed themselves fully. He grew somber after recognizing them for what they were. The towering pillars were, in fact, giant bones. The entire shore in this part of Windflower was littered by them, as if it was a graveyard for all kinds of gargantuan beings. From the look of the ancient remains, the leviathans that had left them behind were all nightmare creatures, abominable, dreadful, and appalling dwellers of the depths. Sunny was both shocked and unnerved by witnessing the skeletal remains of so many depth dwellers. Had their bones been carried here by someone? Had the abominations come to this shore to die on their own over the ages? Or had there been a titanic battle here that led to all these monstrous creatures being slaughtered by an unknown assailant? He did not know. What he did now, however. Suppressing his panic, Sunny hid in the skull of an especially large creature and looked ahead. There, no more than 24 meters away from him, something dark and massive had just moved in the fog. Chapter 14-15 Empty Shells. Chapter 14-15 Empty Shells. 1,415 empty shells. Sunny would have held his breath if he wasn't a shadow at the moment. Out there, in front of him, something massive was hiding in the fog. If not for the slight movement just now, he would have mistaken it for another pile of towering bones. That movement might have saved his life. Curse it! Because of the mist, he could only see a vague, dark shape. The details were obscured, and he could tell that the creature was enormous. It also instilled him with a deep, bestial feeling of dread. A strange, sweet smell permeated the air. Sonny froze, hiding in the skull of a dead leviathan. He did not know what to do. Moving forward was out of the question. But moving back could potentially inform the enemy of his presence as well. That only left Shadow Step. However, before he tried to slip away, Sonny lingered for a few moments. Something was gnawing at him. Why did this presence feel familiar? He had felt a strange familiarity ever since entering the monster graveyard. It was faint, but unmistakable. Why? Had he been to this part of the island already, in one of the revolutions that he did not remember? No, that did not make any sense. Before becoming aware of the loop, Sonny had to have repeated the same actions over and over, going forward alone to rescue Jet, and dying to Undying Slaughter's ghostly blade. So how could anything on Windflower feel familiar? At that moment, a strong gale blew from the direction of the vortex, and the mist receded. The giant creature hiding in the fog was revealed in all its eerie, grotesque beauty. Sonny shuddered. The massive shape he had noticed was a revolting butterfly. The butterfly's wings and back were black, but its body and underbelly were the color of white bone. It had 6 long, seemingly fragile legs that ended in sharp points, and 2 enormous, faceted eyes that were like orbs of pure darkness. Between them was a disturbingly long, oily black beak, which was currently bent into a spiral like an elephant's trunk. 2 long antennae rose from its head. The eerie black butterfly was about 100 meters in size. It was the same great monster that had battled the Serpent King for an entire month for the right to devour the remains of the black turtle. The dark butterfly? What is it doing here? For a few moments, Sonny's mind was in turmoil. He had traveled so far into the past from the beginning of the nightmare, and yet, this grotesque horror somehow ended catching up to him nevertheless. Had it been following him and Nephi's from the start? But then, Sonny felt a hint of relief. Although this abomination was almost exactly like the great monster he was familiar with, it was also subtly different. The pattern of bone-white scales on its belly was not the same. The jagged edges of its wings were not the same. The length of its antennae was not the same either. Sonny had been staring at the original dark butterfly for an entire month, so he remembered its ethereally alien appearance in perfect detail. This one might have belonged to the same tribe of nightmare creatures, but was a different abomination altogether. Which was not to say that it wasn't equally harrowing. Damn it! First a great beast, and now a great monster. Just how impossible was this third nightmare supposed to be? And here he was, hoping that things would go easier if he chose a different path this time. Sonny swallowed his resentment and stared at the gargantuan abomination. The thing was much, much larger than the Chainbreaker. If they tried to fly away from the island and were caught by it in the air, there was no doubt what fate awaited them. Things had just gotten much more complicated. I'll have to go around the monster graveyard, for now. The mist was already flowing back to hide the eerie creature. Before it did, Sonny followed a whim and peered into the soul of the dark butterfly, wanting to make sure that it, too, was a great monster. Then, he froze, dumbfounded. A few moments passed before a coherent thought could form in his mind. What? Beneath the surface of the aerial giant's carapace, where the tendrils of the revolting darkness were supposed to be, there was nothing. There were no nodes of spreading corruption. And neither were there radiant suns of shining soul cores. Instead, the creature's soul was empty. No. There was no soul inside that monstrous body at all. The dark butterfly was... It's hollow? Sonny knew of Awakened who had lost their souls in the dream realm, and were left as empty shells, living, but truly dead. However, he had never heard of anything similar happening to nightmare creatures. How could it, if abominations did not travel between the two worlds in their sleep? Their rotten souls were always safely anchored within their bodies. Of course, if an abomination's soul was somehow destroyed without damaging the body, there was a small chance that the body would continue to live on. Empty and void of conscience. He hesitated for a few moments, and then cautiously left the skull of a dead leviathan. Sliding closer to the giant butterfly, Sonny extended his senses and studied its shadow. The shadow was empty, like the shadows of all inanimate objects were. The dark butterfly that had frightened him so much, was it no threat at all? Sonny remained in the form of the shadow for a while, observing the gargantuan creature. The great monster sat among the bones with its wings laying listlessly on the ground. It seemed to be breathing, but other than that, it remained absolutely still. Its giant, faceted eyes were dull and empty. After a while, Sonny returned to his tangible form and cautiously approached the creature. Even when he walked to stand under its terrifying beak, the dark butterfly did not react. It truly is hollow. He hesitated for a few moments, then looked down. There, in the shadow of the creature's wings, clusters of revolting eggs were embedded into slimy cocoons. Each egg was twice the size of Sonny and translucent. He could see the viscous, milky liquid and the shapes of giant worm-like larvae within. The shadows of the eggs were just as lifeless as the butterfly itself. Sonny stared at the eggs for a while, then threw a glance at the great monster. Then, holding his breath, he walked forward and sliced one open with the sin of solace. The revolting larva fell apart and convulsed, dead. However, the spell did not announce a kill. He did not receive shadow fragments, either. There were no soul shards in the repulsive flesh of the dead, giant worm. Hollow. Sonny shivered. What is going on? Suddenly terrified, he backed away, then turned around and walked into the mist. It took him a lot of effort to not run. All of it, the torturous deaths, the suffocating mist, the orchard of ancient bones, the hollow monster, was too much to endure. Walking among the remains of dead horrors, enveloped in milky fog, Sonny couldn't help but feel that this hell was everything there was to the world. Everything else, all that existed in his memory, felt like a strange, distant dream. Climbing into the saddle of nightmare, he raised the guiding light and slumped, trembling. After a while, he said hoarsely, "Let's go." Soon, the towering bones disappeared into the mist. Chapter 14:16 Invisible Scars. Chapter 14:16 Invisible Scars. 1416 Invisible Scars. As nightmare carried him away from the graveyard of horrors, Sonny managed to regain some of his composure. By then, they were moving deeper inland, following the light of the sacred staff. Effie was supposed to be at the end of that light. As time passed, he couldn't help but think back to the hollow butterfly. The great monster must have landed on the hidden island a long time ago, but also only a few hours ago, to lay eggs. Then, it was caught in the time loop and somehow ended up with its soul destroyed. Sonny had never heard about a nightmare creature becoming hollow, but it was not impossible. The question was, how had it happened? The obvious answer was that the gargantuan creature had been attacked by someone who could destroy souls. When a soul was destroyed, the body usually died with it, but on rare occasions, it survived. That was how hollow humans appeared, so the same thing could have happened to this great monster. There certainly could be a creature capable of shattering souls on this hellish island, and powerful enough to slay a great monster. In fact, Sonny did not even need to ponder long to think of one. Wasn't Undying Slaughter a perfect candidate? Killing a great monster was all but a hopeless endeavor for the members of the cohort, but to the Mist Wraith, it would be no different from what facing Carapace Centurions had been for the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore. Fatally dangerous, but not at all impossible. There could be more soul breakers on Windflower, as well. That said, somehow, Sonny did not think that that was what had happened. Not because he didn't think that Undying Slaughter was incapable of slaying the dark butterfly, but because he didn't think that she was capable of doing so without leaving any trace of the battle. The dark butterfly was a great monster, and as such, it possessed 2 corruption cores. That meant that the defiled wraith had to deliver at least 2 blows to its soul in order to destroy it. Would the aerial horror have remained idle while it was being killed? Not a chance. If it had been attacked, the whole place would have been turned upside down with one flip of its enormous wings. And yet, there was no trace of destruction around the monstrous butterfly. The bones surrounding it were unharmed, and the ground was unbroken. All its eggs were whole. It was almost as if the great monster had simply ceased to be, peacefully and without even noticing. The same went for the revolting larvae. How could it be? Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He had no reason to make this conclusion, but he felt that he had an idea. Was it because of the time loop? Riding through the mist, Sonny gripped the guiding light tighter. The Sin of Solace had asked him before how many deaths Sonny would be able to endure before turning into a drooling fool. The answer was, quite a lot. But there was no question that he had a limit. After spending a few years on Windflower, his mental state would inevitably deteriorate. Although his flesh was miraculously restored every time he returned to the starting point of the loop, the mental scars remained. What about spiritual scars? Sonny did not know a lot about souls, but he knew that they could be damaged. They could also be healed, and possessed the ability to slowly mend themselves, just like flesh did. And just like flesh, there was a limit to how much punishment souls could withstand. So, what was going to happen to his soul after he spent a long time being killed and reborn in the loop? Would it be covered by scars and gaping wounds? Was it going to collapse, eventually? Maybe it would take a year, or a few years, or a few hundred years. Or a few months. When would his soul reach its limit? Sonny was unique, because he had become aware of the loop and kept his memories after returning to the past. As far as he knew, no one except him bore the mental scars of the previous revolutions. Their minds were wiped clean. But maybe their souls weren't, at least not entirely. So, if the dark butterfly had landed on Windflower countless years ago, maybe even the soul of a great monster could not withstand the terrible curse of the whirlpool of time. I have to be careful. If a great monster, a creature with a soul infinitely more vast and potent than his, had been made hollow by the time loop, then Sonny would be, as well. He had never consciously relied on the nature of the repeating time, but deep down inside, Sonny was consoled by the thought that his failures would be erased, and he would get another chance. And then another, and another, and another. But all this time, he was most likely on a timer. Time was merciless, and even when it repeated itself, living beings were not meant to be eternal. I have to make each revolution count. Steeling himself, Sonny looked into the surrounding mist and forced himself to calm down. Right now, he needed to survive the trip into the depths of the island, find Effie, and return to the Chainbreaker. That was all he had to think about. There were many harrowing creatures hiding in the fog, without a doubt. But he was one of the most elusive awakened in the world. Even in the Antarctic center, when everyone had perished, Sonny managed to escape alive. He might not be able to slay Undying Slaughter, the dreadful giant wandering the mist, and the other abominations trapped on Windflower, but he would at least have a chance to run away from them. Not the most courageous statement, but who needs courage, anyway? Being a coward is what keeps people alive. He vaguely remembered lecturing Master Roan on the topic. That past seemed so distant. Sonny wondered how the White Feather Clan was doing. By now, Antarctica must have been completely decimated. Had St. Tyrus and her people been able to evacuate in time, or were they gone, too? Shaking his head, he threw all unnecessary thoughts away and concentrated on his surroundings. Nightmare had carried him far inland, by now. They were once again in the pine forest, but did it only seem that way, or was the mist less thick here? Somewhat surprised, Sonny realized that he could see much further in the fog than he had before. The ground was also inclined, as if they were climbing a hill. The higher they climbed and the closer to the center of Windflower they traveled, the less oppressive the mist became. And then, when they finally crested the hill, Sonny stopped Nightmare and looked up, feeling a cold shadow fall upon him. In front of him, some distance away, a tall tower rose into the sky. Its windows were dark, except for one. At the very top of the tower, a single window shone with a bright, warm, welcoming light. Chapter 1417 Warbeast. Chapter 1417 Warbeast. Sonny remained motionless for a while, looking at the landscape in front of him. The tower stood on a tall black cliff, perched on top of it like a gray obelisk. There were stone steps climbing down the cliff from its ornate gate, leading to a bridge that arched across the wide moat. Surrounded by the forest from all sides, the tower was like an island in the sea of swirling white mist. The light in one of its windows was not the only peculiar thing Sunny had noticed, too. The most striking detail was the moat itself. The water in it was churning and flowing, moving endlessly in a circle. The current was powerful enough to dissuade Sunny from trying to cross it, not he would consider doing such a thing on an island surrounded by a mysterious whirlpool of time. That made the bridge the only feasible way of getting to the tower apart from flying. The bridge, however. Sunny's expression dimmed. The bridge was littered with inhuman bones. There were a few living nightmare creatures standing on it, as well, all of them stiff and eerily motionless, as if petrified. Just one look at that scene made Sunny reluctant to go anywhere near the bridge. He did not need to, anyway. The guiding light was pointing past the tower, at the vast expanse of the misty forest behind it. Effie seemed to have landed on the opposite side of the island from Jet. Still, it was not going to hurt him to observe the tower some more. It was the former citadel of the powerful seeker who had once lived on Windflower. After all, even though investigating it was not the reason why Sunny and his companions had arrived at the island, he had a sneaking suspicion that they would end up having to, somehow. After staring at the tower for a while longer, Sunny noticed that there were runes carved into the base of the black cliff. They were hard to notice from a distance due to the color of the weathered rock, but he had no doubt that there was a massive enchantment of some sort surrounding the Seeker's citadel. Perhaps the bones littering the bridge ended up there because of the enchantment. Finally, Sunny looked up and focused on the single illuminated window at the top of the tower. I do wonder what is hidden there. But it was not his business. Not in this revolution, at least. Rather, Sunny was concerned that the nightmare creatures standing motionlessly on the bridge would regain their senses and catch his scent. Throwing a look at them, he grimaced. Corrupted tyrant, great beast, a terror. The last one did not even look like something that should be able to exist on land. How had that thing reached so far inland? Sunny shook his head, reluctant to find out. He was ready to send Nightmare away when the ground quaked subtly under them. Instantly, Sunny paled. Then, the familiar sound of snapping trees reached his ears, making the blood in his veins turn to ice. A split second later, both the rider and his steed disappeared, turning into shadows. Hiding in the darkness, Sunny suppressed his fear and looked in the direction from which the cracking sound had come. Frozen, he watched as a towering figure slowly appeared from the mist. D-damnation! Some distance away, something giant was hunched among the trees. As Sunny watched, petrified, the terrifying giant slowly straightened and towered above the ancient pines, dwarfing them with its impossible height. The tips of the trees barely reached its waist. That thing is at least 100 meters tall. The giant was vaguely human-like in appearance. At first, Sunny had mistaken it for a beast, but then realized that the ragged fur covering its body was merely a crude cloak sewn from the vast hide of an unknown abomination. The giant seemed to be female. Her gaunt, gargantuan body was brimming with terrifying, primal power. There were many bruises, deep cuts, and gaping lacerations marring her dirty skin, most seeping with rotten pus. Her long hair was matted and wild, hanging down messily to obscure her face. Rugged and wrapped in furs, the giantess seemed more bestial than human. And yet, she was one. Or had been once, at least. Sunny felt unable to move. While he remained in place, the giantess raised one of her enormous, bruised, painfully familiar hands. In it, a grotesque creature that resembled a massive black octopus was struggling desperately, its long tentacles whipping around with enough force to turn the ancient pines into clouds of dust. A viscous, corrosive liquid streamed from them, dissolving everything it touched. However, the giantess did not seem bothered at all. The black acid rolled from her skin like water, not dealing any damage to it. A few moments later, she brought the struggling horror to her mouth and bit into it viciously, tearing away an enormous chunk of revolting flesh. The matted hair parted, revealing her bloodied, twisted face. The giantess was missing one eye, while the other burned with madness and indescribable hunger. Watching the enormous octopus being greedily devoured, Sunny finally realized how the decaying leopard had perished, and whom the hand that had killed the members of the cohort in the last revolution belonged to. Her thoughts turned cold. Devouring beast. Indeed, the nebulous being that wandered the mist was none other than the devouring beast, one of the 6 plagues of the Great River. Just like undying slaughter, she was also here, on Windflower. She was the future, defiled version of Effie. 2 of them. It made sense, really. Sunny had theorized that the Mist Wraith had been sent here to satiate her flaw. Why would the devouring beast be any different? Her hunger was just like Jet's need to kill living beings. Without the cities full of humans to devour, it could only lead to disaster. How could a creature that always needed to kill and a creature that always needed to consume remain in verge? If these 2 abominable slayers were not sent somewhere where their flaws could be contained, they would have brought the city of the defiled to extinction, as well. Had they come here voluntarily? Or had the Dread Lord lured and imprisoned them here once the Sibyls were defeated? In any case, the situation of the cohort did not change. Sunny stared at the harrowing giantess for a few more moments, then rushed away as fast as he could. He and Nightmare had to escape before she noticed them. I guess I did find Effie. However, that abomination was not the Effie he wanted to find. Chapter 14:18 Point of Return. Chapter 14:18 Point of Return. Luckily, Sunny managed to slide down the hill and escape into the mist before Devouring Beast noticed him. Still, he didn't dare to leave the embrace of shadows for a while. Effie's aspect had always been uniquely powerful, which was no surprise, considering its transcendent rank. Even on the Forgotten Shore, there had been few people more capable than her. Some, like Castor of Hanley clan, had been superior to the solitary huntress in certain facets of physical combat, but none had been as well-rounded. That was one of the reasons why Effie had survived years of hunting the Dark City abominations alone. Her aspect was all about battle and physical prowess, so Sunny was not sure that Devouring Beast even had means of destroying his intangible form. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. His heart was cold and heavy. How do I fight something like that? Effie's dormant ability granted her a powerful and, more importantly, comprehensive physical augmentation. She was inconceivably strong, fast, enduring, resilient. Now that Sunny was a tyrant, the gap between them was not vast, but she was still superior to him in certain aspects. The same went for her awakened ability. It basically made her skin as tough as steel. Sunny, on the other hand, had his marble shell. The 2 could be compared, but although the shell was more versatile, it was not as stalwart in terms of pure defensive potential. Of course, he had Shadow Step instead, making him much more mobile and elusive on and outside the battlefield. He had Shadow Manifestation, as well, while Effie's Ascended ability was meant to empower her allies. So, there was no question about who would win in a duel. No matter how much Sunny admired his boisterous friend, he knew that she stood no chance in a fight against him. With Shadow Dance, it would not even be close, much more so if his shadows were involved. But that was Effie. Devouring Beast, on the other hand, was a defiled saint. Her transformation was to become a towering giant, and that giant inherited the benefits of her other aspect abilities, as well, all of them elevated to a higher rank. The strength of a dozen men, the skin of steel. Her gargantuan figure would also be much more visible on a battlefield, making it so that entire armies would be able to see her and benefit from her ascended ability. What a monster! Sunny was already terrified at the thought of having to face the Mist Wraith in a battle. The bestial giant was, in a sense, even more harrowing. Damn it! Damn it! Since when do I have to fight saints on a constant basis? And how did the plagues all transcend, anyway? Facing Dire Fawn was supposed to be an exception, not the rule. Eventually, he decided that there was enough distance between him and the tower to return to his human form. Diving out of the shadows, Sunny leaned on the trunk of a pine tree, breathed in deeply, and then looked at the guiding light. This escape through the shadows had consumed a lot of his essence, probably because he had brought the sacred staff with him. Usually, Sunny was able to pull a certain weight of inanimate objects into Shadow Step, but perhaps because of the staff's divine nature, it had taken a lot of effort to carry it with him. To his relief, the guiding light was still pointing forward, not back to the tower. For a few moments there, Sunny had been concerned that it would lead him to Devouring Beast instead of Effie. He hesitated for a bit, then thought about the bestial giant. The radiance of the soul crystal did not change. After a moment, Sunny remembered how Cassie had described getting the sacred staff to work and coughed in embarrassment. Come on, really? Then, he concentrated and thought. Miss Guiding Light, can you guide me to Devouring Beast, please? Despite how foolish Sunny felt, the staff did not react. Its workings were really mysterious. Shaking his head, Sunny thought about Nephi's. The radiance of the soul crystal changed, pointing back to where the chainbreaker was. When he thought about Effie, it returned to its previous state. Strange. Pondering the mystery of how the guiding light worked, he commanded Nightmare to emerge from the shadows, climbed into the saddle, and continued traveling through the mist. Windflower turned out to be extremely dangerous, but not as dangerous as Sunny had imagined it to be. There were many harrowing abominations trapped in its fog, certainly, but not as many as he had feared. There were 3 reasons for it. The first one was pretty obvious, by now. Cassie had suggested that all nightmare creatures that had been caught by the vortex and managed to reach the island over the centuries were still here, reliving the same period of time over and over again inside the loop. She was both right and wrong. The mist was indeed hiding countless terrifying abominations. Sunny shuddered at the thought of having to fight them all. No matter how powerful, cunning, and lucky the members of the cohort were, they would inevitably die under the onslaught of these ancient horrors over and over again, until the souls collapsed. But then again, not all of these creatures were still whole. Many were motionless and empty, just like the dark butterfly he had found in the bone orchard was. The circular passage of time had long turned them hollow. Of those that remained, many were already dead. While moving through the misty forest, Sunny found many areas where the trees had been broken, and bloodied remains of devoured nightmare creatures littered the ground. That was where Devouring Beast had passed through. In other places, Sunny found ghastly abominations laying on the ground, dead, not a single wound visible on their bodies. That was where Undying Slaughter had passed through. The 2 defiled had already eviscerated many of the prisoners of Windflower, making the island safer for the members of the cohort in an ironic twist of fate. Without their bloodthirst, Sunny would have never made it that far in a single revolution. He still had to flee and evade many terrible creatures, using Nightmare's speed to escape them. Luck was on his side. And yet, Sunny still failed to find Effie, this time. At some point, a wide chasm barred the way forward. Not knowing how long it was and not wanting to prolong the journey by riding around it, Sunny reluctantly dismounted and climbed down. His hope was to reach the bottom of the chasm, walk to the other side, and return to the surface. However, a boundless swarm of monstrous black millipedes was waiting for him in the moist darkness. Much worse, the revolting vermin were somehow able to hunt him even in his intangible form. Sunny was not devoured by the tide of worm-like creatures, but he was forced to move deeper into the chasm to escape them, eventually ending up in a system of caves below the surface of the island. There, he felt the approach of the night. Sunny knew that the suns were setting because the enchantment of the Crown of Twilight suddenly activated, replenishing his spent essence. I need to get back to the surface. It was easier said than done, though. The system of caves was not too vast, but he had to move with extreme caution. There was no need to thoroughly scout the caverns to know that there were indescribable horrors hiding in their darkness. Indeed, not long after, he met a creature that tested his ability to remain composed. Even then, Sunny managed to flee with his life, but not before losing several chunks of flesh and most of the skin on his left arm. He persisted. Covered in blood, tired, he and Nightmare continued searching for an exit from the caverns. Eventually, Sunny felt the approaching dawn. And before he knew it, I feel. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened. He was standing on the deck of the chainbreaker, surrounded by mist. What? He was back to the start. Even though he had not died, the time still reversed, and was now repeating itself. A stunned expression appeared on Sunny's face. Did I reach the end of the loop? He felt certain that he had. The loop only encompassed a single day. Chapter 14:19 Mother of Learning. Chapter 14:19 Mother of Learning. Looking into the swirling mist, Sunny let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt tired. Or rather, not so suddenly. Time was repeating itself inside the loop, and while his body was restored to its initial condition at the start of each revolution, mental exhaustion remained. The Chainbreaker had just landed on the shore of Windflower, but Sunny himself. He had already spent an entire day on highest alert, in constant tension, playing a lethal game of cat and mouse with dreadful abominations. And that was after dying miserably several times in a row. Of course, he felt tired. Frowning, Sunny went about the usual routine of asking Cassie and Nephice to wait, then riding Nightmare into the mist to find Jet. Then, he brought her back to the Chainbreaker and explained the nature of Windflower to the members of the cohort once again. Things were getting repetitive. If there was one constantly changing thing about the time loop, though, it was the Sin of Solace. The Sword Wraith had all kinds of hateful comments to whip him with, coming up with new ones in every revolution. Sunny was almost glad to have some variety, even if it was both infuriating and hurtful. After settling the matters on the beached ship, Sunny ventured to find Effie for the second time. However, he failed again. Sunny did not even make it to the Dark Chasm. He was killed by undying slaughter while searching for Jet. The next time, he fell prey to a horrid creature that resembled an unholy hybrid between a centipede, a scorpion, a human, and a praying mantis. That happened soon after leaving the Bone Garden. Then, he managed to reach the chasm once again. Instead of climbing down into its perilous darkness, Sunny tried to fly to the other side by turning into a crow. Halfway across, he heard a quiet rustle, and something dove at him from above. The next moment, he was back on the deck of the Chainbreaker again. During the attempt after that, he was caught by the enormous abomination that devouring beast had consumed near the tower in one of the previous revolutions, dissolving in the viscous acid. Sunny only managed to growl a hoarse curse. Then, his words were replaced by agonized screams. Back on the Chainbreaker, Sunny grabbed the railing and lowered his head. His expression was dim. This island was starting to get on his nerves. While Nephice and Cassie were talking about the guiding light, he stood still, trying to throw the ghastly memories of his latest death out of his mind. Even though Sunny was not a stranger to pain, and even dying, it was not that easy to do. Suddenly, he was not sure that his previous boasts were substantiated. A few years of this? The Sin of Solace might have been closer to the truth. Shaking his head, Sunny sighed and looked at his companions. After hesitating for a while, he still convinced them to hide and wait for his return. He was confident in his ability to bring Jet to the Chainbreaker, at least. Sunny knew where exactly she would be at what time, by now. He also knew where approximately Undying Slaughter would be. It was not too hard to time his actions correctly. I only have one day. Timing was not an issue just yet, but he would need to find the fastest and most efficient way of going through the motions of escaping Windflower eventually. For now, Sunny still needed to observe, discover, and memorize more details. But, he was getting tired. If we don't manage to flee this hell soon, I'll have to start seriously considering my mental wellness. It was funny to even think about mental wellness, considering where he was and what was happening to him, but it was a serious issue. Sunny had to care for his mind. Right now, he was enduring blow after blow without giving himself time to rest and recover. Eventually, he would have to slow down and give himself a chance to catch his breath, in order to last longer before going insane. Not yet, though. Sunny found Jet and whisked her away before Undying Slaughter had a chance to catch up to her past self. Returning to the Chainbreaker, he gave his usual speech and departed once again in search of Effie. He reached the Bone Garden and turned inland. He avoided the horrid mantis. He gave the slip to the giant octopus-like monstrosity, and even escaped from devouring beast without being noticed. Riding past the lonesome tower, he dove back into the misty forest and successfully avoided being killed by the nightmare creatures waiting for him there. Eventually, Sunny reached the chasm again. Hiding beneath a tree, he looked somberly at the mist above. He still had no idea what kind of flying horror killed him the last time he tried to cross the chasm. The creature had never attacked him in the forest, but since there was nothing to hide him while traversing the chasm by air, the risk was too great. Climbing down again was also a bad idea. The legion of black millipedes hiding at the bottom of the deep canyon was too dreadful of a foe. Knowing what to expect, Sunny might be able to escape from them. But then again, he might also be either eaten or chased into the caves. Well, they can all go to hell. Summoning Morgan's warbow, he wrapped one of his shadows around the arrow and sent it flying across the chasm. The arrow pierced the mist as fast as lightning and sank into the trunk of a tall pine tree on the other side. Actually, it cut a few of those trees down, and only stopped after piercing the fourth or fifth one. The shadow glided down the trunk and reached the ground. Dismissing Nightmare, Sunny used Shadow Step and appeared on the other side of the chasm, unharmed. There. Eat that, bastards. It was not the strongest creature that survived, but the most adaptable. And although Sunny was not that strong among the prisoners of Windflower, he was nothing if not resourceful. Grinning darkly, he summoned Nightmare and jumped into the saddle. Did it only seem that way, or had the radiance of the guiding light become a little brighter? Stay alive, Effie, Chapter 1420 Unexpected Complications. Chapter 1420 Unexpected Complications. On the far side of the island, the misty forest was less thick. The trees stood further apart from each other, and were not as tall as in the other areas. The ground, however, was more rocky and uneven. It rose and fell, forming steep hills and deep ravines, not that it mattered. Usually, terrain like that would make it hard to see a potential enemy in advance, increasing the risk of walking into an ambush. But with the damned fog veiling everything around, why did it matter? Every kind of terrain was just as bad here. Sunny still commanded Nightmare to slow down, afraid to encounter another chasm and plummet down without ever having a chance to stop. Flying through a thick forest at breakneck speed was already thrilling enough, and he really didn't want to fall into a nest of monstrous millipedes due to the lack of caution. Riding the black steed through the mist, Sunny held the guiding light high and followed its shine. His breathing was heavy. Just a few minutes ago, he had fought a corrupted monster and killed it. The creature had almost sent him into the next revolution. It was not particularly strong, as far as corrupted abominations went, but rather insidious. Its camouflage was good enough to make Sunny unaware of the imminent attack right until the moment thick roots sprouted from beneath the ground, and a rotten tree that he had been riding past suddenly moved to envelop him with creaking branches. If not for Shadow Step, Sunny might have been caught, swallowed, and digested by the creature without being able to put up any resistance. Since he managed to escape its grasp, though, a short and violent clash followed. The abomination looked like a monstrous tree and was as resilient as a tree. It had no organs to destroy and no blood to spill. Even after cutting it down, Sunny had to summon the cruel sight and burn it with divine flame. Only when all the branches, the rotten trunk, and the roots of the monster had turned to ash did the spell announce a kill. Slaying that thing had been a lot of work, but Sunny was still satisfied with the result. At least he learned that there were normal nightmare creatures on Windflower. If he had to face another great abomination, his patience would have run thin. I feel like I'm not far from the edge of the island, now. If so, Effie couldn't be too far away. Unless she was not on Windflower. Frowning, Sunny jumped to the ground, allowed Nightmare to turn into a shadow, and continued forward on foot. Now that he was so close, his heart was heavy. Dark thoughts creeped into his mind. What if he finds Effie, only to discover that he was too late? What if what he finds is her mangled body? Sunny was not sure that he would be able to endure something like that. At least not without something inside him breaking. Cresting another hill, he spent some time searching for a way down, and then slid down the wet moss. At the foot of the hill, he used a pile of rocks to stop himself, sending a few of them flying. Then, Sunny looked up. It was then that he noticed a vague shape in the mist. And it seemed to notice him. Almost before Sunny could react, something shot in his direction with astonishing speed. Cursing, he barely dodged the flying object. It hit the slope of the hill behind him, pierced the thin layer of soil, and struck the bedrock beneath. The impact was so severe that it produced an explosive shockwave. A moment later, pieces of rock, dirt, and moss rained on him like hail. Sonny was already moving to attack, but then froze. The thing that had flown past him was now embedded deeply into stone, trembling. It was a strange-looking spear with a shaft of gray wood and a long spearhead of deep crimson color. Since its passage had torn the veil of mist, he looked forward and saw the vague figure clearly. In the next moment, his eyes widened. Effie? What the hell? You almost killed me. She stared at him in shock, too. Doofus? What the, Wyon, how are you here? Indeed, it was ascended raised by wolves, Huntress Athena. She looked a bit more tan and wild than usual, covered in dirt and scratches, but there was no mistake. The dewy olive skin, the perfectly sculpted, lean muscles, the tall and beautiful figure, the long brown hair. Effie was not clad in her transcendent armor, instead wearing a crude garment made out of something that looked like shark skin. And there was something different about her. Gradually lowering his gaze, Sonny answered. How else? I came on a ship. He stuttered and grew silent. His mind was momentarily blank. Ha! There was indeed something different about Effie. Her entire build was different, or rather, certain parts of it. Her already generous figure had become even more outstanding, but much more glaringly than that, her belly was round and protruding forward, so much so that she was supporting it with a hand. Just how much did she eat? Gods, that gluttonous woman. Sonny's mind was refusing to work properly. No. The reason for why Effie's belly looked so large had nothing to do with eating too much food. But it couldn't be. Suddenly, he remembered a small remark that Jet had made while describing their lives as river nomads. Oh, and we fought plenty of nightmare creatures. Well, I did, at least. He had not paid it attention before, but now, it seemed strange. Why would Jet say that she was the only one who had fought a lot of abominations? Staring at Effie's round belly, Sonny finally realized why. By then, his eyes were as wide as saucers. Effie! Why are you pregnant? She stared at him in bewilderment, then glanced down and suddenly flinched. What? When did this happen? Effie's voice sounded frightened and shocked. Then, she gave him a mischievous glance and suddenly burst with laughter. When her bright laughter died down, Effie coughed and looked at Sonny with a sheepish smile. Sorry. It was a joke. Why am I pregnant? Well, how do I explain? You see, Sonny, when a man and a woman love each other very much, Chapter 14:21 Joy of Life. Chapter 14:21 Joy of Life. 14:21 Joy of Life. Sonny was so dumbfounded that he found himself listening passively as Effie gave him the talk about the birds and the bees, her face absolutely straight. In the middle of it, he was suddenly shaken awake and pointed an accusing finger at her. No. That's not. I mean. I know how this stuff works, damn it. What I mean is how. Since when? Who's the father? Effie stopped talking and looked at him with a grin. Then, supporting her belly with one hand, she wobbled past him and pulled her spear out of the stone. Leaning on it, she sighed and shrugged. I think we already ascertained how. As for since when, should be since 5 months ago? Somewhere around that. She patted him on the shoulder and added. Oh, and I'm glad to see you too. Sonny froze for a few moments. 5 months? 13 had already passed since the start of the nightmare, but for Effie, it had been only 2. Which meant that she had already been pregnant during their journey through the White Desert, the Battle of the Black Skull, and most of her time in Antarctica. But not all of her time in Antarctica. Suddenly, he slapped himself on the forehead. I'm such an idiot. A flood of memories surfaced in his mind. All the signs had been there. He should have noticed it much sooner. Back when the cohort traveled across the chain island, Effie had been acting strange. Her appetite had been unstable, and her choice of snacks had been odd, which would have been normal for any other person, but not for the gluttonous huntress. He had even teased her for suffering from motion sickness aboard the Chainbreaker. In hindsight, that sickness had nothing to do with the motions of the flying vessel at all. There were other hints, as well, like Effie hesitating for a while before refusing Beastmaster's offer to take her back to the waking world and leave the rest of the cohort behind. If Sunny had been more attentive, he would have realized that the Effie he knew would not have needed any time to think. She had lingered with the answer because she had been considering not just her fate, but also that of her unborn child. Ah! A child. Just thinking this word is weird. He covered his face with a hand for a moment, then forced out a few words. Yeah. I'm glad to see you as well. Of course. His mind was still in turmoil. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then added weakly. So? I am going to be Uncle Sunny soon? Hearing him say that, Effie grinned. Her voice was warm. I think you mean Uncle Doofus. But her words were not. Sunny stared at her in outrage. What Uncle Doofus? Don't you dare corrupt my precious nephew, or niece, with your nonsense. There was so much they needed to discuss, like how Jet was already safe, and how to get back to the Chainbreaker, the dangers of Windflower, the time loop. But Sunny was still stuck on Effie. Effie, the famed huntress raised by wolves, being with child. How had it even happened? I mean, I know how, and she's a perfectly healthy young woman, stupidly attractive, too, but still? Still. He stared at her, then suddenly frowned. Wait, which bastard knocked you up? Do I need to beat him up? His eyes widened again. Wait, do I need to beat Kai up? Effie remained silent for a few moments, then laughed. Gods, Sunny. Relax. Kai is not the father. Sunny did, indeed, relax a little. He felt a strange mix of relief and disappointment, both emotions glaringly irrational. What the hell? Did I want Kai to be the father? Shaking his head in bewilderment, Sunny lingered for a bit, then asked within exhaustion. So who is? She smiled. If you must know, he's just someone I got to know in Antarctica. A very nice guy, from the evacuation army. We met by accident, and, well, one thing led to another. You know, war, adrenaline, the exhilaration of having survived another day, the fear of impending death, all these things make one want to feel alive. As alive as possible. Effie had always been a physical person, and one that rejoiced in her physicality precisely because it had been denied to her prior to becoming a sleeper. Chained to a wheelchair, she had been a prisoner of her own body for most of her life. So, she exulted in being healthy and able ever since the spell had given her a chance. So, Sunny could see how Effie would have let passion take over in the middle of a disastrous war. Still. He shook his head. What's his name? She suddenly coughed. Sunny's frown deepened. What's with that reaction? Effie hesitated for a moment, then looked away. That. I don't know. Sunny stared at her, scandalized. Effie. His voice was full of disbelief and astonishment. She raised her hand defensively, a rare look of embarrassment appearing on her face. Hey. It's not what you think. I know this guy very well. He is really a nice and upstanding guy. He's a local of Antarctica, but went through the campaign in the Antarctic Center with the 1st Evacuation Army. He was wounded in Falcon Scott and shipped east with the other injured soldiers during the last round of evacuations. That's how we met, actually. I was visiting one of my wounded subordinates in the hospital, and he was being discharged. Sunny felt a little relieved. At least she actually seemed to like the Basta, the guy. And he was from the 1st Evacuation Army. Sunny might have even met him. So how come you don't know his name, then? Effie coughed again. That's his flaw, actually. He was a sleeper, back then. By now, he must have already awakened. Her face suddenly fell, and after a short pause, she added quietly. Or died. I don't know. Sunny was suddenly speechless. A sleeper, from the Antarctic Center, whose flaw is that his name can't be remembered? So the bastard who know, the father of Effie's child was the young soldier who had been infected with the nightmare spell in Sunny's refugee convoy? So he had delivered the scoundrel to her doorstep with his own 2 hands? Sunny was happy to hear that the nameless sleeper had been evacuated from Falcon Scott and survived, actually. But at the same time, I am definitely beating him up once I'm back. Sunny was preoccupied with his own emotions, but noticing Effie's forlorn expression, he pushed them down and took a deep breath. They had entered the nightmare not long before the winter solstice. So, by now, the nameless sleeper was indeed either an awakened or dead. Much more likely dead, considering the state they had left Antarctica in. But that was not what she would want to hear. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then forced out a smile. Oh, that guy? Bah! I know him. Don't worry too much, he's not that easily killed. I'm willing to bet that he's perfectly fine, even. We traveled 3,000 kilometers together, after all, and I personally gave him literally hundreds of soul shards to saturate his core. One could even say that I practically raised him. Will a sleeper I raised go and die without asking my permission? No, he would be too afraid. Effie looked at him for a while. Slowly, the sad expression disappeared from her face, and a faint smile appeared on it instead. Noticing that smile, Sunny frowned. What? I know that you're thinking about something inappropriate again, cut it out. She shook her head and giggled. No. I was just thinking, since you say that you raised him, it should be Grandpa Doofus, then, not Uncle. Right? Sunny blinked. His expression froze. His heart skipped a beat. What Grandpa Doofus? Like hell. Take it back. This evil woman. Chapter 1422 The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer Sunless and His Valiant Companions in the Evil Pyramid of Ancient Dread, Abridged, Volume by. Chapter 1422 The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer Sunless and His Valiant Companions in the Evil Pyramid of Ancient Dread, Abridged, Volume 6. After the initial shock of their meeting subsided, Sunny and Effie slowly headed deeper inland. Sunny was retracing his steps, while Effie had never been this far into the misty forest before. Most of her time on Windflower had been spent hiding from a ferocious nightmare creature that dwelled on the shore. She had ventured out in search of Jet eventually, but found Sunny instead. He was still reeling from the fact that the vivacious huntress was with child, and that the father was a sleeper who had once been under his command. That was a lot to digest and come to terms with. It also changed a lot. No wonder Jet said that she was the only one who killed plenty of enemies. Effie still possessed her strength and resilience, and Sunny was still benefiting from being augmented by her ascended ability, but the huntress was in no state to fight. Her condition not only made her slower and less agile, but was also too delicate for the kind of physical strain a battle entailed. What battle? She couldn't even ride Nightmare, so they had to walk at a painfully slow pace. That's a problem. Now that Effie was with him, Sunny could not cross the chasm in the same manner he had done it the first time, which meant that they would have to go around it. Added to their already lacking speed, the chance of making it to the other side of the island before the revolution ended was low. He could not run from the nightmare creatures inhabiting the forest either. It had been possible when Sunny was free to use Shadow Step, but the only person who could accompany him into the embrace of shadows was Nephice. With Effie, he had to stay grounded in his tangible form. Suddenly, the misty expanse of the hellish island seemed infinitely vaster and more dreadful than before. However, Sunny kept these thoughts to himself. So, we spent a nice, relaxing month drifting downstream on the corpse of a great monster while it was being slowly devoured by a swarm of horrid abominations. Sounds ghastly, I know, but it was actually sort of peaceful. Well, anyway, in the end, I had to turn into a colossal sea serpent and kill another, even more colossal sea serpent. He turned out to be the former king of Twilight. Effie stared at him silently. But that Dusk, whom I had killed before, turned out to be Cassie. That's right, she has been living the sweet life in a beautiful palace all that time. Talk about being lucky, huh? So, we repaired the ship in Fallen Grace and sailed to kill a different Sybil. That one, I had not killed before. She was a corrupted tyrant, too, but Cassie went and finished her off in one strike. What the hell, I felt so embarrassed, it would have probably taken me at least 1.5 strikes, you know? The Huntress took a deep breath. So, congratulations. Now you know that you have an evil twin from the future. And your transformation ability is to become really tall. As if you aren't tall enough already. Right, Jet's evil twin is also here, and she's even less pleasant. If it wasn't for the time loop, I would have been dead because of her. Sunny paused for a few moments, then nodded. Yeah. I think that covers right about everything. Looking at Effie, he noticed that her expression was blank. He raised an eyebrow. Did I not explain about the time loop well enough? I know, it's weird. The Huntress slowly shook her head. No. I get it. But, Sunny, do you mean to say? Her eyes were suddenly flashed with annoyance. That I've been pregnant for more than a year? Huh? Now, it was his turn to have a blank expression. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Everything I said, and that's your only question? Effie shook her head furiously. No, but you don't understand. Do you think being pregnant is fun? Do you think it feels great? 9 months is already bad enough, but it has already been more than a year, and I'm barely half done. She rubbed her back with an aggrieved expression and pierced him with an angry look. Sunny blinked. What are you getting angry at me for? It's not my fault. Plus, it has only technically been that long. From your perspective, those additional months do not even count. Effie opened her mouth, then closed it again. That's even worse. Then, she stopped, leaned on her spear, and let out a long sigh. I'm hungry. Sunny was stunned. He was perplexed. Women. Shaking his head, he summoned the covetous coffer and produced some food from it. Effie's eyes glinted when she saw fruit, bread, and cheese. Grabbing a handful of grapes, she sent them into her mouth. Oh. Oh, gods. This is it. You can't imagine how sick I was of seaweed and fish meat, well, abomination meat. Sunny watched her eat silently. It seemed that Effie's already impossible hunger had become twice as dire. Now, even though there was a lot of food stored in the coffer, it was disappearing with a frightening speed. He had summoned Saint and Fiend soon after realizing that escaping the abominations was not an option anymore, so they were standing guard around them, joined by Nightmare. After a while, Sunny offered Effie the endless spring and hesitated for a few moments. Eventually, he said, It must have been hard. To survive the great river like that, unable to fight, or even protect yourself well, really. Both yourself and the child. The Huntress looked at him for a few moments, then shrugged with a smile. Yeah, sure, it wasn't easy. But Jet took good care of me. He lingered for a bit. So why did you do it? Effie raised an eyebrow. Did what? Sunny's voice was somber and serious. Why did you come to the Nightmare with us instead of escaping with Beastmaster? Her expression froze. Oh. Effie did not answer for a while. Then, she looked down and caressed her protruding belly with a distant smile. After a few moments of silence, she said in a subdued tone. Just, you know, the world is already falling apart at the seams. So, I thought, in a place like that, would this kid want to also be raised by a mother who abandons her friends? And the answer was no. Looking up, she put on a fake grin and shrugged. At least that's what I reckoned. Sunny studied her face for a few moments, then looked away and nodded. Then, he smiled crookedly. I see. So, you challenged the third Nightmare to set an example for your child. Okay. All right. Are you crazy? What kind of example is that? Effie laughed. When she answered, her voice was soft. A stupid one? In the end, they did not make it to the chainbreaker in time. Sunny managed to keep Effie safe, but the revolution ended before they even reached the tower. Coming to his senses on the familiar deck, Sunny looked into the mist and exhaled slowly. A stupid example, huh? Professor Abel might have been right. Humanity needed a little stupidity to survive. Tiredly closing his eyes, he lowered his head and sighed. This is going to be a very, very long day. Erdiel's note, pregnancy was kinda random. Effie shippers on suicide watch RN Chapter 1423 Lines in the Sand. Chapter 1423 Lines in the Sand. Today, I am not going to die. Sitting on the white sand, Sunny was staring at the crude map drawn in front of him. On it was Windflower, everything he had learned about the Misty Island, at least. The hidden bay where the chainbreaker had crashed served as the southernmost point. To its east were the Bone Orchard and the Hollow Butterfly. To its west were the hunting grounds of the Rotting Leopard. Undying Slaughter was straight ahead, to the north, and behind her was the Seeker's Tower. There were many more marks in the sand, of course. Sunny had marked the location of every nightmare creature he knew of, and there were plenty, many of whom had killed him at least once, as well as all the landmarks he had discovered. The millipede chasm separating the far side of the island, the abandoned port where the harrowing vine terror dwelled, the overgrown shrine that was like a nightmare within a nightmare, the inescapable lake which had turned red because of the gargantuan carcass floating in it, the deathly ring of black obelisks. There were all kinds of ways to die on Windflower. He briefly wondered if there had ever been a map that cost its creator so much suffering. The worst part is that it's nearly useless. One map was not enough to help him navigate the island. The nightmare creatures populating the fog did not stay in place, making his attempts to mark their locations pointless. Devouring Beast especially had a way of appearing in the most unexpected places due to her speed. The indescribable being that hid in the mist above the island was unpredictable, as well. So, what he had to do was to not only map every powerful abomination imprisoned on Windflower, but also map their movements. The drawing in the sand was only the starting point. Sunny had to mentally construct dozens more, each slightly different. Only then would he get a clear picture of where the most terrible nightmare creatures were at each moment of the loop, and know how to avoid them. That, in turn, would allow Sunny to chart the fastest path to Effie and back. The problem was that tracking the abominations was not easy. If anything, it was absolutely lethal. And Sunny did not just have to find each of the horrors once, he had to find them repeatedly at different times, all the while evading the rest of the deadly creatures. He had just started on the task, but was already feeling utterly spent. The mental fatigue that had accumulated in the process of exploring the island was finally becoming unbearable. Sunny couldn't even think straight. Drawing multiple imaginary maps was out of the question. I'm tired. He rubbed his face, feeling rather strange. His body was full of vigor and energy, but his feverish mind longed for sleep. Keep this up, and you'll really become the Mad Prince. Well, mad, at least. Gods know no one in their right mind would call a hideous worm like you a prince. Sunny turned his head slightly and stared at the Sin of Solace. He was too exhausted to even get angry. Who are you calling hideous? We look exactly the same, idiot. Shaking his head, he turned back to the map. At that point, someone's shadow fell on him. Looking up, Sunny saw Nephi's. He was startled a little. I guess I'm really out of it. Not only had Sunny missed the movements of shadows, he had not even noticed the quiet ringing of her silver anklets. This is a map of the island? Cassie and Jet were not far behind her. In the recent few revolutions, Sunny had worked a lot on shortening the time it took to rescue Soul Reaper and bring everyone up to speed. Now, it barely took him 20 minutes. Well, his companions were still full of questions, but he could tackle them gradually. Sunny had also discarded the habit of moving alone, at least for now, and was currently trying to involve the members of the cohort in challenging the loop. He nodded. Yeah. Picking up a stick, Sunny pointed to the southernmost mark on the map. This is where we are. Then, he pointed to a mark almost all the way north. This is where Effie is. Finally, he pointed to a mark near the chainbreaker and another one slightly above it. And this is where we need to go. Nephi studied the map for a few moments, deep in thought. Although she remained silent, Jet asked in a hesitant tone. Why don't we just beeline it to that glutton? Sonny shook his head. I've tried many times. But, it's too difficult. There are many great abominations between here and there. Even worse, undying slaughter and devouring beast are also wandering the forest. These two, they are the most dangerous creatures on this island, by far. Then, he looked at the map. But there is a cave system running below most of Windflower. If we can move underground, we might get to Effie in time. So, we are going to the nearest entrance to the caverns. There are nightmare creatures below ground too, though, so we'll make a short stop first. Jet stared at the map for a few moments, then nodded. With nothing else to discuss, they left the chainbreaker behind and set out east, heading for the Bone Orchard. Sonny walked just behind Nightmare, staring into the distance with an empty expression. He felt half asleep. Nephi studied his face with a hint of concern. She hesitated for a while, then asked, "Are you all right?" Sonny flinched and looked at her in confusion. After a few moments passed in silence, he smiled. "Sure. Just tired." Her brow furrowed a little. "How many of these revolutions have you been through, exactly?" He scratched his head. I don't quite remember, at the moment. About 30, I think? Yeah, somewhere around that. Sonny inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled. I guess we've been inside this nightmare for 5 months, now. Well, 14 months, disregarding the time storm. Time flies. Neff's frown deepened. She stared at him for a while, then looked away. Technically, it flows. While he was considering if that had been a joke, she lingered, and then added in her usual even tone. Maybe it's time to take a break. Aren't you treating yourself too ruthlessly? Sonny raised an eyebrow, surprised. Nephi was someone he would have never expected to say something like that. Wasn't she a person who treated herself most ruthlessly of all? A person who didn't mind burning alive endlessly if it meant reaching her goal. Looking ahead, he smiled. All right. If you say so, I'll find an opportunity to rest, soon. Sonny didn't add that if he was going to take a break, she would have no choice but to take a break with him. What shall we do? His smile widened, but then slowly grew dim. It didn't matter. She was not going to remember any of it, anyway, as soon as the next revolution came. Sonny would be the only one who did Chapter 1424 Do-It-Yourself. Chapter 1424 Do-It-Yourself. Eventually, they arrived at the Bone Orchard. The skeletal remains of the dead horrors towered above them, and the subtle sweet smell emanated by the hollow butterfly permeated the flowing fog. The members of the cohort looked around tensely, unnerved by the eerie scene. Sonny, however, had been to this sprawling graveyard many times. He walked nonchalantly between the bones, his steps hurried. Follow me. It's right ahead. Soon, the great monster revealed itself from the mist. Even though Sonny had explained that it was not dangerous, his companions still couldn't help but grip their weapons tighter. What the hell is that? Jet's voice sounded hoarse. Looking back, Sonny gave her a pale smile. Nephi and I call these creatures dark butterflies. We've seen another one in action, much further upstream. Needless to say, it's a blessing that the one in front of us is hollow. The four of them stared up at the gargantuan form of the great monster in apprehension. After a few moments of silence, Nephi finally asked, So, why are we here, exactly? Sonny lingered for a few moments. Since it's hollow, we won't earn anything by killing it, no soul shards, no memories. But its body is perfectly healthy. And it's a body of supreme quality, so, we are here to butcher it. White sparks ignited in Neff's eyes. You want to craft weapons out of its chitin? He nodded with a tired smile. Yes. A few pikes, I hope. If we succeed, the pikes won't have any enchantments, but they'll still be akin to supreme weapons. That should be of some help on this damned island. Sunny stared at the motionless butterfly silently, then sighed. Let's get to work, shall we? The idea to repurpose the body parts of the helpless great monster was not that deranged, provided that one was capable of rending its impregnable carapace. Sunny was by no means a master artisan, but knew more about blacksmithing and crafting than an average awakened did, mostly due to the brilliant Emporium. He was almost certain that they would be able to achieve success, even though it was going to take some time. But wasting some time here was also part of his plan. Neff had yet to replenish enough essence to use her dormant ability, which meant that Jet's wounds were still unhealed. Sunny did not want to enter the caverns before both of those things had happened. So, they camped in the middle of the bone orchard for a while. Luckily, this place was one of the safest on Windflower, perhaps because the hollow butterfly scent scared the other nightmare creatures away. Nephice and Jet simply rested and observed, while Sunny, Cassie, Saint, and Fiend were hard at work. Their target were the 6 legs of the great monster. Severing them was no easy task, but with the help of the 5 shadows and the augmentation of the Crown of Dawn, as well as a scattering of useful utility memories, the work progressed at a steady pace. Saint and Fiend, with their transcendent strength, were of great help as well. By the time Nephice had finally regained enough essence to heal Jet, the lower parts of the hollow butterfly's legs were laid out on the ground in front of them. They were still too large to be used as pikes, each at least 10 meters in length, so Sunny had to splinter and shave them down some more. Now that Neff could use her augmenting ability, everything went much faster. Eventually, there were 6 makeshift pikes in front of them, each crafted from chitin of supreme quality. There was also a bundle of crude javelins, and a pile of long splinters to its side. Looking at the collections of weapons, Sunny couldn't help but remember the siege souvenir, a javelin he had crafted from the remains of a corrupted abomination, then enchanted and used to kill a fallen titan. Sadly, there was no time for him to enchant the ones in a similar manner. One day was too short to create any kind of meaningful spellweave. Remembering the siege souvenir also reminded him of his battle with the ravenous fiend. The vengeful creature had used a crude sword fashioned from the tusk of an unknown nightmare creature back then. After thinking for a few moments, Sunny picked up a slightly curved splinter of the hollow butterfly's chitin. Its edge was sharp enough to serve as a sword, so he tossed it to Fiend. He also handed another piece of black chitin, this one flat and roughly circular, to Saint. Sunny had personally made it into a shield before. I think we are ready. As ready as they would be, at least in this revolution. Each member of the cohort, as well as Saint and Fiend, picked up one of the pikes. The javelins were divided between Sunny, Nephice, and Jet. Armed to the teeth, they threw one last glance at the motionless butterfly, which was now laying messily on the ground, serene despite being mutilated and deeply disturbing for that reason, and backed away. Sunny led the group through the labyrinth of bones, stopping from time to time to ascertain their location. Eventually, they had to climb over the spine of an especially large horror, and found a small space hidden behind it. There, the ground had been broken by a titanic blow, and a black pit waited for them, full of darkness. That's our way down. It was one of the entrances to the system of underground caverns that Sunny had found. Using Neff's golden rope, the Evertwine, which had once been earned by Cassie in her first nightmare, they cautiously descended into the pit. Soon, the members of the cohort found themselves standing on the rough rock floor of a natural cave, surrounded by darkness. Almost no light reached this deep down, swallowed by the mist above. However, none of them felt too concerned about it. In fact, they even felt relieved for finally having escaped the ever-present fog. There was none of it underground. Sunny had not mapped all the caves yet, but he knew the general location of where they had to go. Carrying the long pike, he took a step into the darkness inside. I hope we won't die here today, again. No, I know we won't. Chapter 1425 Cavern Terror. Chapter 1425 Cavern Terror. The caverns were a corrupted terror's territory. A corrupted terror. It had not been that long ago that Sunny would have shuddered from a mere thought of fighting a creature like that. He was still apprehensive, of course, but not nearly as much as a wise person would have been. An abomination of that rank and class was not something a lone master should have the ambition to kill, or a cohort of them, really. Sybil of the Fallen Grace, for example, had not only wiped out the entirety of LO-49 and the enormous battleship sent to rescue its personnel, but also almost ended the lives of Sunny, Neve, and St. Bloodwave at Falcon Scott. A corrupted terror was a walking disaster of chilling proportions. Of course, just like all people were not the same, nightmare creatures weren't either. One terror could be much more dreadful than another, even within the boundaries of a same rank. How one's aspect countered the creature's powers, or was countered instead, also played a large role. Sybil of the Fallen Grace, for example, had been a harrowing being even among terrors. She had also possessed an especially insidious kind of power, the power to twist minds and subjugate living beings. The creature hiding in the caverns of Windflower was entirely different. This terror did not possess powers that allowed it to play with its prey's mind. Neither could it destroy the prey's soul. Instead, it was viciously strong and covered by nearly impervious armor. Or maybe it was not nearly, but absolutely impervious. At least Sunny had not been able to break it yet. As for powers? He wasn't sure, but it seemed like the incredible toughness of the creature's hide was a part of them. Sunny also suspected that the very existence of the underground caverns had something to do with the terror. If not for the fact that time on Windflower only encompassed a single day, who knew, perhaps, in the near future, the whole forest would have been swallowed by the growing chasm beneath it. He could also imagine entire cities turning into ruin as they collapsed into the maw of devouring earth, continents, perhaps, given enough time. However, Sunny was not too tense about clashing with the cavern terror. There were two reasons why he felt hopeful about the upcoming battle. Firstly, the creature was clearly out of its element. Not only was it trapped on an island and surrounded by water, with no time to let its dreadful influence spread, but it was also without an army of minions. Things would have been much more dreary if the system of caves was flooded with hundreds, or even thousands, of lesser abominations with similarly tough bodies. The second reason was Jet. Her ability to ignore all forms of physical defense directly countered the most threatening trait of the powerful terror. As long as they lived long enough for her to deliver several strikes, they would win. The long pikes were meant to buy them that time. As the cohort moved deeper into the caverns, Sunny explained all these points to his companions. Nephice nodded, expressing her approval of the plan. It would be wise not to kill it too quickly, though. He looked at her in surprise. Why? She silently pointed to Cassie. Cassie needs a little time to gain knowledge of its attributes and powers. Even if we kill this terror now, we'll still have to face it again in the future revolutions. Her insights are much deeper than what any of us can learn from pure observation, so, with her help, fighting this terror the next time will be easier. She paused for a moment, and then added evenly. In fact, in your place, I would have brought Cassie with me everywhere. To learn about every abomination on this island from her. Sunny stared at Nephice for a while, then turned to Cassie. Actually, she's right. He had been dying over and over again, slowly learning more about the dreadful prisoners of Windflower with each death. Bringing Cassie along would have sped up the process dramatically, and even allowed him to learn things he would have never learned otherwise, and yet, he had not. Because it meant that Cassie would die over and over again, too. And while Sunny shuddered at the thought of being cruelly killed, watching his companions die was so much worse. Watching Cassie die was especially hard. Maybe because, despite the fact that the delicate blind girl had proven her strength over and over again, she was still the weakest of them. And he, deep down inside, he still saw her as someone who needed his protection. Cassie was quiet and unassuming, so it was not easy to keep her martial prowess in mind. Sunny sighed and lowered his head. I'll have to involve her, regardless. My progress is too slow. At that moment, they entered another large cavern. The darkness here seemed especially deep and oppressive, barely retreating from the light of their luminous memories. He suddenly sensed the shadows moving ominously behind the thick rock wall. Looking up sharply, Sunny lowered his pike and shouted. Right side. Prepare. In the next moment, The wall of the cavern to their right suddenly exploded, several tons of broken stone flying at them like an artillery shells. Sunny barely had time to dodge a slab of black rock when a massive shape revealed itself from the cloud of dust, already descending upon them. Curses! The terror resembled a giant, monstrous termite. Sunny could only see its massive head and an open maw, with saw-like mandibles protruding repulsively from its edges. Its head alone was almost as wide as the entire cavern, and it was flying at them with dreadful speed. The dark chasm of the creature's maw was like a cave itself. Sunny had perished painfully inside its darkness once or twice, so he knew that there was no escape from it. His eyes glinted furiously. Not this time, damn it! But at the same time, another, exhausted part of his mind thought. So what if I die again? I'm so tired. Chapter 1426 Pathfinder. Chapter 1426 Pathfinder. Before the terror could swallow them all, Nephice appeared in its way. Her pike was already pressed against the uneven floor of the cavern, supported by her foot, the sharp tip pointed at the approaching monstrosity. Her eyes were calm and full of resolve. A moment later, Saint was by her side. Sunny, Cassie, and Fiend were not far behind. Will it work? Before Sunny could even finish the thought, the terror plunged into the row of pikes. There was a deafening sound, and he felt a terrible force wrenching his arms. If not for Boneweave, his bones would have probably snapped and shattered into 1,000 fragments. Sunny had already increased his weight as much as he could, turning into an immovable monolith. Still, he was thrown back. Cassie had been flung back, as well. The blind girl twisted in the air and nimbly landed on her feet. One of the pikes actually broke despite the supreme material it had been made of, forcing Fiend to stagger back with a dumbfounded expression. However, Nephice and Saint somehow withstood the terrible impact. More importantly, the charge of the terror had been stopped, at least temporarily. The creature had only partially emerged from behind the broke wall, most of its revolting body still hidden from view. Neph's spike had become stuck between two of its mandibles, while the one held by Saint was pushed against the black, glossy membrane of its eye. And yet, there was still not even a crack on the impregnable chitin. Damn it! Even weapons crafted from supreme material were not able to break through the terror's armor, it seemed. However, most of them had not shattered from the impact, and the cohort was momentarily a safe distance away from the trembling mandibles. The pikes were doing their job. Rushing forward, Sunny put his whole weight into his own, joining Nephice and Saint. At the same time, he called upon the shadows. Tenebrous chains rose from the floor of the cavern and fell from its ceiling, wrapping around the terror to immobilize it. The terror snapped its mandibles, trying to break the pikes. Its massive body moved, making the black chains groan. Jet! Right at that moment, a black steed leaped over their heads. Landing on the back of the giant creature, it rushed forward. Its rider had already slid out of the saddle, the long pike held in her hands disappearing into the depths of the terror's body. The abomination shuddered and let out a terrifying, ear-piercing shriek. The chains holding it down snapped, and the giant insect-like horror tried to throw Jet off its back. But at that time, Neph's eyes suddenly shone, and the soft radiance of her skin was extinguished. At the same time, her pike suddenly ignited with incandescent light. Noticing it, Sunny sent the shadow that had been augmenting her body onto the pike, as well. The crude weapon finally managed to break through the enemy's armor, cracking it slightly. The damage done to the terror was not too serious, but it momentarily pinned it in place. That moment gave Jet enough time to catch the pike that Cassie had tossed into the air before Nightmare even landed on the creature's back. Soul Reaper did not waste any time, dashing forward and delivering another vicious strike. The creature shuddered once again. Visibly weakened and tormented by harrowing pain, it continued trying to resist, but it was already pointless. Staring at the terror, Sunny remembered his first meeting with Undying Slaughter and smiled spitefully. He knew better than anyone what the bastard was feeling right now. Kill it! Before too long, the battle was over. They actually managed to slay a corrupted terror without losing a single member of the cohort. The dreadful creature was dead. What the hell? It's so much easier when I'm not alone. Sonny winced and shook his head, perplexed by his own thoughts. What am I thinking? Of course it is, you fool. He was sitting on the floor, catching his breath. Nephice was massaging her forearms with a small grimace. Cassie had retrieved the guiding light from the sling on her back and was now leaning heavily on it. Jet had just jumped down from the dead terror's massive carcass. There was an amused smile on her face. What would you know? I received a memory. Sonny smiled weakly. Congratulations. He had earned a few memories himself inside the loop, as well as a fair number of fragments. Sadly, none of them remained. At the start of each revolution, the fragments were erased, and the memories disappeared as if they had never existed. The world was returned to its previous state, with no exceptions. Apart from the sin of Solace, and the wear and tear accumulating on both his mind and his soul. Jet stared at the giant corpse doubtfully, and then asked, should we dig out the soul shards? Sonny shook his head. No point. The carcass was too large. Retrieving the shards would take too long, and their benefits would be gone at the start of the next revolution, anyway. He let out a sigh and stood up. We should continue moving. There should be no more abominations until we leave the caves, at least on the route I chose. Once we reach the chasm, though, it's going to be a little rough. There are these millipedes, you see. Nephice, Cassie, and Jet listened to his description, their faces slowly turning a little green. Nevertheless, they followed him without voicing any objections. Getting out of the chasm had indeed turned out a little rough. Cassie had to sacrifice one of her echoes to buy them enough time, and even then, everyone ended up thoroughly wounded. The smell of blood attracted a few nightmare creatures in the forest, as well. Luckily, Sonny knew which paths to take, so the combined strength of the cohort was enough to fend them off. But they wasted too much time. It was already too late to try and return to the chainbreaker by the time they reached the northern edges of the island. Walking through the mist, Sonny suddenly raised a hand, signaling the others to stop. Then, he shouted. Effie! It's me, Sonny! Don't throw your spee! In the next moment, he cursed and hurriedly dodged to the side. A grey spear flashed past him and hit Saint's shield with a loud crack. The graceful knight was pushed back several steps. God damn it! Every time! Every damn time! Sonny raised himself from the ground and looked into the mist with a resentful expression. There, Effie stood, supporting her belly and looking at him with wide eyes. Doofus? She turned her head slightly, finally noticing the rest of her cohort. Bright joy flashed in her eyes. Jet secretly let out a sigh of profound relief. Damned glutton. I knew you'd be all right. Cassie lingered for a moment, then tilted her head slightly. Nephice, however, was frozen in place. Her eyes were strangely wide. Effie? Why are you? The huntress looked at her in confusion, then glanced at her belly and grinned. Oh. I guess you wouldn't know. You see, princess, when a man and a woman love each other very much. As she continued talking with a sincere expression, Neff's bewildered face slowly turned pink. Looking at her, Sonny felt delightfully vindicated. Chapter 1427 Unexplored Opportunities. Chapter 1427 Unexplored Opportunities. There was no point in trying to get back to the chainbreaker. The cohort had spent too much time traveling to the far side of the island, and there was not enough of it left. Which was not to say that this revolution was useless. Sonny had learned how to craft weapons from the hollow butterfly. Next time, he would be able to do it faster. He had also learned how to kill the cavern terror. Next time, he would be able to kill better. The same went for the several abominations they had fought in the misty forest. Especially due to the fact that Cassie had told him more about the nature and powers of those creatures. Some of the things he had already deduced, but others were a complete revelation. Every revolution brought Sonny closer to the goal. At least he hoped so. Currently, the members of the cohort were resting not far from the spot where they had found Effie. The huntress was greedily devouring the provisions from the covetous coffer, while Jet was trying to explain the nature of the time loop to her. Nephi still seemed a little dazed after learning of Effie's condition, and Cassie had silently merged into the background, like she always did. It was easy to forget that she was even here. Sunny, meanwhile, sat a little distance away, staring into the mist. Actually, it's a bit awkward. His thoughts were somber. Despite how much he tried to not let the nature of time on Windflower affect his mindset, he was still growing more and more reliant on the time loop. For him, this revolution was as good as done. They were not going to make it back in time, so there was no point in trying. Mentally, Sunny was already considering what to do next time. However, the situation was entirely different for his companions. For them, there was no next time. Even if they knew that time would repeat itself, it was not the kind of thing one could really make peace with. So, they must be feeling both strange and desperate about this sudden inaction. There's time to do something, I guess. Sunny closed his eyes tiredly. The overgrown shrine was not too far from here. So was the Blood Lake. It was not impossible to reach the obelisk ring, either. He had not thoroughly explored any of these places yet, and they could make an attempt. Of course, the reason for why Sunny had not been able to study these areas was because they were too deadly. He would make some progress if he took the cohort there, but only at the cost of their lives. Sunny had started this revolution with a promise to stay alive, so he was in no mood for dying, or watching his companions die. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Well, there's a couple safer things I've yet to try. Since Sunny was currently in the information-gathering phase of his vague plan to escape Windflower, there were plenty of options he had yet to explore. He summoned a memory. Soon, an ominous mirror encased in dark silver appeared in his hand, its surface like a pool of mercury. The Mirror of Truth. He had received this ascended memory of the 7th tier after accidentally slaying the fallen Titan, defiled Seeker of Truth. The abomination had practically fallen on his head during the joint battle in East Antarctica, and was killed by him out of pure luck. Its single enchantment allowed Sunny to gain 1 power of a being caught in the reflection of the Mirror of Truth, for a period of time. The memory would be destroyed after that. It was not hard to realize that this one-use artifact was uniquely suited for Windflower. After all, it could be used repeatedly here, once during each revolution. It was strangely fitting, considering that the island had once belonged to one of the Seekers. Sunny had yet to use it, though. Except for undying slaughter and the devouring beast, he did not know enough about the prisoners of Windflower to do so. And catching a reflection of those two without being killed by them was no easy task. So, currently, the reflection caught by the Mirror of Truth was that of Nephi's. She had picked up the memory once, back on the Black Island, and her visage still remained caught on the mercurial surface. Blindly trying to reflect abominable powers has been a problem before, but if I indeed involve Cassie, it can become feasible. This was a whole layer of opportunities he had to think about and explore. The enchantment of the Mirror of Truth was not limited to nightmare creatures, either. Sunny could temporarily gain the aspect abilities of the cohort members, as well. Neff's flames, Cassie's premonition, Jet's ability to destroy souls, Effie's Herculean strength. His tired mind went into a stupor from the sheer amount of intertwined possibilities. After a while, Sunny dismissed the Mirror of Truth and took a deep breath. There was another tool at his disposal that he had not used yet. The fragment of Shadow God's domain that he had received as a reward for mastering the 4th step of Shadow Dance. He had not experimented with it before due to the fear of wasting this powerful legacy relic. But now that Sunny was inside of the loop, was there a better place to learn what the domain fragment could actually do? He had been considering unleashing it for a while now. What stopped Sunny before was the desire to learn more about Windflower first. But he had already explored most of it, at least tentatively. Was there a reason to wait? Only one. He was exhausted. Sunny stared bleakly into the mist. The Mirror of Truth and the fragment of Shadow's domain. I'll try them next. But first, he really needed a break. Assessing these two tools would go much better with a fresh mind. Glancing at the members of the cohort, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, Do you guys want me to do anything specific once the next revolution starts? When was the last time he had a real day off, free to do anything he wanted, or do nothing at all? Even in the periods of relative calm, Sunny had always been burdened by the need to accomplish so many things. This time, he wasn't going to bother. He was just going to rest. A hint of excitement suddenly bloomed in his ragged heart. Chapter 14:28 Searching Reflection. Chapter 14:28 Searching Reflection. Sunny waited for a moment, then waited some more. He was back on the deck of the chainbreaker, surrounded by flowing mist. A slight tremor ran through his body. "I'm tired." He straightened slowly and stared into the fog. It was time for him to take a break, but Sunny wasn't even sure what he was supposed to do. His companions were just as useless as far as resting was concerned. None of them had given him a single good idea. Well, except for Jet. She had looked at him for a few moments, chuckled, and told him to take a good nap. Which was not a bad piece of advice. As a government officer who had always looked overworked and suffering from sleep deprivation, she would know best. That said, even though this revolution was supposed to be his day off, Sunny still had to rescue Jet. Relaxing while she was being killed by undying slaughter did not sound restful at all. He couldn't bring himself to even think about skipping this step. Glancing at Nephi and Cassie, Sunny walked over to Nightmare and climbed into the saddle. Neff looked at him questioningly. "Sunny? What are you doing?" He couldn't be bothered to explain things properly. "Leaving. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Until then, just stay here." Leaving the two bewildered young women behind, Nightmare leaped into the mist. As the familiar scenes flew past him, Sunny summoned the Mirror of Truth and studied the reflection of Nephi on its mercurial surface. After hesitating for a few moments, he activated the Searching Reflection enchantment. At the same time, he imagined a pure white flame and thought, "Soul Flame." A small crack appeared on the silver mirror. Suddenly, Sunny felt very strange. It was as if his soul, which had always been still and silent, was in motion, rolling, billowing, burning. It was not painful, just unfamiliar. Soul Flame, ability description: your soul burns with the purest of flames. That flame can both restore and destroy, and is both a blessing and a curse. How peculiar. Sunny had gained Nephi's dormant ability. It was then that he realized an important detail: possessing something and being in control of it were two different things. He should have expected that much, though. After all, it took him some time to learn how to use his own aspect. For the rest of the way, Sunny kept trying to manifest Soul Flame. As he did, more tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the Mirror of Truth. Judging by the rate at which the memory deteriorated, he could borrow a dormant ability for about half a day. He suspected that an awakened one would destroy the memory in a few hours, while an ascended one would not last for more than one. A transcendent ability might shatter the Mirror of Truth in mere minutes, while anything greater, perhaps just a few moments, would be enough. Still, it was sort of exhilarating. Eventually, a small black flame appeared on his palm. Sunny stared at it incredulously. "It's black?" He had expected to see the pure white flame, just like what Nephi's could summon. But it made sense. Soul Flame was just that, flame produced from one's soul. Nephi's soul was pure and incandescent, while his was lightless and dark. Sunny also felt that his black flame was much, much weaker than hers. It was reasonable, too, although the flame of divinity and the potency of his ascended soul fueled it, he lacked Nephi's lineage attribute, the fire. That attribute granted her unmatched affinity to flame and, among other things, empowered her soul. Also, Sunny lacked the innate resistance to fire it granted her. Ouch! He hurriedly dismissed the black flame when the skin on his palm started to blister. It hurt like hell. Sunny was no stranger to pain, but burning was up there with the absolute worst kinds of it. It was hard to imagine something more terrible. A deep frown contorted his face. As Nightmare dashed deeper into the misty forest, Sunny continued concentrating on his newfound ability. Eventually, he managed to summon Soulflame again, this time channeling it into his body instead of manifesting it outside of himself. This time, it did not hurt. His skin was suddenly suffused with a strange dark radiance. Concentrating it on his hands, he watched as the blisters on his palms slowly disappeared. Sunny had just healed himself. Wow! How nice would it be to be able to mend his own wounds? He shook his head. Where did Nephice get the audacity to call me a cockroach, even? If anything, she was the ultimate roach. He spent a bit more time experimenting with Soulflame and eventually managed to get it to empower his body. Augmented both by both the dark flames and the shadows, Sunny felt dire strength coursing through his veins. It was not quite as daunting as when Nephice shared her flame with him, but almost comparable. One curious detail of this augmentation was that it did not divide itself into 5 distinct parts, akin to his 5 shadows. Instead, it was a single massive flame which could be divided however he wished. Ha! Sunny imagined being augmented by his 5 shadows, all of the authentic Soulflame, all of the mirrored Soulflame, Effie's ascended ability, and the Crown of Dawn on top of that. Wouldn't that turn him into an absolute monster? Yes, it would. Sadly, Windflower was a place where even a monster like that was close to the bottom of the food chain. It's an option worth remembering, though. At this point, Sunny could already smell Jet's blood in the air. Galloping past the familiar trees, he noticed her hunched figure and reached down. Grab my hand. Jet looked up, her face pale and pained. It took her a moment to recognize his voice, and another one to shake off her shock. Not even understanding the situation completely, she reached forward. Sunny pulled her up. This time, however, he put Jet in front of him, instead of behind him. They ended up in quite an awkward pose, his hand pressed against her back and soaked in her blood. She grimaced. Sunny, you really know how to. He interrupted her. Make a girl squeal? Yeah. I know. Now, stay still. His bloodied hand was suddenly suffused with the dark radiance once again. And washed in that radiance. Jet's wounds slowly began to heal. It was nowhere near as fast and efficient as when Nephice healed people, but it still worked. And since Nephice was currently devoid of essence, that was more than enough. A dark smile appeared on his face. That should save me a lot of time in the future. No matter how many times the future repeated itself. Chapter 1429 Bedtime. Chapter 1429 Bedtime. Soon, Nightmare landed on the deck of the Chainbreaker. Sunny had been a bit distracted, so he was surprised to see that Nephice was pointing her sword at him. After a short moment, she let out a sigh and sheathed it again. Right. They didn't see us approaching because of the mist, and then something fast jumped out of it and landed on the ship. After the lackluster explanation Sunny had given them, both Cassie and Nephice must have been tense and uneasy for the past half an hour. You're back. Nephice started to talk, but then grew silent. She had finally noticed the bloodied figure sitting in front of Sunny. Jet used that moment to gingerly jump down and stretch. Horse riding is just not for me. Ah, I miss my PTV. Cassie seemed taken aback. Soul Reaper Jet? Jet nodded and smiled. One and only. Then, her expression darkened. Well, I suppose not anymore. For a few moments, everyone was silent. Nephice and Cassie were looking between Sunny and Jet, startled. He had already dismounted and was rubbing his face, a little spaced out. Sunny, you have already found Jet? He stared at Nephice for a moment, then nodded. Yes. I also found Effie. She's on the other side of the island, but we can't go there yet. Oh. Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast are also here. As well as a number of great nightmare creatures. Basically, everywhere you go on this island, only death awaits. All of it was news for Cassie and Nephice, and most of it was news to Jet. He paused for a moment, ignoring their somber expressions, and nodded. All right. I'm going to sleep. Don't leave the ship. Sunny headed for the hatch to the interior of the ship, but was stopped by Nephice. "Wait, if you don't mind. How do you know all this? What happened?" The corner of his eye twitched. "Windflower exists inside a closed loop of repeating time, and I have already lived through this day a few dozen times. I can remember the previous revolutions because of my cursed sword. The last time around, you told me to rest, so that's what I'm doing. I'm going to take a nap. Now, if you'll excuse me." He walked between the three frozen women and disappeared into the hatch. Finding his way to his sleeping quarters, Sunny dismissed his mantle and toppled onto his bed. His pillow had never felt so soft. "I'll take a small nap, just a few hours, and then explain everything properly." Closing his eyes, he instantly fell into the comforting embrace of sleep. The next thing Sunny knew, he was crouching on the deck of the chainbreaker, just as tired as he had been before. He waited for a moment, then straightened and looked around in confusion. What is this? Sunny was back to the start of the loop. His expression soured. What the hell? Did I sleep through the whole day? Or had something killed him in his sleep? Turning around, Sunny frowned and looked at Nephice. She met his gaze and said, "I'm fine. I can still put up a fight." He stared at her for a moment, then cursed and jumped into the saddle. Before Nephice or Cassie could say anything, the dark destrier had already disappeared into the mist. "I just want to sleep in peace. How hard can it be?" Sunny used the mirror of truth again, found Jet, and healed her. Returning to the chainbreaker, he dismounted first and looked at his tense and startled companions in exasperation. Before they could say anything, he raised a hand and stopped them. "Yes, I found Jet. Time loops on this island, so I have already lived through these events a bunch of times. Leaving the ship is too dangerous, so please don't. I am going to sleep. I might seem crazy and rude, but it was actually you who insisted that I take a break. I'll be off, then." With that, he nodded and used Shadow Step to disappear from the deck. 3 confused women were left in his wake. Falling on his bed, Sunny closed his eyes and sighed. Sleep. Then, he was standing on the deck of the chainbreaker again. Sunny straightened, took a deep breath, and bellowed. Damnation! It took Sunny 5 more revolutions to finally feel refreshed. Each time, he rescued Jet and went directly to bed, only to find himself standing back on the misty deck not long after. At least it felt short. In truth, Sunny must have slept until the termination point of the loop each time. On the 8th revolution, finally, he came to his senses feeling, if not well, then at least not bone-tired. His mind was clear, and his thought flowed freely without being burdened by the weight of accumulated stress. Must have been more exhausted than I thought. His recovery speed was already supposed to be incredible thanks to the Shroud of Dusk. Considering that it took him a whole week of doing pretty much nothing but sleeping to recover. Sunny promised himself not to underestimate the strain of reliving the horrors of Windflower over and over again anymore. Luckily, he had paused before his sanity collapsed. That said, his mental state was still delicate. Giving himself enough time to sleep was one thing, but he also had to go through some kind of positive experiences to counter the destructive effect of dying repeatedly in all kinds of macabre ways. What is supposed to come after getting a good night's sleep? Staring into the mist, Sunny pondered for a while, and then smiled. Actually, isn't it obvious? It was breakfast. Nodding to himself, he walked past Nephice and Cassie and climbed into the saddle. Both of them looked at him in surprise. Sunny? What are you doing? He looked down at his companions and lingered for a few moments. Then, he said, I have an idea of where Jet is. I'll go fetch her really quick. Meanwhile, though, I have a strange request. Turning to Nephice, he put on his most pleasant smile. Neph, it might sound weird, but can you cook up something tasty while I'm gone? Go all out. Use any ingredient you need. It's rather important that you don't hold back. She simply stared at him, a hint of confusion hiding in her striking gray eyes. guess I can. Sunny grinned. Great. Oh. Don't forget to make coffee. Wait, we don't have coffee. Tea, then. The best tea we have. With that, he commanded Nightmare to leap into the mist. It was time for him to be pampered a little. Chapter 1430 The Last Meal. Chapter 1430 The Last Meal. Sometime later, Sunny was sitting on his opulent memory chair in front of a veritable feast of all kinds of delicious food. Better yet, it was all prepared by Nephice. He was drooling from just looking at it. They were currently at the mess deck of the Chainbreaker. Sunny was sick and tired of the mist, so being away from it was already doing wonders for his mood. Because of the dimness of the outside world, the mess deck was illuminated by the warm light of luminous memories. The fragrance of his luxurious breakfast permeated the air. Nephice was staring at him with a serious expression, her confusion hidden so well that no one except for him would have detected it. You said that it was important, so I did my best. Sunny marveled at how endearing her seriousness was, then nodded and immediately picked up his chopsticks. Where to start? For a moment, he was lost for choice. But only for a moment. Soon, he was happily stuffing his face with several dishes at the same time. His table manners would make Fiend look like a gentleman in comparison. Nephice, Cassie, and Jet stared at him incredulously. After a while, Jet let out a long sigh and asked, Sunny, sorry to interrupt your meal, but aren't you going to explain what is going on? He stopped chewing for a moment and glanced at her briefly. I might. Then, he asked sweetly, Oh, can anyone pour me a cup of tea? The teapot was right there in front of him, but what was the point of being pampered if he had to do everything himself? Nephice blinked, confused. Can't you do it yourself? Sunny smiled. Considering that his cheeks had ballooned because of all the food in his mouth, his smile looked nothing short of ridiculous. I can. There were a few moments of awkward silence. Then, Nephice sighed and poured tea into a beautiful porcelain cup. Here you go. Sunny nodded in gratitude and chased down the food with a sip of the bitter tea. Ah, shame there's no coffee anywhere in this tomb. He was enjoying his break quite a bit. The other three, however, seemed a little concerned. After a while, Nephice cleared her throat and asked evenly. So, are you going to tell us what is going on or not? Sunny swallowed, took another sip of tea, and gave her a contemplative look. Well, you see. How do I put it? I just wanted you to make me breakfast. Neff's usually motionless face seemed to twitch a little. But he was not done talking. His voice turned grave. Because I don't have a lot of time left. I only have a day to live. She was suddenly pale. Jet's eyes widened. Cassie flinched. All three of them knew that Sunny could not lie. Which meant that he was really going to die. What? Sunny nodded solemnly. Yes. Sadly, it's true. I am going to die soon. It's inevitable, and none of you can stop it. So, I just wanted to spend a pleasant day with you, guys, gals. Anyway, this breakfast is a good start. There was dead silence in the mess deck. Jet was frozen still. Cassie seemed petrified. Nephice, however, slowly leaned over, raised a hand, and poked his face with a finger. Her voice trembled a little. He's not wearing the mask. Something fell to the floor with a loud noise. Sunny rubbed his cheek, blushed a little, and looked at Neff with reproach. Right. Now that we're past that, let's get back to food. It's getting cold. Saying that, he nonchalantly continued to stuff his face. A satisfied sigh escaped from his lips. After a few moments, he looked up and saw three beautiful women staring at him in stunned silence. Their faces were pale. Sunny sighed. What? Cassie did not move. Furious white sparks ignited in the depths of Neff's eyes. But it was Jet who broke the silence first. What do you mean, what? Do you expect to drop that bomb on us and continue eating as if nothing happened? What do you mean, you are going to die? Why? Who is going to kill you? How do we prevent it? It was probably the first time Sunny saw the infamous Soul Reaper Jet lose her composure. Well, disregarding the days she was crawling around their raft trying to eat him. But she had been much calmer even then. Nephice opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Eventually, she simply pointed to Jet. Cassie nodded. What Master Jet said. Sunny blinked a few times and put a confused expression on his face. I mean, yes? Do you expect me to let all this food go to waste? And I mean dying by going to die. A terrible nightmare creature is going to kill me. As for preventing it, there's no point, really. It is what it is. He reached for his tea and shook his head. I don't get it. Why are you guys making a scene? He basked in their comical expressions for a few moments, and then exploded with laughter. Oh, sorry, damn. I think I am starting to understand Effie better. This is really fun. Gulping down the tea, Sunny smiled and looked at his companions with mirth in his eyes. By now, they were thoroughly dumbfounded. He sighed. Listen. I did not tell you before, but this whirlpool is actually a whirlpool of time. Time moves in a circle on this island, meaning this day repeats itself over and over. They stared at him silently. What I mean to say is that all of us have been reliving the same day ever since arriving at Windflower. I'm just the only one who remembers the previous ones. I've died a few dozen times already trying to get us out, and I'll definitely die many more times before we finally escape this hellhole. His teeth gleamed in a cavalier grin. What, did you think that dying would actually kill me? Since his companions seemed to be having trouble with comprehending the nature of the time loop, Sunny explained it again, this time in detail. He wasn't hurried, and did not forget to thoroughly enjoy Neff's breakfast in the process. Luckily, Sunny already had rich experience of having this conversation, so he did it again with ease. His mood was quite good. When he was done, Nephice, Cassie, and Jet glanced at each other. After a few moments of silence, Nephice asked, So although you are indeed going to die soon, you'll come back to life at the start of the next revolution? Every time? Sunny nodded. Exactly. She looked down and took a deep breath. When she spoke again, her voice sounded strange. So what you mean to say is that, we can kill you right now, and you'll be fine tomorrow? Sunny scratched his head. I guess so. Although it's a weird way to put it. Nephice nodded, as if coming to a decision. Then, she looked at Cassie and Jet. So, we're in agreement? He has to be killed, right? Cassie and Jet nodded seriously. Yes. Of course. Let's not make it quick. Sunny blinked, this time out of sincere surprise. What? What do you mean, kill me? Jet smiled leisurely as she slowly rose to her feet. Why are you making a scene? We'll just kill you a little. For education purposes. Suddenly, a cold chill crept up his spine. Cassie and Nephice were standing up, as well. Wait a minute. This has somehow gone terribly wrong. It was just a little joke. Today is supposed to be my day off, okay? Don't do anything rash. A small smile appeared on Neff's face, with dangerous sparks dancing in her eyes. You don't have to worry, we won't rush. His 5 shadows observed the scene with a mix of disdain and pity. A few of them shook their heads dejectedly. Why are they so angry? After a moment, the shadows winced. Loud sounds of something heavy crashing into the floor resounded from the mess deck of the Chainbreaker for a while after the Chapter 1431 Tea and Dessert. Chapter 1431 Tea and Dessert. In the end, Sunny was not killed. However, he did receive a few bruises. Considering that his skin was not easy to bruise due to the marble shell, it went to show just how much his little stunt had angered the 3 women. Luckily, they calmed down pretty fast. Even luckier, Sunny had wisely finished his breakfast before drawing their ire. In the aftermath of his punishment, the mess deck was in complete disarray, and there was nothing edible left on the overturned table. The wrath of 3 infuriated masters was a frightening thing. "Ah! I don't get it, it was just a little joke." Rubbing his sides resentfully, Sunny stared at Nephi's, Cassie, and Jet. Of course, he was smart enough to keep these thoughts to himself. Otherwise, a few bruises would be the least of his problems. His companions, in turn, were staring at the surrounding mess. "We should probably tidy up." Cassie's voice sounded uncertain. Jet gave her a glance and shrugged. "Won't it tidy itself up at the end of the day? Everything will go back to how it was." The blind girl hesitated. "Still. Let's clean what we can now." Sunny was not really keen on cleaning on his day off, but he could always make Fiend do it for him. Before he did, however, Cassie suddenly said that he and Nephi should leave it to her and Jet. Neph was still suffering from the symptoms of essence exhaustion, while Sunny was supposed to be resting. So, the blind girl told them to go enjoy the dessert on the upper deck. Nephi seemed unconvinced, but Sunny was shaken. He remained silent for a while, then asked solemnly, "There's dessert?" After that, the two of them were sent out of the devastated mess deck. Soon, Sunny found himself sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, having an improvised picnic with Neph. There was indeed dessert on a cloth in front of him, as well as another pot of freshly brewed tea. Drinking hot tea while surrounded by the chilly mist was a special kind of pleasure. They spent some time in comfortable silence. Sunny was tired of having the same conversations over and over again, and Nephi seemed to be keeping her questions back. He let out a satisfied sigh. "This is great, what is it?" He pointed to one of the bowls, causing Nephi to glance at him. She lingered for a moment. "Just a simple fruit salad." "Sorry. I didn't have time to make anything fancy. Plus, the supplies we received in Fallen Grace are not very varied." Sunny tilted his head a little. "Are desserts also included in the Legacy Nutrition course? How strange." She coughed, then looked away and remained silent for a while. Then, Nephi suddenly stood up and said, I'll go brew more tea." With that, she disappeared, leaving him alone. Sunny stared into the mist, then lowered his gaze and looked at his hand. Soon, a black flame appeared above it. A few seconds after it did, his skin started to blister. And a few moments after that, Sunny winced and dismissed the flame. His slightly burned skin shone with dark radiance and slowly healed itself. Then, he summoned the flame again. His hand was burned once more. Sunny repeated the process several times. Each time, he couldn't keep going for more than a dozen seconds before dismissing the fire. Even if he consciously willed himself to endure, his instincts took over. "I wonder if I can get used to this." His expression turned somber. "I'm back." Nephi sat down, carrying a new pot of tea. Noticing the black flame on his palm, she froze for a second. "What is that?" Sunny made the fire disappear and smiled faintly. "I used the Mirror of Truth to copy your dormant ability. That is how I healed Jet on the way back." She contemplated for a few moments, then nodded. "Good decision." Looking at her with a complicated expression, Sunny sighed. "But I don't have your lineage attribute, so the fire burns me. It hurts like hell. I don't know how you do it." Sunny was almost constantly using his aspect. Even when there was no active threat, his shadows were always out and about, either serving as his eyes or augmenting his body. Many routine tasks were solved with shadow step and shadow manifestation. Nephi's, on the contrary, used her aspect as rarely as possible. She did not even summon its powers in most battles, relying solely on her training and skill. It was only when the enemy was overwhelmingly dangerous that she resorted to using the soul flame. But even then, it seemed like too much. The pain of her flaw was unbearable. She shook her head. "Says the man who has been killed terribly many times already, but has no intention of slowing down. Dying over and over again, reliving the same day. I don't know what I would have done in your situation. Sunny smiled. You say that, but come on. We both know that you would have seen it as a wonderful opportunity to fit more sword practice in your schedule. The corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. Maybe I would. She remained silent for a while, looking into the fog, then said with a hint of wonder in her voice. But then again, it would be strange and tempting to know that no matter what I do, there would be no consequences tomorrow. Maybe I would have done some things that I never dared to do before. Sunny stared at her in confusion, then frowned. Hey! If you are going to insinuate that I'm a pervert again, let me tell you that I'm absolutely innocent. I've not done anything inappropriate in any of these revolutions, nor am I planning to. He gave her an indignant glance, then suddenly grinned and added in a more subtle tone. Unless you want me to. Nephi chuckled and looked away. After a while, she said. I wasn't insinuating anything. But it is interesting where your mind immediately went, revealing, even. Sunny laughed. His day off was going better than he had expected. He was enjoying it quite a bit. Chapter 1432 Admission. Chapter 1432 Admission. Sunny and Nephi shared the desserts and enjoyed the tea. Their conversation flowed easily. Time passed slowly, but eventually, she rose and went to check on Jet and Cassie. Soon, the sound of her light steps faded away, and Sunny was left alone. He leaned on the trunk of the sacred tree, looking into the fog. His heart felt warm and at peace. But at the same time, Sunny could not throw what Neff had said out of his head. Do something that I never dared to do before? There were a few things he could think of. He sighed and stared into the distance. Sunny had complicated relationships with his closest companions, to say the least. Nephi, Cassie, and he, there was a mess of emotions trapped between the three of them. Most of the things they wanted to say to each other had been left unspoken for a long time. Especially between Sunny and Nephi. He hesitated. At this point, he would have to be a complete fool to remain blind to how he felt. Sunny shifted uncomfortably and lowered his gaze. His heart suddenly felt stifled. He grimaced, then brushed his hand across the wooden deck. Just say it. Can't you even say it? If he couldn't even say it now, then when would he? Wasn't he supposed to be the most honest person in two worlds? So why couldn't he even be honest with himself? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. I care about Nephi. No, that was not it. That was just being coy. He grimaced and looked up, at the swaying branches of the sacred tree. Sunny remained motionless for a while. Then, he took a deep breath. And thought. I love Nephi. His expression collapsed. It was true. It had been, for a long time. Sunny was not the most emotionally intelligent person, or at least he had not been before. If anything, his emotional development had been stunted, first by the rough life in the outskirts, then by the ruthless reality of the nightmare spell. Who had time to think about emotions when every day was a lethal battle for survival? So, it had taken him a long time to recognize the truth of how he felt for Nephi ever since the Forgotten Shore. In truth, he had already been in love with her before they reached the Dark City, hopelessly so, perhaps. And those feelings had not grown any weaker despite their many bitter disagreements. In fact, they were the reason why Sunny was so often infuriated with Nephi. If he felt nothing for her, he would not have cared either way. His feelings had not faded or disappeared despite the long period of separation either. If anything, they only grew more intense, almost becoming an obsession. To be stronger than her, to be equal to her. To be free of her? That was what he had claimed, but it was a lie. The indescribable relief, joy, and completeness he had felt when she returned to the waking world. The maddening fury he had felt when she unanimously decided to join Valor. The deathly terror he had felt when the Skinwalker snapped her neck. By now, there was no denying it. Whether through fate or coincidence, for better or worse, Nephice was his person. The only one there was, and would be, for him. More than that, Sonny was not blind. Even though neither of them had ever dared to say it aloud, he knew that she felt the same way. It wasn't that hard to see. However, there was a reason why both of them kept quiet. Too many reasons, really. He lowered his head and closed his eyes for a moment. It was not because both of them did not really know how to handle their feelings and were shy about such things. Emotions were terribly messy, and that was just on their own. But when there were other obstacles involved. Sonny and Nephice had different goals, and most of those goals were directly opposed to each other. Her pursuit of revenge against the spell left no space for something as frivolous as affection, or at least, in her heart, affection would always have to take the back seat. As for him, he had his reasons to stay silent as well. But maybe here in the loop, he didn't have to. How sweet. Sonny flinched and opened his eyes. The hateful sword wraith was standing in the mist, staring at him coldly. Ah, young love, well, you aren't wrong. I've been forced to watch you two circling each other fearfully for so long that it makes me sick to simply remember. At least you idiot finally admitted it. My, oh my. All it took was dying dozens of times. Sonny looked away. Shut up. There was no energy in his voice. The Sin of Solace grinned. So, what are you going to do now? Gather your courage and confess? Sonny threw a sharp gaze at him. So what if I do? The apparition laughed. Well. I wish you luck. Oh, there's just one problem, she's going to forget everything, isn't she? How cowardly of you. Seems rather unfair to the poor girl. Sonny gritted his teeth. The bastard was right. As much as he hated to admit it, the wraith was telling the truth. He hesitated, then spat. Then I'll do it after we escape the loop. Why, you think I won't? The Sin of Solace stared at him for a while, then sighed. Shaking his head, the sword wraith crouched and looked him in the eyes. Aren't you forgetting something else, though? Sonny frowned, unwilling to answer. However, the apparition did it in his stead. You're her slave, Sunless. She owns you. What kind of relationship do you think is possible between the two of you, as long as your bonds remain? Sonny's expression grew ugly. Angered, he looked away and uttered through gritted teeth. She would never use it. The Sin of Solace smiled. Oh? Won't she? How do you know? If there's one thing that this nightmare proves, it's that no one knows what the future holds. I mean, all your precious friends are right here, changed into corrupted monsters, going around slaughtering people. Even you are no different. Have you ever expected that Jet would brutally murder you one day? Or that Effie would satiate her hunger with your flesh? Funny that you are expecting Nephice to never abuse her power over you in the same way. The wraith leaned closer. After all, she already did. Sonny's mouth twitched. That was to save my life. And she swore to never do it again. The apparition laughed. But she already broke that oath. Sonny frowned, staring at him angrily. What are you talking about? That time when she begged me not to die? That hardly constitutes a command. The Sin of Solace was smiling. No. It was that time the drowned attacked the Chainbreaker. What did she say back then? Go, I'll handle things here. And then you instantly went into the water to fight the Leviathan. Sonny looked at him in confusion. What? I was going to, anyway. But the apparition's smile only widened. Were you? The mist was swirling around them, cold and suffocating. Sonny tried to remember how their first battle with the drowned had gone, exactly, and scowled. Yes, I was. Even if I wasn't, it was just a slip of the tongue. The sword wraith looked at him disdainfully. A slip of the tongue? Certainly, if you say so. Yet, can you imagine having a relationship with someone who can rob you of your free will with a simple slip of the tongue? How do you imagine such a relationship working? What kind of perverse partnership would it be? Are you really willing to be at her mercy, always and absolutely? The sin of Solace laughed. Gods! You are so odious. So loathsome. So pathetic. Tell me, is there a more pathetic thing than a slave who begins to trust his slaver? Sunny stared at him silently, not knowing what to answer. Eventually, the apparition chuckled, shook his head, then stood up and walked away. His dark figure disappeared into the mist, as if it had never been here. If you are, go and surrender. Sunny lowered his head. A dark storm was raging in his mind. Curse it, curse my flaw, and curse the shadow bond. I wish it had never existed. The cold mist swirled around his face, hiding it. The world was silent. Erdél's note: my homie Sin of Solace is the reverse wingman. Chapter 1433 Trying Something New. Chapter 1433 Trying Something New. Sunny remained under the sacred tree for a while, staring silently into the mist. The cold wind blew from beyond the island, bringing with it an insidious chill. The silence was only broken by the muffled rustling of leaves. His thoughts were dark. He did not know how much time had passed, exactly, when something seemed to change about the world. Sunny let out a quiet sigh and rose to his feet, hugging himself to preserve what little warmth remained from escaping into the fog. Looking down, he lingered for a few moments, and then said somberly, "So you are finally here." At first, there was no response. Then, the fog moved slightly, revealing a vague silhouette that had been hidden by its flowing veil. A wraith made of mist was standing on the deck of the chainbreaker, mere meters away. Her inhumanly cold blue eyes were gazing at him with no emotion. Sunny smiled darkly. No wonder it took me a whole week to catch up on sleep. Every time Sunny slept, he would come to his senses at the start of the loop. There were two possible explanations for why he did: either Sunny was sleeping for too long, or something killed him while he slept. He had assumed that it was the former. But now, he knew that it was the latter. His hands trembled and turned into fists. Of course. Why else? For dozens of revolutions, Sunny had been telling his companions to hide inside the chainbreaker and wait while he risked his life exploring the island. But who said that the ship was safe? Sunny had never seen Undying Slaughter find it. But today was also the first time he had remained on the chainbreaker for more than a couple of hours, awake. Curse you! A deep darkness shrouded his eyes. It meant that every time Sunny had left, thinking that his companions would be safe, the Mist Wraith discovered them. And killed them. Cassie and Jet had been killed terribly, over and over again, while he was gallivanting around the island. Nefs had been killed, too. Or had she been? Would he have felt if his master was no more? Would the spell have announced her passing? If Sunny had checked his runes, would he have seen her name grow dim and disappear? Staring at Undying Slaughter, Sunny gritted his teeth. I'll destroy you. As a bitter smile appeared on his lips, he took a step forward and added calmly, one day. The Mist Wraith moved. Not long after that, Sunny died. Sunny was crouching on the deck of the chainbreaker once again. Straightening, he looked into the fog. His face remained motionless. After a while, a sigh escaped from his lips. Well, I guess my break is over. He turned his head and silently watched as Nephice and Cassie discussed the guiding light. They had forgotten the events of the previous revolution, the conversations they had with him, the laughter they shared. Everything was now erased, and his companions did not even know that they had lost something. But he knew. On this damned island, only two beings remembered everything. Sunny, and the Sin of Solace. The wraith conjured from his own mind by the echo of Ariel's whisper. Looking down, Sunny pressed down on the wooden railing hard enough to hear it crack, then took a step back. This time, he did not mount Nightmare immediately. Instead, Sunny concentrated and summoned the runes. Something about his posture must have attracted the attention of his companions, because they both suddenly grew silent. A moment later, Nephi asked, "Sonny? What is it?" His gaze fell at the bottom of the field of runes. He remained silent for a bit, then answered calmly, "I am going to try something. I'm not sure what will happen, exactly, so stay calm." With that, Sonny took a deep breath and called upon the fragment of Shadow Realm. It was strange, the fragment was not a memory, and neither was it an echo or a shadow. As such, he did not really know how to make it manifest. A mere ascended tyrant's essence was surely insufficient to summon a piece of a god's domain into existence. And yet, somehow, Sonny knew exactly what to do. That knowledge was buried deep in his soul, as if he had always known. In the next moment, the world around them suddenly grew dimmer. Then dimmer, dimmer, and dimmer still. A strong gale rose, making Sonny's black mantle flutter. It was as though his figure was devouring all light, replacing it with an endless shadow. His eyes widened. Behind Sonny, Cassie shuddered. "What?" It was as though a tide of darkness flooded the world, rolling outward from the chainbreaker. The sacred tree instantly disappeared from view, drowned in it, as did the figure of Saint at the bow of the ship. The dark cliffs could not be seen a moment later. The darkness did not stop there. Even though Nephi and Cassie could not perceive it, Sonny could. Somehow, he felt the entire island being swallowed by the shadow he had unleashed, with all light becoming extinguished in an instant. Soon, it was as though they were standing in a lightless, black void. Only Sonny could see that the world had not really disappeared, it was still there. The sacred tree still swayed subtly in the wind, and Saint was still standing at the bow. The dark cliffs were where they had been a few moments ago. The mist still swirled and flowed, only now, it was like a liquid darkness. And he could feel. So that's what it is. The fragment of the Shadow Realm was, unsurprisingly, a shadow. A shadow so vast and ancient that his mind failed to comprehend its scale, so deep and unfathomable that his heart trembled in front of it. More than that, if Sonny wasn't mistaken, this inconceivable shadow was of the divine rank. It was lightless and black, but shone with the golden light of divinity in his vision at the same time. It was not alive, but it wasn't empty like the shadows of inanimate objects either. It did not belong to Sonny, and yet, he was connected to it, somehow. Even though Sonny had summoned it, he was, perhaps, not qualified yet to be its master. Chapter 1434 World of Darkness. Chapter 1434 World of Darkness. As Sonny stood frozen in the world of darkness, Nephi summoned a memory lantern and raised it, illuminating the deck of the chainbreaker. A small island of warm light appeared around them, however, it was not nearly as wide as it should have been, as if the lantern was struggling to push back the unfathomable shadow. Its light trembled pitifully. "Sonny, what did you do?" He lingered with the answer, then said honestly, "I summoned a fragment of Shadow God's domain. You must have seen it in my runes, it's a legacy relic I received." The fragment had already swallowed all of Windflower. Sonny could feel it, which was strange. As an ascended tyrant, he could control his shadows from around 20 kilometers away. However, the range of his shadow sense was much more modest, less even than that of his vision. How was it that he could vaguely sense the far side of the island? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then carefully extended his shadow sense. However, he did not extend it outward. Instead, he extended it into the fragment. In the next moment, Sonny yelped, staggered, and fell. Ah, hell! Before he landed on the hard wood, Nephi caught him. Suddenly, her concerned face was very close. "Are you all right?" He retracted his shadow sense, and stared at her for a few strangely awkward moments. Then, Sonny coughed and nodded. There was a salty taste of blood on his tongue. "Yes. I just overdid it a little." Supported by her, he rose to his feet and grimaced. "This domain fragment. I'm not sure what else it can do, but it definitely enhances the range of my shadow sense. To a degree where I can perceive everywhere on the island, at the same time, well, except for the tower. It seems to be shielded from view, somehow." Needless to say, that's not something that a human brain, even that of a master, is wired to handle. The sensory overload he had been blasted with was not something he wanted to experience again. Even though it was only like a minuscule fraction of the indescribable horror of using, "Where is my eye?" the strain was still too much for Sunny. And that was not even counting what he would perceive. There were all kinds of great and terrible creatures on Windflower, and witnessing some of them was dangerous in and of itself. Not to mention that more than one of these beings were capable of staring at him back. That said, Sunny was almost certain that he could be more precise with spreading his senses through the fragment. He reassured Nephice and Cassie everything was alright, and made another attempt. A moment later, his stifled scream traveled through the mist. In the end, it took Sunny some time, and a lot of cursing, to teach himself how to limit the scope of his shadow sense to a comparatively narrow area. The boon of this situation was that he could concentrate on any location on the island, meaning that he could observe all of it at will. He could also feel something else. As long as he remained in the unfathomable depths of the fragment, his aspect seemed to be enhanced. It was as if the ancient shadow was nourishing it. Sunny was not sure yet what this enhancement meant, but it had to be useful. As soon as he grew confident in not collapsing after extending his shadow sense into the dark distance, Sunny concentrated and searched for Jet. Soon, he felt her moving through the forest. Drops of blood fell into the moss, and a murderous wraith was pursuing her. How convenient. Jumping into the saddle, Sunny warned Nephice and Cassie to stay on the chainbreaker and sent his steed into the mist. The next hour went somewhat differently from how it usually was. The descent of the Shadow Realm fragment affected his companions enough so that their familiar reactions and thoughts changed, but overall, it was all the same. Sunny rescued Jet, healed her with the help of the Mirror of Truth, and returned to the chainbreaker. Then, he explained the nature of the loop to the members of the cohort. After that, however, Sunny had to make new decisions. Now that he knew that leaving his companions on the chainbreaker was tantamount to leaving them for dead, there was no other choice but to venture into the mist together, which was a moot point, really, considering that he had already decided to rely on teamwork more before his break. His goal of compiling a time map of Windflower had become much easier, as well, due to how far his shadow sense could reach in the boundary of the fragment. Perhaps the best thing about the fragment of Shadow's domain was that it existed independently of Sunny. It was not manifested from his essence, and did not consume it to exist. On the flip side, it was also not under his control. Although Sunny could benefit from being within a piece of Shadow God's domain, he had not magically become akin to a sovereign. There was an unexpected, but welcome side effect to his innate connection to the inconceivable shadow, though. It was that the rudimentary affinity to water that the Crown of Twilight granted him could spread through the fragment, as well. And since mist was made of water, Sunny found himself capable of influencing the fog. He could make it thicker, or push it away from a certain area. It was hard to say how beneficial, exactly, such an ability would be. But Sunny felt that he would find a way to use it to his advantage. Other than that, the most obvious advantage of the fragment was that Sunny could manifest it into tangible objects. Even though these objects were manifested with ascended essence, their origin was still a divine shadow. As such, they were much more powerful and robust than what he had been able to conjure up previously. Of course, using them burned a tremendously larger amount of essence in proportion. The last thing Sunny experimented with was dismissing the fragment of the Shadow Realm. Sadly, it seemed impossible. Just as he had expected, once unleashed, the fragment couldn't be taken back. Or at least he had no authority to do so. The only exception was the Shadow Lantern. Sunny discovered that he could hide the fragment inside the divine memory, but, strangely enough, he couldn't summon it back from it. Once the inconceivable shadow entered the gate of the Black Lantern, it was as though it disappeared forever. He was somewhat disheartened, but at the same elated. Armed with the fragment and the Mirror of Truth and supported by the members of the cohort, suddenly, Sunny felt that creating a moving map of Windflower was not as impossible of a task anymore. Without wasting any time, he got to work. He was going to find a way to escape this endless hell, and take his companions with him. Chapter 1435 Time Map. Chapter 1435 Time Map. Over the next few revolutions, Sunny repeated the same actions. He would summon the fragment of Shadow Realm, rescue Jet, enter the cave system below the island with the cohort, and slay the Cavern Terror. Then, they would proceed to the far side of the island, find Effie, and hide from danger until the end of the loop. Each time, the time it took to reach the northern edge of Windflower grew shorter, but it was still not nearly short enough. So, Sunny continued to study the island and perfect his time map. He kept the cohort safe, or at least tried to, and explored Windflower through Shadow Sense. He progressed swiftly due to how drastically the fragment extended its reach. Sunny already knew which places on the island were too dangerous to observe, so he managed to avoid drawing the attention of the beings who dwelled there. Apart from those horrors, the rest of the creatures imprisoned on Windflower were now like an open book to him. Or rather, somewhat like an open book. Although he could perceive the movement of their shadows, that unique sense of his was not a true replacement for sight. Nor could it replace the experience of actually facing the abominations. Luckily, Sunny had already done so in the previous revolutions. Combined with his already existing experience, Shadow Sense was enough to help him compile a map. He experimented with the Mirror of Truth, as well, to a varying degree of success. The second aspect ability Sunny tried to copy was Cassie's premonition. He judged that sensing a few seconds into the future would make him nearly invincible. However, Sunny was left disappointed. He seemed to possess the right affinity to use her ability with a high level of efficiency, but it was simply too strange. He had long been accustomed to perceiving the world from different points of view simultaneously. That was how he was able to scout through his shadows, after all. His mental ability was further increased by the Shroud of Dusk. However, suddenly perceiving two distinct, but moving and overlapping threads of time was just too much. The first time Sunny activated the premonition ability, he instantly got disoriented and fell to the ground. Simply trying to take a step was enough to paralyze him. Dazed and lost, he stumbled around blindly for a while, then deactivated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth and watched it crumble into pieces. His head was spinning. Perhaps Sunny could adapt to Cassie's strange way of perceiving the world, but it was not going to be a short process. His time was better spent exploring other opportunities. Neff's ability to control fire, on the other hand, was easy enough to master. Sadly, it was not very useful without her affinities and her soul flame. The same could be said about Cassie's ability to perceive the world through someone else. Then, there was Jet. Sunny had high hopes for her ascended ability, not because it allowed her to absorb fragments of shattered soul cores and improve her own, but because it removed the limit of how much her body could be enhanced by essence. Outrageously, his first attempt ended in one of the most gruesome deaths he had experienced in the loop. As it turned out, the ability to oversaturate her flesh with essence worked for Jet only because of her unique constitution, not quite dead, but also not alive. When Sunny tried doing the same, he was quite literally torn apart from the inside. He did not make the second attempt. Her dormant ability could allow him to absorb the essence of the enemies he killed, a useful tool, but not useful enough to sacrifice the Mirror of Truth for, at least not in their current situation. Her awakened ability, though, was extremely powerful. Being able to strike the souls of his enemies directly. It was hard to describe how much more deadly of a creature it made Sunny. Effie's physical augmentation wasn't bad either. However, there was one ability that outshone them all. It was Cassie's dormant ability. That ability allowed her to learn a lot about the aspects and attributes of awakened, as well as the attributes and unholy powers of nightmare creatures. Cassie had to be close to receive that information, but Sunny could rely on his shadows to serve as his eyes. He could even gain some knowledge purely through shadow sense. That allowed him to study the prisoners of Windflower infinitely faster than he had ever expected. Slowly but surely, his knowledge of Windflower grew. Armed with that knowledge, the cohort managed to kill the rotting leopard. They clashed and triumphed over the giant octopus-like abomination as well. They even learned how to destroy the swarm of black millipedes. The time map he had been trying to create was becoming more and more complete. There were empty spaces on it. Of course, for example, Sunny had never managed to learn much about the tower. There were a few places on the island that were too lethal for him to explore, as well. But he did not need to study them, anyway, because his goal was not the exploration of Windflower. His goal was simply to get to Effie and return to the Chainbreaker in time, then escape this hell and never look back. Nevertheless, the closer his time map came to completion, the colder Sunny felt. It was because he was growing more and more wary of the truths he learned. The purpose of creating the map was to track the movements of the dangerous nightmare creatures across the island throughout the loop. He needed to know about them to create the most efficient path to the far side of the island and back, to rescue both Jet and Effie and leave Windflower in the span of a single day. However, once Sunny had most of the information he needed, he felt nothing but dread, realizing that goal was utterly unattainable. Even the most efficient of the remotely safe routes was not fast enough to get him to where he needed to be. Even if he made Effie ride Nightmare, there was not enough time. With their current strength, and with the tools available to them, making a round trip across the island before the loop terminated seemed simply impossible. Chapter 1436 Heavy Burden. Chapter 1436 Heavy Burden. Sunny was on the deck of the Chainbreaker once again. He straightened and looked into the mist, his eyes sunken. Doesn't work, that doesn't work. Should we abandon the cavern's route? His bleak voice was quiet enough to not be heard by Nephice and Cassie. Although Sunny had been careful not to overwork himself too much again, the strain of surviving, and failing to survive, on Windflower was slowly getting to him. It was hard to keep himself from succumbing to hopelessness and numbness. Sunny had known many bitter defeats, but being crushed over and over again still burdened him. More than that, his mindset was slowly deteriorating into not caring about whether he lived or died at all. Why would he care if all that waited after death was another revolution, and then another, endlessly and without reprieve? If there was one thing that kept him grounded and served as an anchor for his sanity, it was the fact that watching his companions die was always an agony. Even knowing that they would be reborn in the loop did not ease the pain and desperation Sunny felt each time he miscalculated and led them to their deaths. If he was by himself, he probably would not have given up, but his focus and determination would have deteriorated much faster. He had to take the members of the cohort away from Windflower, though. Jet, Cassie, Effie and her baby, Nephice. That thought kept him motivated. He was the only one who could. Due to a random twist of fate, Sunny possessed a cursed sword which made him able to remember the previous revolutions. That alone placed him ahead of everyone else on the island. In fact, simply knowing that they had to escape was already half of the victory. It was just that the other half had turned out to be insurmountable. And it was hard to carry all that burden all by himself. No, the cavern route is the safest, which makes it the fastest. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. It's simple. Since nothing works, I have to explore more possibilities. The mirror of truth, that is the answer. I should make it reflect more nightmare creatures, but not beasts, and monsters, and demons. Only devils and those above them will do. Sunny was motionless, going over the collection of horrors stored in his mind. There were not that many beings on Windflowers that both fit the criteria and could be caught in the reflection of the mirror of truth without getting him killed. The cavern terror was one of them, the creature hidden in the port, as well, although escaping from it alive was not easy. Of course, there were undying slaughter and devouring beast, as well. But they were even more deadly. Suddenly, a strange disharmony entered his thoughts. Sunny frowned and tried to discover its source. What was it? Why did he feel that something was wrong? It took him some time to realize that Cassie and Nephice, who were supposed to be discussing the guiding light behind him, were strangely silent. Looking back, he saw that the blind girl had already used the sacred staff to determine where Effie was located. Nephice was studying the vague shapes of the dark cliffs. His frown deepened. It changed? Why? Sunny was sure that they had not heard him muttering to himself. Had he done something else to affect the usual flow of events, or failed to do something to keep it stable? I don't think I did, though. Sunny rubbed his face. Perhaps his posture or presence influenced Cassie and Nephice without him noticing? Sunny? He shook off his confusion and looked at Nephice. Yeah. I'm fine. Actually, there's something I need to do. Stay calm. I'll summon the fragment of Shadow Domain in a moment. The world was devoured by the primordial shadow once again. Sunny mounted Nightmare and left the Chainbreaker once again. He found Jet and brought her back once again. This time, he did not use the Mirror of Truth to copy Soul Flame and heal her right away, though. Although it was a little cruel to Jet, Sunny could not allow himself to waste the miraculous memory that way. Her wounds would be healed by Nephice in a couple of hours, regardless. Everything went as usual, however, when he returned to the Chainbreaker, the strangeness continued. The conversations seemed to be the same, but something felt out of place. It was only when they reached the bone orchard and started rending the hollow butterfly that he finally figured out what was wrong. Jet and Nephice were resting while he and Cassie were busy splitting the tough chitin on the great monster. And the blind girl seemed strangely distracted, moving slower than she was supposed to. Right. It all started when she failed to make her usual remarks about the guiding light. He had only noticed that Cassie was behaving strangely that late because she usually kept quiet while the others talked. Her subtle reactions, however, had been different from the familiar ones all along. What is going on? Sunny stopped what he was doing and stared at Cassie with a slight frown. Eventually, he asked, "Cassie? Is everything all right with you?" She froze, then turned to face him and lingered for a few moments. "Yes? I think so. I just have this strange feeling." He raised his eyebrow. "What feeling?" It was an ominous sign that their oracle was having a strange feeling. Cassie's premonitions were never trivial, and were usually the harbingers of terrifying events. But what could have triggered this premonition? Nothing was supposed to change on Windflower, unless Sunny was the one to change it. He waited tensely to hear her response, all kinds of dreadful theories flashing in his mind. However, when Cassie finally answered, all those thoughts disappeared, replaced by stunned silence. She shrugged. "It's nothing serious. I just can't get rid of this feeling of deja vu." Sunny stared at her without saying anything. Deja vu? Wasn't that how he himself had first come to recognize the twisted nature of time on Windflower? He blinked. Was Cassie becoming aware of the loop, too? Chapter 1437 One Pebble. Chapter 1437 One Pebble. Throughout the rest of the loop, Cassie continued to be a little off. The changes were subtle, but Sunny could easily spot them. After all, he had been going through these tribulations for a long time now. Anything that was different from how things were supposed to go drew his attention. Cassie was clearly in a slightly dazed state, not unlike how he had been the first time around. Otherwise, she would have realized that having a persistent sense of deja vu on an island where time endlessly repeated itself had to mean something. Then again, she might have simply attributed it to the time loop and moved on. It was only Sunny who knew that the blind girl was acting differently from how she had in the previous revolutions. Why is this happening? Cassie was distracted because of her strange mental state, while Sunny was distracted because of Cassie. The cohort had slain the cavern terror, traversed the system of caves, and obliterated the swarm of black millipedes. Finally, they climbed out of the chasm and ventured into the misty forest. Now that it was submerged in darkness, Sunny found it much easier to move forward. He was in his element. He could also track the movements of the nightmare creatures populating this part of the island, not to mention the fact that he already knew what they were capable of. Some abominations had to be avoided at all costs, some could be challenged. It was easier to avoid the former, and not as hard to slay the latter. Armed with knowledge and the element of surprise, the cohort made swift progress. Eventually, there came a moment when Sunny told everyone to slow down and took the lead. Banishing the mist from a small area in front of them, he called, "Effie! Do not!" As soon as he spoke, a gray spear flashed toward him with tremendous speed, as if shot from a devastating siege engine. Holding back a sigh, Sunny moved to the side and effortlessly caught the spear with his bare hand. The power of Effie's throw was scary enough to drag him back a few steps, but he easily kept his balance. "Throw that damned spear at me!" Nephi and Jet had barely had any time to react. They both stared at the deadly weapon held in his hand with astonishment. Cassie, though, did not seem too surprised. Her soft lips moved, as if she was whispering something to herself. Effie's figure was already revealed, standing in the darkness. "D. Doofus?" Sunny scoffed. "Who else would it be? Come, take your spear back. It's heavy." The rest of the revolution went without anything dire happening. Sunny was in no mood to try anything dangerous. Anyway, he was busy recalculating various possibilities, coming up with new solutions, and observing Cassie. From time to time, he also looked at Effie. The boisterous huntress had been put off a little at the start, noticing that he was not reacting to her teasing. But after Jet explained the nature of the loop to her, she understood why Sunny seemed different from his usual self. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, Effie looked at him bashfully. "Ah, so you've heard all these jokes already? Dozens of times? Crap. I didn't think I was that predictable." Luckily, Nephi was there to be flustered in his place. Watching the huntress explain what had happened to her, Sunny couldn't help but think about Effie. It was an incredibly stupid thing, what she had done. Getting pregnant in the middle of a war was not exactly smart. Even if it had not been intentional, the result was the same. Still, he could understand, somewhat. Passions were high on the battlefield, and even the smartest people were prone to making mistakes when they were not thinking straight. Gods knew he had made his own share of stupid decisions. Plus, modern medicine was often unreliable when it came to awakened, especially the more powerful ones. Sunny did not know if Effie had taken steps to prevent this exact situation from happening, but even if she had, they might have ended up failing her. Even if that was not the case, he could understand. But how the hell had she ended up being pregnant in a nightmare? Bad luck, really. An avalanche of misfortune that started with a single pebble. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Indeed, Effie had never had any intentions of challenging the third nightmare. She was only here because of a series of tragic events that no one could have foreseen. It had to have started not long after she found out about her condition. Back then, the government forces escorting Wake of Ruin were never meant to participate in a large-scale battle. They were simply there as observers. And yet, when the Great Gates opened during the Battle of the Black Skull, Effie had no choice but to escape into the Dream Realm, just like the rest of the Masters and Saints there. In the Nightmare Desert, Beastmaster offered her a way out. But the members of the cohort had no plans of challenging a seed then. Their goal was to reach the Black Pyramid. Effie must have thought that they would either escape or die in a matter of days, or weeks at most. Her pregnancy was not supposed to become an issue. Unlike the rest of them, Effie had already lost one cohort. Her original companions had all perished in the catacombs below the Dark City. The thought of becoming the lone survivor once again must have been unbearable. So, she chose to remain with her friends. It was only after Beastmaster, Syshen, Morgan, and Sir Gilead left that a decision to follow Mordred into a nightmare was made. At that point, the only choice Effie had was to challenge the seed with them, or remain in the desert alone to not become a burden to her companions. But even if she had chosen the latter, the members of the cohort would have definitely not allowed her to commit suicide out of misguided consideration for their well-being. And here they were. Sunny looked away and sighed again. It must have been hard on her. Effie always put up a carefree front, but he knew that behind it, she had known just as much heartbreak and sorrow as the rest of them, if not more. Making the decision she had made, no matter right or wrong, could not have been easy. In fact, it was the opposite. Every step of the way must have been frightening, heavy, and difficult. I have to get her out of this hellhole alive. They would deal with the rest later. Eventually, the revolution came to an end. And when the next one started, Sunny was startled by an unexpected noise. Looking back, he saw that Cassie had dropped the guiding light, which clattered and rolled across the deck. Her expression was frozen. Taking a step toward the blind girl, Sunny lingered for a moment, and asked, "What's the matter?" Cassie slowly turned to face him and took a shallow breath. Her words were exactly what he expected to hear. "Sunny. I remember." Chapter 1438 Hiring an Assistant. Chapter 1438 Hiring an Assistant. Sunny did not know how many revolutions it had taken him to become aware of the loop. However, he knew that around 2 months had passed since he did. That was how much longer it had taken for Cassie to join him in knowing the truth. Standing on the deck of the chainbreaker, Sunny stared at the blind girl intensely. He was feeling a strange mix of emotions, relief and gratitude, to start with. He was incredibly elated at the thought of sharing the burden of escaping Windflower with someone, especially someone as resourceful and steady as Cassie. But at the same time, there was a note of unease in his heart. How exactly had she come to know about the loop? And why? For him, it was because of the sin of Solace. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly took a step forward and asked, his voice grim. "You see him too, don't you? Admit it. I know you do." The blind girl tilted her head a little, an expression of confusion appearing on her face. "See, who? I don't understand." Sunny hesitated for a moment. Was she telling the truth? Or was she only pretending to be oblivious to the sin of Solace? If it was the latter, he had to give Cassie and her acting skills credit. She would be a much better liar than he had ever suspected her to be, if that was the truth. But why would she hide it? To spare them both the embarrassment, perhaps, gods knew, Sunny would not want anyone to hear the things his inner demon whispered into his ears every day. If so, it would make sense how Cassie had learned about the loop, and why it had taken her longer to become aware of it. She could only perceive the sin of Solace by using her ascended ability on Sunny, after all, and would thus be far less susceptible to the Wraith's influence. However, it was not necessarily the case that she could see and hear the hateful apparition. In fact, it was far more likely that Cassie was telling the truth. The sin of Solace only existed in Sunny's mind, and was therefore unlikely to be seen by her while sharing his senses. She could have simply become aware of the loop because of her unrivaled affinity to fate and revelations. The blind girl had always been able to feel and perceive things that none of them could. It was not outside the realm of possibility that she would slowly learn to sense the twisted nature of time on Windflower by herself. Cassie could have been sincerely confused by his question. Sunny simply did not know. He frowned a little. "The sin of Solace, the sword wraith that follows me around. You can't see him?" Cassie looked at him silently for a few moments, then smiled faintly. "How can I see him? I'm blind." She pointed to her beautiful blue eyes, making Sunny cough in embarrassment. "No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, forget it." Did it really matter if Cassie could perceive the sin of Solace or not? Sunny would prefer it if she couldn't, but if she could and was willing to pretend otherwise, that was fine, as well. It was not like Cassie had not been pretending to not know various things ever since becoming an awakened. Her aspect and abilities not only allowed her to learn secrets, but also gave her no choice but to learn them. To spare herself and the people to whom those secrets belonged a lot of embarrassment, she'd probably kept quiet about such things. At least that was what Sunny thought. He grimaced, remained silent for a while, and then smiled tentatively. "Well, anyway. You really remember? That is great news." Indeed, it was. At first, Sunny had only considered his mental state, and how sharing the burden with another person would alleviate his fatigue and loneliness. But really, the benefit was so much greater than that. With 2 members of the cohort being able to carry the knowledge of the previous revolutions into the future ones, the range of things they could achieve would double. Everything that Sunny had been doing alone would be done faster, and solutions he had not dared to try would not be nearly as daunting anymore. More than that, Sunny and Cassie did not need to pursue all these goals together. They could split up and tackle different tasks simultaneously, thus accelerating the entire escape to a great degree. Of course, he needed to consider his plans carefully. There were things that Cassie could potentially achieve on her own, and things that she would never be able to do without his help. He would have to teach her everything he had come to know, as well. Even though the blind girl had become aware of the loop, the current revolution was only her second one. Sunny, however, had been accumulating knowledge of Windflower over more than 60 revolutions. She had to benefit from the groundwork he had laid before becoming a true ally to him in this timeless hell. Yes. I'll have to teach her about the island and the abominations populating it first. Cassie, meanwhile, turned to face the mist. The soft lines of her delicate face twisted slightly, expressing her doubts and anxiety. Yes. I do remember. But it seems so odd. Like a strange dream. She lowered her head. That hollow butterfly, the caverns, the dark forest. And Effie. I can't believe that Effie is. It was at that moment that both Cassie and Sunny were suddenly interrupted. Looking at them in utter confusion, Nephice raised an eyebrow. What are you two talking about? She frowned. What does Cassie remember, and why is remembering something so important? Caverns, forests, and butterflies? What does it mean? And what is it about Effie? The two of them turned to her, surprised. Sunny was suddenly very guilty about forgetting Neff in all the commotion. So, I'll have to explain everything again, I guess. But then, he suddenly had a thought. The questions were addressed at both of them, so his flaw was not compelling him to answer. Looking down, Sunny patted Cassie on the shoulder and smiled. You take this one, Cass. I'll go rescue Jet. Before the blind girl could even answer, he already mounted Nightmare and disappeared into the mist. Ha! It was good to have an assistant. Chapter 1439 Desperate Times. Chapter 1439 Desperate Times. By the time Sunny returned with Jet, Cassie had already explained the situation to Nephice as best as she could. That had already saved him some time, not that it mattered during this revolution. For now, his goal was to get Cassie up to speed. As they left the Chainbreaker and headed toward the Bone Orchard, Sunny started to describe the perils of Windflower to her in detail. Jet and Nephice listened, too, growing grimmer with each minute. The devouring beast is here as well? Hearing Jet's somber question, Sunny nodded. She lingered for a moment. Who is Devouring Beast, though? Oh. Soul Reaper only knew who Undying Slaughter was because they had met. She had no concept of who the Six Plagues were, and no explanation to how a defiled version of her could exist on the island. Sunny explained the things briefly, not that he knew much more than her. We don't know how they exist, or why. These future versions of ourselves are known as the Six Heralds of the Estuary, of the Six Plagues. And two of them are here, on the island, the future version of you, and the future version of Effie. He lingered for a moment before adding. We also don't know how the two of them ended up here. My theory is that they were exiled to Windflower to contain their flaws, but it's just conjecture. Jet's face remained impassive. She nodded silently and did not say anything about his indirect castigation of her flaw. Who would like hearing that her personal curse was so terrible that even the nightmare creatures had chosen to banish her corrupted future self into isolation? Sunny let out a quiet sigh and continued explaining things to Cassie. The blind girl was listening to him attentively, seemingly not having trouble with digesting the incredible amount of information. From time to time, she asked him small, but poignant questions. By the time they reached the Bone Orchard and found the hollow butterfly, Sunny had already shared the most important pieces of knowledge. Before they went about creating the pikes and the javelins, he drew a crude map of the island on the ground. And Effie is here. For now, I have found no way to get to her and return to the Chainbreaker in time. Cassie, Nephice, and Jet studied the map. After a few moments of silence, the blind girl asked, have you considered leaving the island with Jet and returning to the loop from the northern side? Sunny hesitated for a while. Eventually, he shook his head and said in a grim tone, I can't say that I didn't. But it is simply too dangerous. Do remember that it's only called north because that's how I drew the map. In reality, I have no idea which side of the island faces which direction. Navigating to Effie's side won't be easy, and it is not even a given that we'll be able to navigate it all while being thrashed by the whirlpool. His expression turned even darker. I don't see us faring well in the vortex. Even if we fly above it, the winds would certainly throw us around. We might be able to get back to the island, but not to a landing zone of our choosing. We have gotten incredibly lucky the first time, actually. That beach where we landed is one of the few relatively safe places on Windflower. If we crashed almost anywhere else, we'd be dead in a matter of minutes. Even if the abominations dwelling in those places wouldn't have killed us, the thing that hides in the mist above the island would. Sunny sighed. Most importantly, we simply don't know how entering the loop functions. Not only where, but also when we land is a question. We can only leave at the end of the day, when the Crown of Twilight provides me with essence, but if we return to the same point in time, Effie will already be lost. In short, there are too many risks. Cassie contemplated for a short while, then nodded. I see. Remaining on the island seems like the most promising choice, then. But, you have already explored all the routes, and even learned a lot about most nightmare creatures here. Some of them, unbelievably, we have even defeated. So why do you say that there is no way to get Effie to the Chainbreaker in time? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then winced. The problem is that this damned place is simply impossible to traverse for a bunch of Ascended like us. Sure, we have killed a few of the local residents, but only the weakest and most vulnerable of them, or those that our powers directly counter. The rest are too dreadful for us to fight. So, we can only advance by hiding and timing our movements perfectly. And that is too slow to get to the other side and come back in the span of a single day. The blind girl was studying the map. For a moment, Sunny was reminded of how strange the situation was. Cassie could not see, so she was simply pretending to look at the map. She seemed to have developed a habit of imitating the actions of those who had sight, in order to not make the people around her feel uncomfortable. While, in reality, she was actually seeing the map through the eyes of her companions. He hesitated, then added with a bit of hope in his voice. But that was back when I was the only one with the detailed knowledge of the loop. Now that there are two of us, the situation might change. Cassie did not answer for a while. Then, she slowly shook her head. No. It won't change. Sunny was taken aback. He stared at her tensely, then asked, his voice even. And why is that? The blind girl sighed. It's because I am not strong enough to make a decisive difference. Sure, with my help, you can save an hour or two, but that is not enough. Even if we separate, the scope of the things I can accomplish is limited. If this island is too dangerous for you, Sunny, then it is certain death for me. She frowned. Even if we somehow manage to make everyone in the cohort remember the previous revolutions, it will still not be enough. Not that having Nephi's, Jet, and Effie slowly being driven mad by that cursed sword of yours is an option. Sunny's face darkened. He scoffed, then looked away. So what are you suggesting we do, then? Cassie shrugged. We explore every opportunity. The things we've learned offer us no solution. So there is no other choice but to turn to things we've yet to explore, and hope for the best. Starting with. She leaned forward slightly and pointed to the map. Sunny lowered his gaze and looked at where her delicate finger was pointing. His expression changed subtly. Of course it's that place. The place the blind girl was pointing at was at the very center of the map. There, a crude image of a tall tower was drawn, surrounded by a wide moat. Chapter 1440 Desperate Measures. Chapter 1440 Desperate Measures. There were several places on the island that Sunny had not dared to explore yet. They were too dangerous, and lay off the route that led to Effie. He was already tormented enough by dying while trying to reach her, so losing his life meaninglessly to satiate his curiosity did not seem like a good idea. That said, Cassie was right. It was not as though Sunny had not considered grasping at straws by venturing into these dangerous territories before. He knew that he would most likely end up searching for a solution there eventually, but not before exhausting all other choices. Well, his choices had been exhausted. Cassie had become aware of the loop just when they had, so he allowed himself to grow hopeful for a few hours. However, she was now reminding him of the harsh reality. Even if there were two people who remembered the previous revolutions now, it was still not enough to solve the diabolical puzzle of Windflower. Even with everything he had learned, there was no feasible way to achieve their goals. Which meant that they had to expand their efforts to the most dangerous corners of the hellish island. And the tower, it was the most dangerous of them all by far. Sunny had already tried to enter it once, during one of the earlier revolutions. However, before he could even cross the bridge, he had died without even realizing what had killed him. The bones of the dreadful nightmare creatures and the abominations standing motionlessly on the bridge only solidified the fact that the stronghold of the Seeker was absolutely deadly, more deadly than the overgrown port, the harrowing shrine, and the eerie circle of black obelisks. He stared at the map silently. Can't say I'm not curious to get inside, though. Windflower was just too mysterious. Sunny had been exploring the dreadful island for about 2 months now, and although he was now familiar with its landscape and dangers, he did not know a lot about its history. Who was the Seeker that had lived here before, exactly? How had that person been able to not only survive inside the loop, but also build the tower, the port, the shrine, and other structures within it? Or had the vortex not existed yet when they called Windflower home? If it had not, was the Seeker responsible for creating it? Sunny knew, of course, that Windflower had not always been trapped within a loop of repeating time. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the existence of the bone orchard, the steps cut into the cliffs, and many other landmarks of the nightmarish island. Even the line of footprints they had found in the white sand predated the starting point of the loop. They looked like they had been left only a few hours, but in reality, the person who had leapt off the edge of the island must have done so many centuries ago. Sunny wondered if those were the footprints of the mysterious Seeker. He also wondered, if the loop was really created by someone, can't it be destroyed, as well? If there was a place where he could find answers to at least some of these questions, it was the Seeker's tower. Looking at its crudely drawn image and Cassie's finger pointing to it, Sunny let out a heavy sigh and nodded. All right. Now that there is no other choice, we will explore the tower. The tower was just like it had been before, but also a little different. This time, Sunny and the members of the cohort, including Effie, approached it from the northern side. Windflower was also shrouded in impenetrable darkness, so the sight of the lonesome spire rising above the forest was even more foreboding. The light in one of its highest windows seemed even brighter now, shining above the dreadful island like a beacon. The Seeker's tower was not exactly ominous in and of itself. It was not a gargantuan structure like the Crimson Spire or the Great Ivory Pagoda of the Kingdom of Hope. Nor was its architecture particularly menacing, in fact, it was rather beautiful. The Grey Tower was perched atop a tall black cliff, airy and austere. Nevertheless, it emanated a sense of absolute, harrowing threat. Every time Sunny looked at it, he could feel a chill run down his spine. The frozen figures of terrifying nightmare creatures that stood on the bridge did not help one bit. Even now, he was staring at them with a dark expression. The members of the cohort were doing the same as they hid between the pines. Is that a great beast? In the sinister silence of the misty forest, Effie's whisper sounded as loud as thunder. Sunny glanced at her and nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is. One of the abominations caught by the bridge was a towering monstrosity that seemed to be made entirely out of bulging muscles, sharp claws, and harrowing fangs. It was almost unnoticeable in the darkness of the fragment, but because the light shining from the window reflected from its pale hide, a vague silhouette could be seen. Effie gulped. Damn. That reaction did not surprise Sunny. After all, only a fool would not be scared by a great nightmare creature. I want to eat it so much. It's not fair that only you and Princess got to feast on a great abomination. That turtle's meat must have tasted heavenly, right? Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then shook his head. Never mind. He wouldn't have deemed the gluttonous huntress with an answer, but sadly, his flaw compelled him to. Gritting his teeth, Sunny lingered for as long as he could, and then said reluctantly, Yeah. It tasted pretty amazing. In the darkness, Nephice carefully touched his shoulder. When Sunny turned to her, she asked in a low voice, What do we do now? He studied her beautiful face for a few moments and sighed. What was there to do? We will try to cross the bridge. Right, all of you, prepare to die. Chapter 1441 Let's split up. Chapter 1441 Let's split up. Although the Seeker's Tower was right in front of them, Sunny had little hope that they would be able to reach its entrance this time. Not only was the tower protected by the eerie enchantment, but the revolution was also close to its end. It had taken them a lot of time to find Effie and get back to the heart of the island. He did not know how much longer they had, exactly, but it might have been mere minutes. In the end, they never found out. The Black Cliff was surrounded by a wide open space where there were no trees. Not long after the members of the cohort cautiously abandoned the forest, a gentle wind caressed Sunny's face, forcing him to look up. Windflower was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, so no one except for Sunny could see, but there was something there, above them, hiding in the black expanse of the misty sky. Frozen in terror, he watched dozens of twisting tendrils descending from the turbulent black fog, each hundreds of meters long. Then, he was dead. Coming back to his senses on the deck of the Chainbreaker, Sunny could not help but shudder. This was the first time he had caught a glimpse of the being that dwelled in the mist above the island. Sunny had thought that Windflower had no horrors left to surprise him with, but he had been wrong. What even is, that thing? Hiding how disturbed he was, Sunny turned and looked at Cassie. By now, he was if not accustomed, then at least familiar with the terrible trauma of dying. The blind girl had only recently become aware of the loop, though. For her, it must have been a harrowing experience. But, contrary to his expectations, Cassie seemed perfectly fine, nonchalant, even. It was as though she had experienced countless deaths already. Sunny lingered for a moment. Right. Considering her aspect, she probably has. Nevertheless, he walked over to her, hesitated for a moment, and tried to make his voice sound soft. Are you all right? A brief, pale smile appeared on Cassie's face. She nodded. Yes. I'm fine. It's just, it was sobering. Nephi stared at them silently, a hint of confusion appearing in her tired gray eyes. She was once again suffering from the symptoms of essence exhaustion. Sunny sighed and gestured to Cassie, imploring her to take care of the explanations. A moment later, he was off to retrieve Jet. I am definitely not avoiding Neff. He could have sent Cassie, Nightmare, and one of his shadows into the mist and remain on the Chainbreaker with Nephi instead. However, Sunny was not quite sure how to act around her now, after what the Sin of Solace had said, and what he himself had admitted. Especially not if they were left alone. I'll just think about how to get into the terrifying ancient tower. That is much less daunting. He explained the situation to Jet on the way back to the Chainbreaker. At the same time, Cassie explained it to Nephi. So, by the time the four of them reunited, everyone was already aware of what was going on. But the usual routine had to change from now on. If they wanted to enter the tower, they couldn't waste time going to the far side of the island and back. There was simply not enough hours in the loop. Nevertheless, Sunny hesitated. How could he leave Effie alone in the cold mist and darkness? He was not sure what had happened to her in the previous revolutions, without them. But knowing what he knew about the island, he doubted that it was something he would want to know. Sunny remained silent for a while, agonizing over the choice. Then, Nephi suddenly spoke. Jet and I can handle that. He looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? She leaned over and pointed to the map he had drawn. You and Cassie can go to the tower. The two of us will enter the caverns, kill the terror, find Effie, and hide ourselves away until the end of the loop. Soul Reaper is the key to slaying that thing, anyway, so, we'll manage without you. Sunny listened to her with a grim expression and shook his head. But you know close to nothing about the island. The two of you alone won't be enough, especially with how low on essence you are. Nephi smiled. Who says that we'll be alone? We can take your Onyx Saint and Ravenous Fiend with us. You can also send one of your shadows to tag along. Once you unleash the Shadow Realm fragment, you'll be able to extend your senses to almost anywhere on the island, right? You can observe where we are and guide us with the help of the shadow. That will be enough. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. Neff's suggestion had merit. He was still not convinced that they would be able to survive the dread of Windflower on their own, but there was a chance, no matter how small. Sunny would most likely be able to guide them through the forest remotely. Cassie could share senses with either Nephice or Jet, too, to warn him should anything unexpected happen. In any case, there was not much of a choice. Even though he did not like the idea of sending both members of the cohort who could not remember the past events of the loop blindly into the mist, it was worth trying at least once. Cassie and Sunny, meanwhile, had the best chance of actually making it inside the tower. Ah! I hate it. He shifted slightly, then nodded. Right, you two go and kill the cavern terror, then. If you give it half of the beating you gave me, it might just run away and hide in fear. Both Nephice and Jet stared at him incredulously. After a few moments of silence, Jet asked, "When did we give you a beating?" Nephice nodded and raised an eyebrow. "And why?" Sunny coughed and looked away. "Oh, don't worry about it, it was just a small misunderstanding, a couple revolutions ago. Anyway, there's no time to waste. We should hurry if we don't want to be discovered by Undying Slaughter. Come on, let's move." Soon, they left the chain breaker and separated. Accompanied by Saint and Fiend, Nephice and Jet headed east toward the Bone Orchard. Sunny and Cassie, meanwhile, hurried north. Toward the Seeker's Tower, Chapter 1442 Elusive Duo. Chapter 1442 Elusive Duo. Going straight to the tower might have saved Sunny and Cassie a lot of time, but it was also the most dangerous direction. Not only was Undying Slaughter prowling somewhere in the mist, but Devouring Beast was also not far away. There were other horrors waiting for them in the forest, as well. Luckily, there might not have been a more elusive duo than Sunny and Cassie in Two Worlds. With the blind girl riding Nightmare, they could move swiftly in the darkness. Since she was sharing his senses, they did not need to carry a source of light with them, thus avoiding unnecessary attention. Sunny could detect most dangers far in advance, and Cassie's supernatural intuition warned them about those threats that could not be perceived that easily. Added to the extensive knowledge of the island, that allowed them to avoid confrontations with its prisoners and advance inland stealthily. Of course, it would not have been possible without the fragment of the Shadow Realm. The silent understanding they shared also played a large role. At some point, Cassie patted Nightmare on the shoulder. The black stallion slowed down and then halted, standing motionlessly in the flowing mist. Sunny leaned against the trunk of an ancient pine and listened to the muffled sounds of the forest, focused and calm. "Do you sense a threat?" Cassie nodded. "Something is approaching." He swiped the surrounding woods with shadow sense, but did not find anything. Nevertheless, the forest suddenly seemed more eerie than it had been before. Sunny frowned, contemplating which of the horrors of Misty Island could be lurking nearby. His expression dimmed. "Can we evade it?" The blind girl frowned, then hesitantly shook her head. "I don't think we can. There is not enough time." Sunny sighed and raised the sin of solace. "We fight, then." It was a shame, he really thought that they would be able to reach the Seeker's Tower alive. Before Sunny could prepare himself for the inevitable and most likely fatal clash, Cassie was suddenly surrounded by a whirlwind of sparks. Even the familiar motes of light seemed dimmer in the darkness of the fragment. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, focusing on something, then said quietly, "We can't evade it, but we can try to lure it away." Soon, the blade mannequin echo weaved itself from light and hurried into the mist, intentionally producing a lot of noise. Cassie pointed in a different direction. "Let's go." They rushed away, wanting to create as much distance between themselves and the unseen danger as possible. Sunny kept tracing the echo with shadow sense. Less than a minute later, something strange happened to it. He still could not sense any movement in the shadows, but the blade mannequin suddenly halted. Its steel body convulsed, and then slowly rose above the ground, thrashing wildly. One of its arms fell into the moss, shattered and torn. Then, another, this one took a moment more to land. Soon, pieces of torn metal rained from somewhere very high above. Sunny could not sense the shadow of the clockwork swordsman anymore. It was simply gone. A few seconds later, Cassie sighed. The spell just announced that he is destroyed. Sunny was frowning as he ran. Fortunately, the poor Echo had bought them enough time to slip away from whatever it was that had gotten the blade mannequin. They could have taken a safer, but longer route. Perhaps he had been hasty in his decision to waste as little time as possible. Despite Sunny's doubts, they did reach the tower alive. Cassie had to sacrifice the Sybil Echo as well, but they made it to the heart of the island in one piece. Standing between the ancient pines at the edge of the killing field that surrounded the Black Cliff, the two of them remained silent for a while. Both were remembering the harrowing sight of the long tendrils descending from the mist to harvest their lives. That harvester, how do we avoid being noticed by it? Sunny had considered flying across the moat before, but now he did not dare to. The bridge seemed to be the only way, but even then, they would be in the open. Or we can swim. Sunny glanced at the rushing water and suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Something told him that nothing could return from its depths alive. He contemplated for a few moments, then sighed. I can manipulate the mist to hide us from the harvester. We should be able to reach the bridge unseen. Cassie tilted her head a little. But can we cross the bridge? The figures of the frozen nightmare creatures suggested otherwise. Sunny studied the dark silhouettes with a grim expression, then concentrated on the Black Cliff itself. There are runes carved into the rock. Do you recognize them? If there was indeed an enchantment protecting the tower, then Cassie was the only one who could decipher it. Sunny knew a bit of runic sorcery, as well, but his knowledge of it was nowhere near that of the blind seer. She did not answer for a while, thinking. Eventually, Cassie frowned. It is hard to say. We can only see a part of the inscription from here. Does it encircle the entire cliff? Sunny nodded. I've passed the tower from various directions in the past, and every time I saw these large runes carved into the cliff. Cassie lingered for a moment. Then let's not hurry to reach the bridge yet. We should circle the tower and study the runes first. They proceed with just that. Staying under the cover of the forest, Sunny and Cassie slowly moved around the Black Cliff. A few times, they had to retreat and hide, especially so when the familiar sounds of snapping trees resounded from the mist, informing them that devouring beast was wandering somewhere nearby. In the process, both of them observed the progress of the other party tensely. Miraculously, Nephice and Jet emerged from the caverns alive. The two of them must have managed to slay the corrupted terror, after all. Judging by how bloodied their armor was, the battle had been a terrible one. Nevertheless, there were no wounds under all that blood, they had already been healed by Nephice. Saint and Fiend were also in one piece, although the latter seemed worse for wear. Guided by Sunny's shadow, Neph and Jet were now cautiously traversing the misty forest. Around the time they found Effie and were almost impaled on her spear, Sunny and Cassie finally returned to where they had started from. The blind girl dismounted and was now sitting on the ground, tracing unfamiliar runes in the wet soil. There was a frown on her face. Strange. Sunny waited for as long as he could, then finally asked. Well, can you make sense of them? Is it an enchantment? Cassie hesitated for a while. It seems to be. However, it's unlike any enchantment I have ever seen before here in the Tomb of Ariel, in the Kingdom of Hope, and anywhere across the Dream Realm. Her expression was suddenly troubled. There are runes that do not seem to be a part of the enchantment, as well. The spell does not translate them, so they are not exactly words. However, they are, in a way. It's like a code. Or a puzzle, I guess? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Can you solve that puzzle? Cassie nodded. Yes. It's not particularly hard, anyone knowledgeable in runic sorcery would be able to. He glanced at the Black Cliff, thought for a few moments, and asked. So what do these runes say? The blind girl hesitated. It's a bit strange. I don't quite understand the meaning, but if I'm reading it correctly, they say. Cassie remained silent for a bit, then turned to him and shrugged. I am the tower that Alethea of the Nine built. Chapter 1443 Cutting a Mountain. Chapter 1443 Cutting a Mountain. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the blind girl with a strange expression. Alethea, of the Nine? The words sounded familiar. He had met a person with a similar name a long, long time ago. The young awakened swordsman from his first nightmare, the one whom he called Hero, the spell had called him Aro of the Nine. Was it a coincidence, or something more? Sunny frowned. What did he really know about Hero? Not much. Hero had been alive during the twilight of the Golden Age, not long before the Doom War started. He was a soldier of a militant empire which worshipped War God and had conquered many lands. He was a warrior of considerable skill and had already awakened at his young age. Now that Sunny knew how long it took one to awaken without the assistance of the spell, that fact seemed even more impressive. But Sunny had known that Aro of the Nine was not a simple person all along. Not because of his skill and talent, but simply because of all the people in the nightmare, he was the only one whose name the spell remembered. That alone told Sunny that Aro was special. The spell appraised Sunny's performance in the first nightmare as glorious, which meant that he had deviated from the natural course of events to a great degree. What would have happened to Aro if Sunny had never taken the place of the nameless temple slave? The slave would have died, most likely, while the young swordsman would have survived. If he lived on and escaped the mountain pass, what fate would have awaited him in the future? And there was one more detail. What was it that he said to justify killing me? Right before their fateful confrontation, Aro had said something peculiar. Something about how he would have gladly faced the Mountain King to let Sunny escape if his life belonged to him alone. But it did not, because the young swordsman had sworn to fulfill an unencompassable duty of some sort. He couldn't allow himself to die because of it. What was the duty Aro had spoken of? And why was the name of another person of the Nine inscribed on the base of the Seeker's Tower? Who were the Nine? Sunny took a deep breath and glanced at Cassie. What do you think it means? The blind girl remained silent for a moment. Alethea must be the name of the Seeker who used to live on this island. He or she was proficient in sorcery, it seems. Other than that, it's hard to say. Sunny sighed. Have you ever heard of the Nine? He did not really expect a positive answer, but to his surprise, Cassie hesitantly nodded. I might have. If I remember correctly, Nephice mentioned once that she had met someone with the same title. Sunny blinked. How would Neph have met one of the Nine? It must have been in her second nightmare. If that was the case, then these Nine seemed to have a habit of popping up in many nightmares. Just who were they? Or had been, more precisely. Shaking his head, Sunny made a mental note to ask Nephice about the person she had met, and turned his attention to the tower. All right. So, this Alethea was the master of Windflower, and left a powerful enchantment to protect the tower. Cassie shook her head lightly. The island might not have been called Windflower back then. It's just a name by which people of Fallen Grace call it today. When the Seeker resided here, it was probably called Aletheus Island or something like that. Sunny shrugged. Whatever. In any case, how do we break the enchantment? He thought for a few moments, then asked. Will destroying some of the runes work? Cassie remained silent for a while. Not just any runes. But if the key ones are erased, the enchantment will fall apart. I can identify the ones we need to destroy. Sunny raised an eyebrow. I thought you said that you couldn't make sense of this strange enchantment. The blind girl smiled. That's true. I wouldn't be able to recreate it, but breaking it is much easier than that. Nevertheless, don't be too encouraged. The runes are carved deep, and there are certainly measures in place to protect them. We'll have to shatter the entire slope of the cliff to erase them. He chuckled. Leave that to me. I might not be able to cut a mountain with one slash of my sword, but breaking a cliff or two shouldn't be a problem. Cassie nodded and fell silent, concentrating on identifying the key runes of the enchantment. Sunny, meanwhile, studied the black cliff. A long time passed. On the far side of the island, Nephis, Jet, and Effie had hidden among the cliffs and shared a meal. Sunny watched them through the shadow and listened to the calming flow of their conversation. Neph was holding the guiding light, explaining how it had been found in the lost temple of Fallen Grace. Finally, Cassie was done with her task. The two of them moved stealthily around the black cliff and reached the spot where the string of most vulnerable runes was located. There. Destroy that section. She pointed to where Sunny needed to strike, but he shook his head. Not yet. They had to wait a little longer. After about an hour, Sunny took a deep breath and rose. A whirlwind of scarlet sparks danced around his hand, forming into a black bow. He raised it and held the string. At the same time, somewhere outside the mist, the seven suns were plunging into the great river. It was dusk. As the crown of twilight opened his soul to a flood of essence, Sunny drew the bow and activated its most powerful enchantment, Death Dealer. Usually, he would not have been able to use it more than a few times in a row. The strain on his essence reserves was simply too great. But right now, it did not matter. Releasing the string, he sent a black arrow flying. Then, without wasting even a second, Sunny grunted and drew the bow again. The second and third arrows streaked through the darkness before the first one even hit the target. Then, the silence of Windflower suddenly exploded into a deafening roar of breaking stone. It was as though a furious storm suddenly descended, with booming thunderclaps shaking the world. Black arrows struck the face of the cliff one after another, 1, 2, 3, 10. Despite how harrowing the force of these strikes was, the weathered black rock held. For a while. Gradually, a net of thin cracks appeared on its surface. Then, the cracks widened. Not long after that, small shards of broken stone shot into the air. Finally, the side of the cliff exploded and collapsed, tons of black stone falling into the turbulent waters of the wide moat. Sunny lowered his bow and swayed a little, utterly spent. His breathing was ragged. By his side, Cassie clenched her delicate fists in excitement. It worked. The enchantment is failing. Sunny lingered for a moment. Yeah. I can see. Crap. There was no thrill in his voice. Out there on the bridge, the harrowing abominations that had been motionless before were already starting to move. Chapter 1444 New Ways to Die. Chapter 1444 New Ways to Die. Not only were the nightmare creatures on the bridge coming back to life, but the thunderous noise created by Sunny's arrows had to have attracted all kinds of abominations from the depths of the island. The enchantments surrounding Aletheus Tower might have been destroyed, but the situation was dire. He could already hear the pines falling in the forest, which meant that devouring beast was approaching them. Damnation! Sunny stared at the stirring nightmare creatures for a moment, then dismissed his bow and dashed to Cassie. Sorry. Grabbing the blind girl by her thin waist, he effortlessly lifted her off the ground and jumped into the saddle. A moment later, Nightmare had already left the cover of the trees and was flying toward the bridge. Sunny? W what? The mist boiled and surged into the killing field, obscuring the swift silhouette of the black stallion. Sunny hoped that this would protect them from the being that hid in the skies, but he couldn't be sure. Pressing Cassie against himself so that she was not thrown off Nightmare's back, he readied the Sin of Solace. Either we get inside the tower, or die. So, hold on tight. The abominations on the bridge had already caught their scent. Sunny had hoped to slip past them before the creatures fully regained their senses, but it seemed that he had been too optimistic. There was only a second or two left before Nightmare reached the moat. And yet, there was already a great nightmare creature eyeing them as it blocked the way. Curse it! At the last second, Sunny gave his steed a command to turn left. At the same time, the deep darkness surrounding them stirred and came alive, surging forward like a tide. Just when Nightmare would have plunged into the rushing water, the darkness solidified, turning into a tangible surface. A bridge built of shadow had appeared to the side of the stone bridge, and they were already crossing it. Sunny saw something fly at him from the direction of the great abomination and lashed out with the Sin of Solace. The impact was powerful enough to almost tear his arm off, but he did manage to deflect it. A moment later, they were past the nightmare creatures. Sunny even imagined that they could actually make it. But then, something was wrong. The further nightmare advanced across the moat, the worse Sunny felt. His body had somehow turned weak and frail. His thoughts turned cloudy. What is happening? Cassie's golden hair, which was flying into his face a moment before, was now white for some reason. Pressed against him, her body felt unnaturally thin and fragile. The Sin of Solace slid out of his grip and fell into the water. Looking down in confusion, Sunny stared at his hand. His skin had turned wrinkly and translucent, like that of an old man. It was just like Ananke's hand when he had first seen her. His teeth felt loose in his gums, as if ready to fall out. "Sunny!" Cassie's faint voice was almost too quiet to hear. The other side of the moat was so close. But before they could reach it, Sunny's vision suddenly turned blurry. Then, he was standing on the deck of the chainbreaker once again. Turning slowly, Sunny looked at Cassie. The blind girl was standing behind him, shivering. Her beautiful face was deathly pale, but her hair, it was golden once again. He slumped against the railing, let out a shaky breath, and forced out a smile. "I guess we really do have to use the bridge." She nodded slowly. "Yes. Let's try to make it, this time." Sunny had always wanted to die of old age, but definitely not in such a cruel manner. It seemed that his previous suspicion that diving into the moat would be lethal was correct. However, as it turned out, passing above it was just as deadly. "At least now, I know that masters can die of old age, too." It was actually an interesting piece of information. It was common knowledge that awakened had longer lifespans than mundane humans, but no one really knew by how much. The spell had only descended on the waking world around half a century ago, after all, and it took a while for the first ascended to appear. The first saints appeared even later, after Sunny had been born. I'll put it in my exploration report, if we ever make it out alive. Not letting the eerie death slow them down, Sunny and Cassie made another attempt to enter Alethea's tower. In the end, it took them a dozen more revolutions to succeed. Getting near the water flowing in the moat was a death sentence, since time around it went utterly insane. Flying was suicidal because of the harvester. So, the only way to reach the black cliff was to cross the stone bridge. However, the nightmare creatures trapped on it were too deadly. As soon as the enchantment was destroyed, they were released from its hold and turned their attention to the two humans. Sunny and Cassie tried fighting them, and perished. Then, they tried to evade them, but were caught and killed. Eventually, it was Sunny who came up with a way to deal with the abominations. With devouring beast on their heels and the nightmare creatures in front of him, he simply made sure that the former and the latter collided with each other before they caught him and Cassie. Then, while the bestial giantess was dismantling the dreadful abominations behind them, Sunny and Cassie stealthily ascended the steps cut into the cliff. There was more deadly magic on those steps, but after dying to it several times, they finally found a way to reach the tower. Finally, they stood in front of its gates. They were shut tightly, and even if Sunny had a key, there was no lock to insert it. Luckily, he was already familiar with this type of door. Placing his hand on the surface of the gate, he sent his essence flowing into it. The ancient door opened slowly. Hearing a furious roar chase after them from the bottom of the cliff, Sunny did not waste any time. Grabbing Cassie's hand, he entered Alethea's tower and pulled the blind girl inside. Chapter 1445 Inside the Tower. Chapter 1445 Inside the Tower. As soon as Sunny shut the gate behind them, the terrifying roar that had been approaching was cut off. A few moments later, the tower seemed to shake a little, as if something had crashed into its walls. However, apart from a little dust that fell from the ceiling, nothing happened. They seemed to be safe. From the threats outside, at least. Letting out a sigh of relief, Sunny took a step back and looked around. His eyes narrowed a little. Well, that is unexpected. He had wondered about what the interior of Alethea's tower would look like a lot. In his mind, there were two possibilities: either it would be perfectly preserved and full of tantalizing knowledge, or serve as the lair for the most harrowing abomination yet. The truth was that it was both and neither at the same time. From what Sunny could tell, the interior of the tower had once been austere, but elegant. None of that elegance remained, however. At some point, a dreadful nightmare creature had made its way inside. He was currently staring at that nightmare creature. Its torso was hanging from the ceiling, terribly mutilated and seeping with black blood. The creature's revolting skull was crushed, and one of its arms was severed at the elbow. A vast and utterly disgusting puddle of blood, viscera, and brain matter covered most of the floor. Looking at the corpse of the gargantuan, vaguely humanoid creature, Sunny couldn't help but feel a sense of deep, primal terror. Aletheus Tower had indeed become the lair of a dreadful abomination. However, the abomination was dead. Cassie was observing the corpse, too. She seemed unnerved. After hesitating for a few moments, the blind girl said quietly, It was a great tyrant." Sunny gulped. "Why, the hell, is there a great tyrant in our third nightmare, even? That has to be against the rules. And why was there something capable of mutilating a great tyrant to such a degree here, as well? What was that damned spell thinking?" Shaking his head, Sunny studied their surroundings. Now that he had some time, he noticed signs of a terrible battle. Everything inside the tower had been obliterated, turning into piles of splinters and rubble. Here and there, the corpses of the tyrant's minions could be seen, turned into bloody mush. Was the thing that had killed them still inside? It had to be, considering the nature of the loop. But then, why were the gates of the tower locked? Why was the enchantment intact? How was it even possible? Walking over to the puddle of the tyrant's blood, Sunny knelt and touched it. His expression was troubled. "It's cold." The creature had not been killed recently. Had it been dead for as long as the loop existed? He glanced at Cassie. "What does your intuition tell you?" She frowned. "To flee." Then, the blind girl sighed and pointed up. "There is danger, somewhere above us." Sunny grimaced and rose to his feet. He considered summoning Nightmare back, but then decided against it. The black steed would not be able to move freely in the narrow confines of the tower, so it was up to him and Cassie to find out the truth. "Well, I am not going to flee after dying so many damn times to get here." She nodded. "I agree." Trying to stay away from the dreadful corpse, they found the stairs and cautiously ascended to the next floor of the tower. In fact, it seemed that the clash between the tyrant and whatever it was that had killed it had mostly taken place on the higher floors. Sunny could tell just by looking up. Starting from the second floor, there were no ceilings anymore. Tall piles of stone debris were all around them. It seemed that the great tyrant had crashed through the floors of many levels before finally ending up hanging dead from the ceiling of the first one. Sadly, most of the interior of the tower had been destroyed in the process. Sunny glanced at Cassie, then sighed and started climbing. The blind girl followed by, holding the hilt of the quiet dancer, which gently lifted her in the air. They slowly ascended past the destroyed portion of the tower before finally arriving at the second-to-last level. Here, a chunk of the floor still remained, leading to a narrow staircase. The battle seemed to have never reached the last level, so the ceiling was intact. Sunny could not tell what was above them, but he knew only the highest window of the tower was emanating light. So, the source of that light had to be on the last floor. The source of the terrible danger Cassie felt was also there. "Stay behind me." Moving forward to protect the blind girl with his body, Sunny put his foot on the first step and started ascending the stairs. He felt wary and apprehensive, scared, even. After experiencing so many painful deaths, it was only natural for his body to be afraid of another one. Even if he understood that he would be brought back to life by the loop, his body didn't. "Let's just get it over with." Arriving in front of an engraved wooden door, Sunny hesitated for a moment, then sighed and opened it. Bright light washed over him the next instant. There was a faint smell of incense in the air. Taking a step forward, Sunny shielded his eyes with a hand and extended his shadow sense forward. He had expected to find a dreadful abomination waiting for the inside, but, to his surprise, there was no movement at all. Lowering his hand, he looked at the final floor of Alethea's tower. It consisted of one large chamber. There were lanterns floating in the air all around it, emanating a warm glow. A pleasant smell of incense permeated the air. The interior of the chamber was perfectly intact. A few pieces of simple, but tasteful wooden furniture stood on the tiled floor. "Sunny." Cassie pointed to the far side of the spacious room. There, a wide bed stood, surrounded by a half-transparent silk canopy. And on that bed, a beautiful woman in an archaic robe was laying, her chest rising and falling steadily. She was fast asleep. Chapter 1446 Windflower. Chapter 1446 Windflower. Both Sunny and Cassie froze, bewildered by the strange scene. "Surely, I'm seeing things." This was Windflower, a misty hell where harrowing abominations and defiled saints were imprisoned, not even knowing that they were. A place that slowly devoured the souls of great nightmare creatures until there was nothing left but empty husks. The abandoned stronghold of an ancient seeker who had left to challenge the estuary. How could there be someone sleeping soundly in its very heart? Sunny suppressed the desire to pinch himself. He also suppressed the desire to pinch Cassie. "Hey, you see what I see, right?" As soon as he spoke, Sunny suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him and covered his mouth with a hand. Shaking off his bewilderment, he reminded himself where they were, and why they had come here. Cassie had said that there was a source of terrible danger at the top of Alethea's tower, but there was only this sleeping woman. Which meant that she was that source. What if his voice woke her up? The blind girl nodded slowly and answered in a whisper. "I do." Sunny lingered for a few moments. "Is this Alethea?" Indeed, that would be the most rational guess. They were standing in the tower built by Alethea of the Nine, after all. So who else could it be? Cassie shook her head. "It shouldn't be. The seeker who lived on this island is said to have left it a long, long time ago. Before the defilement was even born. Of course, the information I received from the people of Fallen Grace might be wrong." She frowned. "But it is said that only the Serpent King has been able to come to Windflower and return alive. I honestly don't see how any human could have survived this place, let alone how they would have ended up sleeping peacefully at the top floor of this tower." Sunny studied the figure of the sleeping woman tensely, then rubbed his face tiredly. "Then who the hell is she?" The blind girl remained silent for a while. Eventually, though, she answered. "Actually, I have a theory." Cassie hesitated for a moment, then said. I think she is Windflower." Sunny stared at her in confusion. "What do you mean? She is a personification of this island?" The blind girl shook her head. "No, remember, nobody knows where the name Windflower came from. However, I noticed something strange about the guiding light. It continued pointing to the center of the island even after we landed, right?" Sunny nodded. Cassie sighed. "I was also able to make it point to you, Neff, and Effie. But not Jet. I puzzled over how it worked for a long time, and after a while, I started to suspect that it's because Jet doesn't have a true name. Or at least I don't know what her true name is. Indeed, Soul Reaper was simply Jet's nickname, not her true name. Actually, even Sunny did not know if she had one." The blind girl, meanwhile, continued. "I got that idea, actually, after we saw Devouring Beast. The guiding light only points to Effie, and not her. That is strange, considering that they are the same person. Only, I think that once somebody becomes corrupted, their very nature starts to change. So, they lose their true name, or maybe it changes as well." She studied the walls of the spacious chamber and said, "I think that if we had the guiding light and asked it to point us to Windflower, it would have pointed directly at this woman." Sunny frowned, then asked quietly. "All right. Let's say that you are correct, still, the question remains. Who the hell is this Windflower? Cassie suddenly coughed and looked away in embarrassment. I don't know. He stared at her in confusion. Then why the hell did she go on and on about the guiding light, true names, and all that? We are exactly where we started this conversation. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and asked. So, what do we do now? We wanted to come here to find a way to escape Windflower. Alatheus Island, whatever this place is actually called. Do we just wake her up and hope that she's not some terrifying defiled abomination? Cassie shook her head. She's not defiled. She is a transcendent human, a saint. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How do you know? The blind girl raised an eyebrow. How do you not know? I used my dormant ability to read her runes. You can do whatever it is you do to look inside people. He blinked a couple of times. Right, he could do that. Shifting his perception, he peered into the soul of the sleeping woman. She had a single radiant core, its brightness similar in intensity to that of a fully saturated transcendent soul core. However, his expression dimmed. At the very heart of the beautiful radiance, almost unnoticeable, there was a tiny seed of encroaching darkness. It was small and insignificant, for now. But Sunny knew that it would grow. Because that was how corruption was. It spread and consumed everything, until there was nothing pure left. The woman might not be defiled yet, but she was going to be soon. She won't, though. The thought appeared in Sunny's mind almost on its own. He contemplated its meaning for a few moments, then tilted his head slightly. Right. She won't. For as long as the woman remained on Alatheus Island, inside the loop, she was not going to be corrupted if she could hold out for a single day. At the end of the day, the time would rewind itself, and whatever progress the vile darkness had made would be erased. Therefore, for her, this island was like a sanctuary. Was that why she was here? It had to be. Sunny sighed, then looked at Cassie and hesitated for a moment. So, are we really going to wake her up? The blind girl shrugged. What's the worst that can happen? Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. What? Why on earth would you say that? You of all people should know not to. He suddenly fell silent, afraid that his furious whisper would wake up the sleeping woman. However, he did not have to worry. She remained peacefully asleep. In fact, nothing they did seemed to wake her up. By the time the revolution ended, it had become apparent that the mysterious woman's slumber was not a natural one. Instead, it seemed eternal. Chapter 1447 Different Approach. Chapter 1447 Different Approach. So, what do we do now? The cohort was hidden between the cliffs on the northern side of the island. Effie was pillaging the covetous coffer while Jet and Nephi sat tiredly on the ground. They had taken point in the battle against the Cavern Terror, but strangely enough, Sunny and Cassie seemed more drained. The blind girl shook her head in dejection. I'm not sure. They had just shared their findings. The method to infiltrate Alatheus Tower, the remains of a slain great tyrant, the sleeping woman on the top floor, and how they had failed to wake her up. Sunny was in a grim mood. They had wasted so much time and effort, but had nothing to show for it. The escape from the island seemed just as impossible as it had before. Curse it. He remained silent for a few moments, then glanced at Nephi's. There was something gnawing at him. Cassie said that you've met one of the 9? That question held no real importance for their current situation, but he felt curious. Perhaps knowing more about the former master of the island could help them think of a new solution. Neff looked at him with a hint of surprise. Yes, I did. Sunny did not react much to her confirmation. Was it in your second nightmare? He was more or less certain of it, but, unexpectedly, Nephi shook her head. No. I met him in the Nightmare Desert. Everyone was confused by her answer. Effie and Jet because they did not know who the 9 were, Sunny and Cassie because they did. How could a person from the ancient past of the dream realm be alive in the present day? Noticing their confusion, Nephi explained. When I first entered the Nightmare Desert, I found two skeletons nailed to a mystical tree. One called himself Azarax the Mighty, and the other called himself Uri's of the Nine. I got the impression that they were left on that tree as punishment. She paused for a moment, then added quietly. That Uri's, he told me that he was a humble slave who had angered the gods by slitting the throat of one of them. I'm not sure if his words can be trusted, though. To me, it seemed like he had been a high-ranking soldier of the demon army. In any case, I took him off the tree, and he guided me to the underworld. We parted not long before I entered the nightmare. Sunny stared at her in bewilderment. Well, that is a wild story. Two talking skeletons nailed to a tree? Sure, the Nightmare Desert is full of old bones that refuse to stay dead. However, none of those I've seen ever spoke to me. For a moment, he remembered visiting Neph's dream right after she had returned from her second nightmare. Had there not been a terrible tree there, with two figures cruelly nailed to its trunk? And what was it about slitting a god's throat? Surely, that was a play on words. Right? Interesting. Oro had been a soldier of the war god's empire. However, this Uri seemed to have participated in the Doom War on the side of the demons. Aletheia, meanwhile, had come to the tomb of Ariel, perhaps the only place where the war had never reached. Just what was he supposed to make of it? If there was one unfortunate conclusion Sunny had to make, it was that knowing about Uri's of the Nine did not help him at all. Aletheia's island still seemed inescapable. The tower, which had been their hope for the last dozen or so revolutions, seemed to be a dead end. Cassie let out a heavy sigh. We should probably try to wake up that woman again. If nothing helps, although I don't like it, we might want to try attacking her. Sunny raised an eyebrow. You want to kill her? The blind girl frowned, remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly, if that is what it takes, I am. He was somewhat surprised. Cassie had changed more than he had thought. The shy girl he had known on the Forgotten Shore would have never thought of killing a bystander without provocation, even if it could help her. Or rather, she would not have thought of it if given another choice. Well, why am I surprised? The past years had changed all of them. Sunny was not the same person he had been on the Forgotten Shore. He hoped that it was for the best. Cassie would not have stayed the same, either. He sighed. Actually, we don't need to wake her. Everyone looked at him questioningly. After a few moments of silence, Nephi shifted slightly. Do you mean? Sunny nodded. He had visited Neph's dream once, so he could visit the sleeping woman's dreams, as well. That way, they would not need to wake her. It was all thanks to Nightmare and one of his abilities, Dreamwalker. It allowed the dreadful steed to travel through dreams, and take his master with him. Yeah. I can get Nightmare to transport me into this woman's dreams. Perhaps she will tell me something that can help us escape the island. The others looked at him somberly. After a while, Jet asked, Are you sure you want to visit the mind of a saint who is slowly being corrupted, Sunny? It might be dangerous. Effie nodded. Listen, Sunny. I'm sure that you've visited the dreams of many a young lady even without the help of that scary horse of yours, but this is different. This defilement, you guys think that it spreads simply through knowing a secret, right? What if you learn that secret in her dream? Sunny shrugged. It's not that I want to do it, it's that I have to. Don't worry too much. I'll be careful. He still had the mirror of truth. If push came to shove, he would use it to copy Neph's longing and get Nightmare to carry him away from the mysterious saint's dream as fast as possible. It actually sounded like a plan. He nodded. Then it's decided. Cassie and I will go to Aletheia's tower again come the next revolution. And hopefully, this time, we won't leave empty-handed. Chapter 1448 A Beautiful Dream. Chapter 1448 A Beautiful Dream. Finding themselves back on the deck of the Chainbreaker, Cassie and Sunny did not waste any time. After bringing Jet back, they sent her and Nephi to find Effie. Then, they hurried toward Aletheus Tower. By now, traversing this area of the misty forest had become a routine for them. They knew just where to go, and when. Nevertheless, both of Cassie's echoes had to be sacrificed along the way. Now that they did not have to study the runes cut into the black cliff, there was even some time to rest while they waited for dusk. Hidden away from the killing field surrounding the tower, they shared a haphazard meal and waited. Sunny studied Cassie's face in the darkness. She seemed calm and collected, but he knew that she had to be struggling to stay sane just as much as he had struggled after living through his own first few revolutions. Aletheus Island was just too cruel and harrowing of a hell. In fact, Sunny was not sure what his mental state would have been if Cassie had not joined him in the knowledge of the loop. Having someone steady to share the burden was truly a blessing. Perhaps that was the reason the blind girl seemed less affected by the gruesome things they had lived through here. Unlike him, she had always had a partner to support her. Still. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "How are you doing?" Cassie smiled. Her smile was faint and fleeting, just like it had been ever since their meeting in Fallen Grace. "I am fine." Sunny wanted her to say more, but Cassie kept herself closed off. It was strange, really. There had been a time when they were close as siblings, and a time when they were like strangers. The ice between them thawed eventually, but it took Sunny a long time to want to mend their relationship. Now that he was trying, though, Cassie seemed unwilling. He simply did not know what was happening in that head of hers. Actually, he suspected that no one knew, even Nephice, who was the closest to the blind girl, could not tell what Cassie was thinking. Perhaps that was the curse of being a seer. Sunny sighed. "I am way too oblivious about these things to navigate through such a mess." But he had to try, at least. "Well, if you want to talk about it, I'm here." Cassie nodded. "Thank you. It means a lot." However, it seemed as if she was thinking about something else. Shaking his head slightly, Sunny rose and summoned his bow. "It's almost time." They destroyed the enchantment protecting Aletheus Tower, led devouring beasts to the released nightmare creatures, and slipped past them. Ascending the stone steps, they opened the gate of the tower and hid inside, then climbed to its top floor. Finally, Sunny and Cassie arrived at Windflower's chamber. Everything here was the same. Calling upon Nightmare, Sunny approached the perfectly preserved bed and looked at the woman sleeping on it through the half-transparent canopy. The mysterious saint was a rare beauty, without a doubt. Her dark skin was smooth and dewy, without a single blemish on it. The lines of her exquisite face were soft and lovely. Her wavy hair was like glistening black silk, while her archaic robe was of a rich azure color, with vivid white accents. As she dreamt, her expression was vulnerable and innocent. It was a captivating sight. Sunny found it hard not to let his heart be moved as he looked at the sleeping beauty. The world itself seemed warmer and softer around her, as if caressed by a gentle wind. He sighed. "I'm going. Cassie, you stay safe. Please." With that, he took a step back and dissolved into the shadows. Nightmare was already waiting for him in their embrace. His vast form wrapped itself around Sunny, and then they were somewhere else. And yet, they were exactly where they had been. Sunny was still on the top floor of Aletheus Tower. However, it looked different. The wide bed was empty. Cassie was nowhere to be seen. The floating lanterns were gone. Instead, the chamber was drowned in bright light that poured through the windows. Nightmare had to hide in the deep shadows in the corner of the spacious room to avoid it. That's not right. Since when was Aletheus Island so bright? Wary, Sunny slowly walked to the window and looked outside. His eyes narrowed slightly. Below him was the familiar island. However, it had changed entirely. The suffocating mist was gone, revealing the beautiful green expanse of the pine forest. The trees bathed in warm sunlight, swaying slightly in the wind. Here and there, clear streams flowed. The killing field surrounding the tower was drowning in flowers. The stone bridge was empty, with no nightmare creatures in sight. In fact, without the mist, Sunny was supposed to see the towering figure of devouring beast wandering the forest. However, she was nowhere to be seen. There was no harrowing creature in the clear blue sky either. Alatheus Island seemed utterly devoid of danger. Instead, it seemed like a tranquil, beautiful, and peaceful place. A paradise. This is her dream? Sunny knew that he was inside a dream. However, the space around him did not seem like one. It was much more solid, defined, and permanent than the few dreams he had visited in the past. What the hell is going on? It's a wonderful day, isn't it? That voice. Sunny flinched and turned around. A woman had just entered the chamber, carrying a bouquet of fresh flowers. It was her, the beautiful sleeping saint of Alatheus Tower. She was awake. Or rather, in her dream, she was. Sunny took an involuntary step back. Despite how lovely the woman was, he couldn't help but feel wary of her. His voice was slightly hoarse. "Who are you?" The beautiful saint raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Me? I am Windflower." Then, a hint of amusement appeared on her charming face. "But why are you asking? And why are you here again?" Chapter 1449 Left Behind. Chapter 1449 Left Behind. Windflower. So Cassie was right. Windflower was the true name of the mysterious saint in front of him, and after the memories of the original master of the island Alathea had disappeared from the memory of the river people, they started calling this place after its current resident. In time, even that knowledge was erased by time and the collapse of the river people's civilization. All that remained was a name that had lost all meaning. Everyone who remembered Windflower were gone, and yet, the person to whom that name belonged remained. Trapped in a dream that lay in the heart of Alatheus Island. However, Sunny was caught by surprise because of something else the beautiful saint said. He suppressed the desire to take another step back, frowned, and said tensely, "I am asking because I don't know, and I am here in hope of finding a way to escape this island." "But, again? Why did you say that I am here again?" Windflower studied his face for a few moments, still smiling. Her gaze lingered at the crown of twilight, then shifted away. Letting out a melodious chuckle, she walked to a beautiful porcelain vase and put the bouquet of wild flowers she had been holding inside. Then, she let out a sigh. "I see. This is our first meeting. How exciting." Sunny was not convinced. Why would Windflower act as though she had recognized him? It could only mean one of two things. He hesitated for a moment. "Are you not affected by the loop?" She shrugged. "My body is, but my consciousness isn't. Here in this dream palace, I am free to live my days in peace." Her smile dimmed a little, and a hint of darkness appeared in her beautiful azure eyes. "I must admit, though, young man, you have rather poor manners. Not only have you intruded upon a lady's dream without an invitation, but you've also neglected to introduce yourself. I feel at a disadvantage." Sunny coughed. "Ah, please accept my sincere apology, Saint Windflower. I'm not exactly familiar with the etiquette of visiting people's dreams. My name is Sunless." If she is not beholden to the loop. Then she had indeed met Sunny before. Which, of course, was impossible. This was definitely his first time entering the dream palace where Windflower's soul resided. Either Sunny had spent much longer on Alatheus Island than he had suspected, somehow losing his memories of becoming aware of the loop the first time around, or she had mistaken him for the Mad Prince. The latter was much more probable, and also meant that the odious madman had visited the island in the past. But why? And what had he spoken with Windflower about? What was the bastard scheming? Mysterious, mysterious, all of it was so mysterious. Sunny had so many questions. But would Windflower answer his questions? Was she a friend, or was she a foe? He hesitated. The beautiful saint, meanwhile, looked at him in confusion. "Saint Windflower? Why do you call me a saint?" Sunny blinked. "Right. The people of the waking world used the word saint to denote those awakened who had conquered the third nightmare and transcended. A native of the dream realm would not recognize the term. He scratched his head. It's just what my people call transcendence. Honorific, I guess. Windflower smiled. Ah. I see. Well, Sunless, it is very nice to meet you. You are the second person to visit me in all this time. Very few beings possess the ability to travel through dreams, you know. Sunny nodded. To be fair, I don't possess such an ability. It's my horse who does. Windflower looked into the corner where Nightmare was hiding among the shadows. Her pleasant smile widened a little. I've noticed. It's certainly extravagant to use a terror as a steed. You must be quite powerful to have the loyalty of such a creature, Sunless. And to wear that crown. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then briefly touched the crown of Twilight. His expression was complicated. Did she know what the crown of Twilight was because she had seen the Mad Prince wear it? He asked cautiously. You recognize it, my lady? The beautiful saint studied him for a while, a small smile playing on her soft lips. Then, she laughed. How could I not? Let me introduce myself properly. I am Windflower of the Twilight Sea. King Dairon, the Serpent King, is my father. Or rather, he was, considering that you are wearing the memory of his crown, Sunless, he must have died by your hand. Time seemed to slow down for Sunny. He stared at the beautiful saint, the princess, silently, not knowing what to do. So, I am her father's killer. That was not ideal, to say the least. He had already been wary of Windflower, and knowing that there was blood between them only made that wariness grow. Who would want to stand in front of a mysterious, partially corrupted saint after slaying her father? Of course, Dairon of the Twilight Sea had already succumbed to corruption himself by the time Sunny killed him, so there was no rational reason for the enchanting princess to hate him. But when had people even been rational? Wait a minute. There was another revelation in what she had said. Windflower easily identified the Crown of Dawn as a memory, which meant that she knew about the spell. Was its carrier, most likely? Sunny's eyes narrowed. Well, of course she is. If she was Darren's daughter, then she was not one of the river people. Instead, she was a challenger of this nightmare, just like Sunny. No, not quite, only masters could challenge the third nightmare. And since she was a saint, she had either achieved transcendence inside the tomb of Ariel, or had come inside with her father, in order to guide the future challengers with him. Noticing Sunny's unease, Windflower smiled. I see you are starting to get it. Indeed, I am not the real Princess Windflower. I am merely a copy of her, conjured by the nightmare spell. She is long dead by now, I think. And yet, I remain. Sunny's face paled. This was the first time he had met an inhabitant of a nightmare who was aware of their nature. He didn't quite know how to behave in front of her. Was this Windflower dead or alive? Was she real or not? Was she a mere echo of a real person, or a true living being created by the spell for the duration of the nightmare? Windflower sighed, glanced at the Crown of Twilight one more time, and walked over to the window. Gazing at the beautiful vista of this dreamy version of Aletheus Island, she spoke. Back then, my father and his most loyal warriors braved the White Desert and entered the tomb of Ariel. I was one of them. Our goal was to imprint our souls into the great river, so that when challengers entered this nightmare, there was someone to help them conquer it. She sighed lightly. It was a gamble, of course, a desperate one, considering that our world was dying. It was already being consumed by the dream realm, and despite all our struggles, we had failed to rise to the challenge of the spell. My father was the only supreme of our people, and there was not going to be another. At least not in time to turn the tide of destruction. So, he came up with a plan to raise an army of transcendent warriors in this unique nightmare. Windflower's shoulders fell. That plan failed, as well. Sunny was staring at her with wide eyes, his thoughts in turmoil. What? Wait. Taking a step forward, he raised his hands and asked, his voice hoarse. Wait, you world? Being consumed by the dream realm? What do you mean? The beautiful saint turned and looked at him in surprise. Her enchanting azure eyes were full of confusion. Then, she smiled. Shaking her head, Windflower chuckled and said, her words sending Sunny's mind reeling. What, did you think that yours was the only world that the nightmare spell infected, Sunless? Of course not. There were others. Yours is not the first. She lingered for a moment, then added with a hint of amusement. However, it will be the last. Chapter 14, 57th Realm. Chapter 14, 57th Realm. Sunny was reeling from the sudden deluge of impossible knowledge that Windflower had so casually shared with him. The relationship between the waking world and the dream realm, the vague theories about the nightmare spell he and Nephice had discussed, everything he knew was suddenly upturned. He remained silent for a while, then weakly raised a hand, summoned the shadow chair, and sat down. Watching him, the beautiful saint tilted her head slightly and laughed. What an interesting memory. Walking away from the window, she found a chair of her own, then picked up an elegant porcelain kettle and poured fragrant tea into 2 cups. Sunny took a deep breath. I did think that my world, we call it the waking world, was the only one infected by nightmare spell. Oh, I was never sure, though. Windflower pushed one of the cups toward him and shook his head. It seems that your people are less knowledgeable about the past than mine were. Ah, but we were rather ignorant, as well. Still, we knew that there were many realms before the End War. Some were connected to each other, some were far apart. Some were considered mortal realms, while some were considered divine. Each of the gods had a realm of their own. She looked into the window and took a sip of tea. The mortal realms were where the war between the demons and the gods took place. By the end of it, most of them had been turned into desolate graveyards. They had become the core of the dream realm, where corruption reigns. Sunny forced his hand to remain steady as he raised his cup and tasted Windflower's tea. It was pleasant and soothing, but left a tinge of bitterness on his tongue. Of course, it made sense. The dream realm had always seemed like a patchwork world, with different regions of it inexplicably possessing different skies, celestial bodies, and even laws. The Forgotten Shore, the Chain Isles, the Hollow Mountains, the Nightmare Desert, they did seem more like different worlds that had been roughly smashed together than natural parts of a single whole. He took a deep breath. What about the divine realms? The beautiful saint smiled. Those were left untouched by the war. Even after the gods died, their realms remained. They were isolated from the mortal ones and each other, as well, and so were left untouched by the spreading corruption, at least for a while. Naturally, there were 6 of them. Sunny did not say anything, prompting Windflower to continue. The world where I come from was one of those 6 realms. It is similar to the Great River, actually, a beautiful world covered entirely by water, with countless islands rising from it like gems. A world of storms, winds, and stars. Well, it was, before. By now, it must have been consumed by the dream realm already. Sunny's hand finally trembled. Bringing the cup to his lips, he lingered for a moment, then asked. What do you mean, consumed? Windflower leaned back in her chair and sighed. From your reaction, it seems that your people have not experienced the worst of it yet. What is the rank of the most terrible gate that is opened in this waking world of yours? He frowned. A Category 5, a great nightmare gate, I suppose. The beautiful saint looked at him with pity. I see. Then it will start soon. Once more of them start to appear, pieces of your world will begin to be assimilated by the dream realm. Piece by piece, your world will eventually be swallowed entirely, becoming a part of the dream realm, just like the other 5 divine realms have already become a part of it. That is why I said that your world will be the last one the spell ever infects. Once it's gone, there won't be anywhere left for it to spread to. Become a part of the dream realm? Sunny shivered. How had Windflower described her world? A world of storms, winds, and stars. Didn't it sound like the storm sea, the region of the dream realm controlled by the House of Night? Had the Storm Sea been a world like Earth once, where mundane people lived and struggled, and where the spell had appeared one day, forcing them on the path of ascension? A world that had eventually lost to the tide of Nightmare Gates and was destroyed, becoming another one of the desolate hells of the dream realm, just like 4 more worlds before it? Would Sunny's world share the same fate? He shook his head. But, why? Why is this happening? Why does the spell infect different worlds, and why are they being consumed by the dream realm? Where do Nightmare Gates come from? How can we stop it? Windflower sipped her tea and smiled. Sunless, if I knew the answers to these questions, do you think I would be sitting here, imprisoned in a dream on a cursed island, with all my people gone, and my world destroyed? She chuckled. Whatever the path to victory is, my people have already lost. You still have a chance, at least. A better chance than we did. Even from what I saw, your world is much stronger than mine was. Otherwise, Amir ascended like you would have never been able to slay my father, no matter how far he was gone because of the corruption. The beautiful saint looked away and lingered for a while. Finally, a hint of sorrow crept into her sweet voice. How did he die, in the end? Sunny did not speak until the pain of the flaw forced him to answer. How did one tell a person about killing their father? Sunny was not the most tactful of people, but even he knew better than to try and make his voice sound soft. Being nonchalant about the whole thing did not seem right, either. He sighed. From what I know, he went mad after Twilight was lost. By the time we met, he was like a rabid beast, but even then, he was a king among them. I watched him battle many nightmare creatures much more powerful than him, and yet, none could defeat your father. After a while, he was severely wounded and weakened. I used that moment to attack, and won after a ferocious battle. Even then, I would have died as well, if not for my companion. He paused, and then added respectfully. I am sorry for your loss, Lady Windflower. She remained silent for a while, looking away. The sight of her elegant profile was both sad and beautiful. Eventually, Windflower smiled. Don't be. What is the point of being sorry? He was merely a copy, just like me. I am sure that my real father met a much more glorious end in the true tomb of Ariel. Who knows? He might have even escaped it. Windflower shook her head and looked at him with a smile. But you and your companions are different from me, Sunless. You are here to challenge the nightmare. So, did you say that you wanted to escape Aletheus Island? Her azure eyes sparkled with dark amusement. I'll help you. Helping challengers conquer this nightmare was my original goal, after all. Chapter 1451 Forgotten Name. Chapter 1451 Forgotten Name. Sunny had yet to recover from the shocking revelation about the nature of his world, but time waited for no man. The revolution was going to end soon, so he had to gain as much as he could from his first meeting with Windflower. But still. If my world is one of the 6 divine realms, then which god did it belong to? The most suitable candidate was War God, the goddess of life as well as of progress, technology, craft, and intellect, the patron deity of humanity. Heart God was a possibility, as well. However, he could not quite imagine Earth having anything to do with the fallen gods of the dream realm. These two concepts were just too incompatible. Plus, the waking world encompassed more than just Earth. There was the moon, the sun, all the planets of the solar system, and countless stars beyond. A whole universe of them, billions of years old. How could all of it be simply one of the divine realms? But then again, the gods had never been constrained by mundane logic. They were the ones who had created the universal laws of existence. Even time itself was merely one of their weapons, who was to say that a god could only will something into existence, not will something to have always existed? Ah, my brain hurts. Sunny's mortal mind seemed to be incapable of truly comprehending such matters. Windflower must have been the same. She certainly knew more than Sunny, but there was no telling how accurate her understanding was. In any case, for now, it did not matter. He was elated to learn such profound mysteries, but his immediate goal was not enlightenment. It was getting the hell off Alatheus Island. And Windflower was conveniently offering her help in that regard. Sunny took a deep breath. Do you know how we can escape this horrible place? He paused for a moment, then shook his head. No, I should describe our situation first. There are 5 of us here. 3, including me, start the loop in the hidden bay at the southern edge of the island, well, what I call the southern edge, anyway. The 4th member of the cohort is in the forest, not too far away from the bay. It's the 5th that is the problem. She is all the way on the northern edge of the island. His expression darkened. There are all kinds of terrifying abominations hidden in the mist, so we can't travel freely. No matter how many times I tried, I failed to pick up the 5th member and return to our ship before the loop ends. This tower, and you, Lady Windflower, are more or less my last hope. Windflower looked into the window, then let out a quiet sigh and put her cup on the table. Then, she stood up. Come with me. Before Sunny knew it, they were somewhere else. The walls of the Alatheus Tower disappeared, and he found himself standing at the edge of a tall cliff, looking at the flowing waters below. The colossal whirlpool was gone, replaced by the beautiful vista of the great river sparkling under the light of the 7 suns. However, not too far away, the world was obscured by the familiar mist. It was the boundary of Windflower's dream, most likely. The enchanting saint looked into the distance. Before that, let me tell you how I ended up imprisoned here, Sunless. She glanced at him and smiled. As you might have guessed already, it was my father who had brought me here, and put me to sleep at the top of Alatheus Tower. There is a seed of corruption in my soul, and so, remaining inside this cycle of time is the only way for me to live on. Her smile dimmed a little. Windflower lingered for a moment, then looked at the great river once again. Back then, we laid siege to Verge, hoping to destroy the source of the defilement and conquer this nightmare. However, even after breaching the walls of the city and fighting our way to the Citadel of Truth, we failed to defeat the first Seeker. Studying the exquisite line of her charming face, Sunny scowled. The first Seeker must be tremendously powerful, then. If even a sovereign in command of a vast army of Awakened had failed to put an end to the defilement, then how could their cohort ever hope to succeed? His thoughts turned dark and bitter. However, Windflower lightly shook her head. The first Seeker has no power. That thing could not even be called a living being anymore. It's just a grotesque, sprawling mass of festering flesh contained within the Citadel, its tendrils slowly spreading across all of Verge. The problem, however, is that anyone who touches it becomes infected by corruption. That is how I became infected, as well. In the end, we had no choice but to leave our fallen behind and retreat. That is how our glorious assault ended, in death and misery. She looked at Sunny somberly. So, Sunless, tell me, do you still think that you and your companions can conquer this nightmare? He remained silent for a few moments, trying his hardest not to imagine the revolting image of the cursed city of Verge. The picture Windflower painted with just a few words was just too vivid. Eventually, Sunny nodded. I do. One of my companions, she is immune to the corruption, in fact. I have a memory to borrow that ability of hers, as well. There is probably no one in the world suited for the task better than the 2 of us. He smiled faintly and lingered for a moment, then added in a strangely dark tone. It must be fate. Windflower did not seem too surprised by the fact that there was someone out there whose soul could not be corrupted. She watched the water flow for a while, then sighed. It's good, then. You might really stand a chance to succeed where we failed. In any case, after we retreated from Verge, my father brought me here, to Alatheus Island. The only place that could delay my eventual fall into corruption. Quite ironic, don't you think? Sunny hesitated. I'm not sure that I know what you mean, my lady. She looked at him with surprise. What, you don't know who Alathea was? He frowned, then shook his head. I only know that she was called Alathea of the 9, and that she was one of the Seekers. Windflower chuckled. Yes, you are not wrong. Indeed, she was one of the Seekers. A mysterious sorceress who built this island and created the whirlpool of twisted time surrounding it, for some unknown purpose. She lived here for a while, but eventually left in search of the estuary, as most seekers did. Alethea never returned, and her name slowly disappeared from the memory of the river people. The beautiful saint gazed at the great river with a dark expression. Of course, there is something different about Alethea. Because, unlike all the other seekers who had traveled downstream in search of the estuary, she actually found it. Sunny eyes widened slightly. Wait. Do you mean? Windflower nodded. Yes. Although her original name is forgotten, everyone in the Tomb of Ariel now knows her by a different one. The core of this nightmare, the source of the defilement, the first seeker, is Alethea of the Nine. This island is the estate that she had abandoned before leaving on her fateful journey to the estuary. Sunny shivered and instinctively turned around, to look at the distant silhouette of Alethea's tower. Windflower, meanwhile, smiled. So, you see, it is indeed quite ironic, the seed of corruption was planted into my soul by the first seeker, yet my father prevented my soul from being consumed by bringing me to the first seeker's stronghold. If that is not ironic, then I don't know what is. She turned away from the great river and laughed. In any case, after putting me to sleep in Alethea's tower, my father meant to return to Twilight and search for a way to destroy the first seeker. He also meant to find a way to save me, or, if not, then at least to visit me from time to time. However, he never came. Now I know that it is because Twilight was lost, and he succumbed to corruption himself. Windflower sighed. Well, anyway. That is the past. What is important now is that my father had not only come to Alethea's Island, but also left it. And I can teach you how to leave it, as well. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to click the notification bell, like, and subscribe buttons. For me, please click the new channel's follow button. To ensure you don't miss the footage, there is a link to subscribe to the new channel under the title. If you think this narrative is entertaining, please leave a comment saying so under the video and assist the Light Novel Podcast channel reach 1,000 likes when it posts the next segment. A little amount. This channel has a relatively small number of likes and subscribers. Until the next clip, bye.